so you should also be excited to be here. Yeah. So who's ready for my best year yet? 2025. Okay, so let me ask like this. Who is ready to have his or her best year in 2025? Yes. No matter how good the other years have been, it can always be better. And today, I mean, this year's own is not just better, like, do you know what quantum leap better is? Do you know what it means? Do you know when they say there's a quantum leap? That means the proportion of the betterness, is in trillions of thousands. You know, going to happen to you this year because you're here. You're here. This is the place of preparation, the place of inspiration to make 2025 your best year yet. Sound. Great, right? Great. So the question is, what would you do this year? Have you thought about it? Have you set your goals for this year? Because if you haven't, today is just 11th. You have the opportunity to do so today. And today you'll be hearing from speakers who have gone ahead of you, who have mastered, they've been able to hack it, how to make their year the best year yet. And they'll be sharing with us some of these things that they do, the principles that they employ, how they've been able to create massive success. And they'll be sharing it with us so that we can also learn, put it to work, and be able to create the level of success that we desire. Because the truth is, anything is possible. Please complete it for me. Anything is what? Possible. The question always is, what do you want? And I'll follow it up by another one. Are you ready? Those are the two questions. Please ask your neighbor, in case your neighbor is, because you guys are a bit too relaxed. I need you to warm up. I need you to be excited. I need you to be in the frame of mind for what's coming, because what's coming is mind-blowing. So please talk to your neighbor and say, what do you want? This 2025, what do you want? Yes. Then ask them again, are you ready for what you want? Yes. Please get an answer. I'm hearing some half-hearted. Please check if that yes has eaten well. Did anybody give you a yes that has eaten well? Did anybody give you a yes that is hungry? And even if your yes is hungry, by the time you leave here today, they will be hearing your yes in Lekki all the way from here. Because you'd have received the knowledge. I keep saying the knowledge, the tools, the skills, the empowerment to make it happen. All right. So, like I said, my name is Ifoma Okafor. I'm your compere for today, and I'll be anchoring this entire program. Today is my best year yet, 2025. And it's a platform, a program, a seminar that has been put together to help you become the most valuable person you can ever be. Everything thrives on value in this world, So how valuable are you? That will control how much you influence in this world. It comes down to value. What's your value? People pay for value. That's it. You provide value, we pay you for it. So, how valuable are you? What we're going to achieve in this program is to help you become the most valuable person that you can be. It's a mindset re-engineering program. What does this mean? Everything comes down to your mindset. You cannot move beyond the level of your mindset. You cannot achieve beyond the level of your mindset. Your mindset controls every single thing. Anthony Robbins says that success is made up of 90% of mindset, 10% of strategy. I know a lot of times we're looking for the strategy, how do we make this thing work? We're looking for look, if you have all the strategy in the world, but you don't have the mindset to back it, you're not going anywhere. So that's a lot of what we're going to be focusing on today. Mindset re-engineering. Who is excited? You're not excited. I'm not hearing the excitement. Okay, so let's just stand up briefly. Let's do an exercise. Just briefly. Okay, so smile. Your widest smile. Okay, so you're going to be talking to yourself, smiling very well to yourself. So say to yourself, put your hand on your chest. This year, 2025, is my best year yet. This year, I'm going to be the most valuable person that I can be. This year, I'm going to do mind-blowing things. This year, I'm going to achieve great things. My mind is ready to receive all that I need and all that I require to make this year, 2025, my best year yet. Yeah! You did not say that yes very well. Yeah! Hey! Wow. Okay, beautiful. Now we can see that. Please give yourselves a big round of applause. We are ready now. We're ready. All right, so to kick off, I would like to introduce and welcome the convener of My Best Year Yet 2025. He's the chief visionary for Self-Propelled Global, the organization, fantastic, amazing organization. If you're not following them on social media, please go and follow them now. Self-Propelled Global. Did you hear the global? Because it's a global organization. So join me as we welcome the chief convener of this event, Pastor, highly esteemed Pastor Zuni Abu. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good morning. Welcome to 2025, your best year yet. You're welcome. Why don't you welcome someone around you? Say welcome to 2025. Your best year yet. It's a beautiful year. And I'm ready for all the opportunity, the moments will provide for me this year. I'll maximize my potentials. I'll make the best out of it. As I develop myself, I become more valuable by the moment. And every day, as the opportunities show themselves up in moments, I would express value through services, through products, solutions, and leadership. And I will become a global change maker starting from this moment. And it is so. Yeah. Give yourselves a clap offering. I am particularly grateful to the team that put this together. I am the convener and chief conceptualizer of Self-Propelled Empowerment Foundation. And we came about this foundation because of, firstly, over time, even you that is here, you attest to it that we like to have something better than what we have currently. We like to become better than we are currently. And year in, year out, we make resolutions that we want to have a better year. We have dreams, we have goals. Aspirations, they just go with the wind, they go with the time. And this becomes what we repeat every other year, without being conscious of the fact that one of the greatest assets outside our minds that we have, it's time. And time is the opportunity we have to either write history or the space for our efforts to be put into becoming something useful in life. So again and again, we see people struggling, going through this repeatedly. But upon study and exposure, we discover one of the major challenges people have, it's the mindset. They don't have a mindset that can deliver the life that they want to have. They have a mindset that will not drive the kind of life they want to have. If you were here last year, I shared the story of the turkey and the eagle. Though the eagle had the body of an eagle, but because it lived among turkeys, it had the mind of turkey. So it had the eagle body, but it didn't have the mind that could sustain. And that's exactly the same challenge many have. They may have the goal, they may have the desire, they may have the body, they may have a look. And many spend time in the outward building themselves. But the major factor to be built, the mind, is ignored. So we decided that since people have had their minds framed over time, and for you to move to this next level where you can convincingly decide that this year will be my best year yet, then we have to start from the mind, because that's where everything is. So the mind has been cultured wrongly. We've had the wrong information. This has made us to believe in a certain way, and this has affected our convictions in life, our in life. So we said the first thing we'll have to do is first to have a mindset re-engineering, to re-engineer, to reculture the mindset and install the mindset that will deliver the kind of life that we would really want to have. And that mindset is a growth mindset. We have fixed mindset, we have growth mindset. What we seek to do here is to install in you, through the various presentations of the facilitators, a growth mindset. And having this mindset, you are able to clearly chart your course, craft the direction for your life. Because you can have so much resources, but if there be no direction, you keep vacillating. And at the end of the day, you will not really be able to say, this is where I channeled my efforts into, and not have anything to show. Those who are leading in life today, whether in industry, various industries, in sports, in entertainment, in agriculture, in technology, there are those who actually decided that this is what they wanted to do. Then they channeled their efforts into it. First, they had to train their minds in that direction. Then they channeled their efforts into it. And today we celebrate them. Now we stand afar off and celebrate them as though they came from to have a renewed mindset, a mindset that we call a growth mindset. So when you have this mindset, you will not need to wait for change in circumstances, for a better government, for a better economy, because you become a better person. And when you become a better person, then whatever you are facing, you face it with this same mindset. And your mindset colors the circumstances and situations. So you can be in the same economy. There are those who are excelling and doing so much well in terms of wealth, in terms of services, and you are wondering, what are they doing that I'm not doing? It starts with your mind. So that's why we're putting this together. So through this program, you are going to be able to craft personal direction for your life, set goals. Then beyond just attending this program, we are going to take you through an academy where not just crafting direction for your life, but we'll walk you through mentorship to ensure that you become the person you desire to be. And that's the very best you could possibly be. We will teach you, we will expose you, but it's your responsibility to become the change that you desire. I won't make that change happen for you. I'll give you the materials. I will encourage you. I'll challenge you. I'll create enabling environments. But the decision for change is yours. And if you have desired a change from this meeting, I call on you to make up your mind to be the change that you desire. I'll round up with a very short story. And I'm sure this would inspire you to know the place of your personal responsibility towards the change. You can say anything. You can say it's my best year yet. You can say it. You've said it many times before now. But I want this one to be effective. I want this one to be really, really effectively and your really best year. One time, you had those who called a facilitator to take them through seminars. They wanted to learn how to fish. They love fishing. They live in an island, so they're surrounded by water. So they brought in a facilitator and he would teach them, inspire them on fishing. Then at the end, they'll leave. After a while, they get another facilitator. This was their practice. Grandfather, father, grandson, great-grandson, they find themselves in the same class. Keep teaching the same thing again and again. Then one day, one of the youngsters who attended the meeting, he listened to the facilitator for the very first time. And he heard him teach. And he told them about fishing, beyond what fish is like, their coloration, what they don't like. But what they wanted was how to fish. They wanted to fish. Not what fish eat, not all of those things. So this guy heard among them. And he left there. He went home. He took his hook because he was told. He went down to the river. The first attempt, he caught a fish. The second attempt, he caught a fish. After 5, he came back. When he came back to the city, the center of the village, and he announced that he's got fish, everybody ran to him. He became like one who came from a different planet. And they are wondering, where did you get it? How did you get it? They wanted to know. He has performed magic. He has performed miracle. They wanted to know. They were dazed because, you see, that's what they have always wanted. They've taken the seminars. They've attended the classes. But what didn't they do? They didn't make the effort to take the action that would orchestrate the change. Change is possible. You are the one to take the action. So no matter what you are taught here, no matter what you learn here, you are the one. During the course of your registration, we asked certain questions. One thing that was common among most of you as a challenge you like to stop or you like to solve is procrastination. You made it, you said it, you are the one to make it happen. Over 90% said procrastination. And I'm happy that we have a facilitator who is an expert that will guide you. But that's not to say you will stop procrastinating, because you have to do something. I'm the convener of this program. I sponsored it. I spent the money. I did everything. Beyond that one, I was here organizing this till late night yesterday. And I came here among the very first, maybe we're just 3 who were here when I came here for this program. I waited for you. I waited for you. But you must prove that you want the value that we offer. You have to prove it. So you just don't have to stay and be saying you want something. And that's one of the reasons. Maybe I'm sure I've run it up, but I'll just a little bit digress. You must become valuable. Because I sympathize with young people who are in pursuit of money. They don't know the origin of money. They don't know what money is. They don't know where money comes from. How did we arrive at money that we are using today? Before now, you were taught about barter, trade by barter. value for value. So if I wanted a phone and I got this microphone and I bring it to you, I'm the one, I have a value for it. But what I have as value for it is not the value you have for it. And remember, value does not exist. It's a perception. So it has so much to do, it's a perception. So when I brought it and I said, I want to give this, it's now left for you whether you equate it and say, okay, this is a bit as valuable as what I want. Okay, I take in an exchange. But the population has grown. There's been lots of transformation. And now we've come in that, no, there's no use carrying. If you want to buy a car, you carry a house to the owner of the car. They say, okay, let us have, in all fairness, let's create fair value. So that was done, and everything is now monetized. So if you want to have money, you must become valuable and be able to offer value, render value, value in services, value in goods. Now, when you render this value, those who are able to perceive it as value, that need it, they will go for it. And that's why we are talking about you becoming a global change maker. Because you are here. The face cap you are wearing, a young guy from China, he conceptualized it. The hair you are using, a young lady from China, she conceptualized it. The clothes you are wearing, somebody sat down from China, has never been to Africa. But when he's thinking, he thinks global, he thinks Africa. He thinks their population, and he thinks what he could give to them. Excuse me. What he could give to them. Because you see, they've not developed themselves. They are waiting on someone else. So what they tell them is trendy, they buy into it. And since they buy into it, all that they struggle to earn, they give it in exchange for what one has presented as value. If we continue like this, it's just going to be a vicious circle of poverty that will be repeating. We have to take the bull by the horn. We have to stand our ground. We have to make a difference. In 1962, many of you know of Nike. Nike, the person behind this is Phil Knight, and he wanted to give sports, the industry, something. So he said, okay, let him bring Japan sports shoes to America. He thought about it. Then he went. The first time he got the shoes, he bought just some few dollars. He sold them and he started thinking what he could do. Then he went to Japan in 1962. He met with the guy, Onishega, I think that's his name or something. And so when he got there, he introduced himself as a shoe distributor, sportswear distributor. Oh, he was excited. Then they needed to talk. When they started, he didn't have a name for his company. He didn't think about it. And when he was asked a question, he said Blue Ribbon. And that's where the slogan, just do it, came from. So he was there. They just asked him spontaneously. He just said Blue Ribbon. So just do it. If you can do it, I can do it. If they can do it in Japan, I can do it. What you need to do is just do it. And that's what you need for your life. And from this program, I want you to have that as a mentality. Whatever is before you, what you say is, if anybody could do it, I can do it, and I will just do it. If nobody has done it before, I can be the first to do it, and I will just do it. So just do it. 2025 is for doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. 2025 is for what? Who is ready to do this year? Yes, we've talked enough. We have been talking. It's time to do it. As we say in local parlance, it's time to show working. Yes. So who is ready to show working this year? You know, when I coach people, because I'm a coach, I find out that, a lot of people have grand plans, right? And they tell you, I want to do this, I want to do this. But when it comes to execution, that's where the problem is. And then that's where they start telling you, I'm procrastinating. Oh, I don't know how to do this. And even when you map out plans with them, that's why we also do accountability with them, so that we keep them on their toes. You said you would do this by, today is 11th, by 15th you said you would do this. So 15th, now I'm checking in with you. How far have you gone? And then you say, The truth is that you will always find excuses. But the mark of greatness is being able to get things done in spite of the challenges. Because there will always be challenges. Don't let anybody tell you different. But you know, you overcome them. You overcome them and you win. All right, so are we ready? Please, let's give a big round of applause to our convener, legendary PZA. Yes, that was a very, very warm opening remark. You know, charged up. We are charged up. Are you as charged up as I am? Yes, because I was sitting right behind you and I'm like, wow, this is the year to do. We have talked enough. All right, so we would like to go into our first session for today. And we'll have our highly esteemed facilitator here. Should I tell you about her? Because when you hear what she has done, you know that she's a doer. She's not a speaker only. She's a doer, and she has done a lot of things. You know, and she's going to be talking to us about part of it will include overcoming procrastination, moving from inertia to momentum. Who knows, who has ever heard of that Newton's law of motion? Is it the first law of motion? Who is an engineering student here? Or physics? We all learned physics now. Science students. Okay, so what is Newton's law of motion? Is it the first one? First law of motion, yes. Thank you. You are going to continue. Does it continue? Okay, continue. Okay, please, can we give him a mic? So that those who can remember. How many of us were physics students in secondary school? So now let us know if you still remember. Newton's first law of motion.
Okay. It says that for a body to live a state of rest, there must be an initial force which will propel it to continue to move, and nothing will stop it except there is what? An opposite force. So the second law now says that for every action, there is always an opposite reaction. And the third law says that...
Brother. Brother, it's only the first law I asked for. Now you are carrying us to... Okay, but please give him a big round of applause. That shows he still has it. He still has the knowledge. Yeah. So what I really wanted to point out was the first law. And the way I state it is everything remains in a state of inertia unless acted upon by a force. Yes. Some people have been in a state of inertia. Now we're going to help you move from that state of inertia to a state of momentum and helping you unleash your potential. So, but before we even get into that session, I would just like to ask just a few of you, what are you really expecting today? What are you expecting to happen to you today? What are you expecting to hear? What are you expecting the results of the things you've heard today to produce in your life? What are your expectations? Because you left your house and you came here, and you're going to be spending a good part of today here. So what are you expecting? So I'd like just one or two bold, confident people to speak. Anybody? Should I call someone? Oh, fantastic. Please give me a round of applause. Please, can we have the mic here? What are you expecting today?
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Uluwatayo. So what I'm expecting today is, number one, to become a better version of myself. Because I used to complain about procrastination.
Please speak up so that they can hear you behind.
Okay, to become a better version of myself.
Yes.
That's number one. Number two, based on the theme of this stuff, I think there are some certain things I want to learn. Maybe like tools, like values that I can add to myself to eventually make 2025 my best year. Then the third thing I'm expecting is because for every value added, there must be some sort of empowerment, maybe like connection, opportunities. I'm expecting that too at the end of this program. Thank you.
Wow. Please give me a big round of applause. Yes. Yes. And just to speak to the third point, you have a lot of people here. We always say that you're just one network away from your big break. You know, and even if you've had a big break, you know, just whatever you want to do, you're always one network. Everything rests on people, on connections, and you have a lot of people here. Don't leave here without meeting at least 10 people. Connecting with them, share numbers with them, you know. And then when you connect with them and share numbers with them, keep in touch. Because sometimes we just take numbers and we go home and we think that's it. No. What if, please look at the person sitting next to you. Look at the person on the left. Then look at the person on the right. What if you're just sitting beside a future president of this country? Please look again to the left and to the right. You may just be sitting beside a future president or a future governor or a future senator of this country. Or even any other country, really. Right? So, imagine if you became friends with the person or you connected with the person, you keep in touch. When it gets to that time when he's the president, do you think you will have an issue with entering Aso Rock? No, because you built the connection ahead of time. And that's what people do, wise people do. Before they need those connections, they begin to build it. And because you really don't know who is who, you build across board. You build horizontally, and you build horizontally amongst your peers, and then you build vertically. And here we have both horizontal and vertical. So, what are you going to do? Let me ask you again. What are you going to do about that? It's up to you. All right, so as we prepare for our next session, I would like to tell you about our speaker, a very, very powerful woman. I've read her profile, and even I like her. It is well. we are upcoming. All right. So her name is Dr. Joyce Ugbosu. Please give her a big round of applause. She's an international business mogul. She's an erudite speaker, a certified NLP life coach, skilled at helping individuals, teams, and organizations enhance productivity and cultivate all-round excellence. Her intelligence and knowledge has earned her numerous awards and guest invites at international conferences and workshops in Africa, in Singapore, in the United Kingdom, and the United States. Joyce wears many hats as a Smedan certified business consultant. She was the president, CEM 45 at the EDC, that's the Entrepreneurial Development Center at the Lagos Business School. She's a social entrepreneur. Joyce Ugbosu started her career in the education and in the Victoria Island branch. She then headed to Charms PLC. She was a pioneer in the Charms Varsity before she moved to work with the GMD, Sir Ademola Aladekomo. After which she set out to pursue her dreams in the edu/tech sector. Are you still paying attention? Please give a big round of applause for the one we've read so far. Joyce is a portfolio entrepreneur and has pioneered several registered businesses like Infosys Digital Solutions, the Infosys Hub, Blue Strides Consulting, Lakewood British School, JMAT Concepts, JMAT Supermarket and Kiddies Events, and Youngpreneur Africa. She bagged her MBA with Nexford University, a master's in educational psychology, and MSc in sustainability. She has a doctorate degree on digital education management from Global Nation Open University in the UK. She's a fellow of the Federal University of Petroleum Resources, Warri. She was just nominated board member at the Global Open University. She has authored books like Back Against the Wall, The Waiting Room, and her bestseller, Overcoming, guess what? Inertia. Yes. And soon to be published books like Japa, The Chronicles, The Influencer, amongst others. And she also has unpublished online articles, content creation for trainers and facilitators. She is the convener of The Waiting Room, an online transformational program. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Joyce Ugbosu, the highly esteemed Dr. Joyce Ugbosu is here. And she will be speaking to us about momentum. From inertia to momentum, unleashing your potential. Please join me with a big, in fact, with a standing ovation, because you cannot hear, all these achievements and still be sitting down. Please, with a standing ovation, join me as we welcome Dr. Joyce Ugbosu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Remain standing. Looks like you are sleeping. Good morning, everybody. Are you happy to be here? Are you happy to be here? First, where's Pastor Zubi? Let's just give him a round of applause for making this happen. Making this happen. Something that touched me, that he sponsored. Did you know that? Please. Can you give him another round? Where is he? Everybody say, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We love you, sir. Thank you. You can have your seat, everybody. I hope you're all happy to be here. And do you have your pen and your paper? If you don't have a pen and a paper, something to write on, I will have issues with you this morning. Because that's where failure starts from. Your brain is not a computer. Do you agree with me? And there's something that goes into writing when you write things down. Who is aware of that? You go into agreement with yourself, with you, the universe, with God, when you write things down. I'm not a fan of, yes, digital, you can type on your phones and all that, but do you know writing on paper is more effective on a book? Who knows that? The traditional people. When you write on a book, you can read the phone. When you pick up your phone to check your notes, an Instagram message can come in, three of us. A Facebook message can, how many of you you picked your phone to search for something, you find yourself on Facebook? You find yourself strolling on the street of Instagram. Hello? Please take out time to write stuff. If he said something, say we love you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the invite. I'm very, very grateful. I do not take it for granted. So where is that guy that defined inertia? Where is that physicist? Please stand up, gentleman. What's your name? What? Bade Keshi. How long ago did you finish secondary school? 2013. That is almost 10 years ago. And he still remembers those definitions. So next year is, it's 11 years. Oh, 11 years. I was thinking next year is, so 11 years ago. How many of you still remember some of those definitions you learned in secondary school? Not everybody. Not everybody. Can we give him a round of applause? Answer. I would want you to define the first and second law of motion. That's where I will start from. The first again. Go back to your first.
I said the first law states that for a body to leave its initial state, an external force must be applied to it. Just like a ball, when you kick a ball, it continues moving. It can only stop when another force opposes it. And that's why the second law states that for every action, there is always an equal reaction.
I brought some of my materials for sale, but he's getting a free copy.
Thank you.
For That's my book, Overcoming Inertia, for this definition. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, ma'am.
So can I have my slides now, please? Can the slides be up? Oh, please, if you can. Okay, so how many of you, I like to engage with my audience. I like the ages of people I'm seeing. How many of you have lost your dad before? I mean, we have just one dad, so let me not say you. How many of you have lost your dad? I see so many. How many of you have lost your dad? 1, 2, 3. Very lucky. Okay, so how many of you lost your dad when you were less than 11? How old were you? Wow, how old are you? How old are you? 10. Are you sisters? Wow. Potential. It's not for one person. It's not for Dangote. It's for every single person seated here. But what makes the difference is your 24 hours. How you use your 24 hours. So I start with this quote. You're never ready for what you have to do. You just do it. That makes you ready. I go again. You're never ready for what you have to do. You can see procrastination is coming in small, right? You just do it. That makes you ready. You're ready when you take the first step. I'm glad when he said that like 80% of you, when you were filling the form said you want to deal with procrastination. Who amongst you feel that's one of your issues that you want to? I can see 3 people. 4, okay. Quite a few. So, they've already mentioned accolades, but one of the things I will tell you young people is accolades, most of the time we celebrate too early. Most of the time, sometimes your last win, right? Your last trophy is your biggest enemy. A lot of people get overjoyed. We celebrate it and we forget to do the next thing. We forget to do the next thing. Life, I've been in a conference, and one of the things one of the speakers said is, right, life is a continuous, how will I put it now? When you are alive, you just have to continue struggling. When I say struggle, it's not in this negative part. You have to be restless about your life. So you just have, when you wake up every day, what is that new mountain that you have to bring down? What is that thing that you have? What is that new thing that you have to do? It has to keep you going every day. You wonder why they call people that are dead rest in peace? Why they say rest in peace? Because they don't have anything to bother about again. That is the only time you can rest. That is the only time you won't have bills to pay, right? That's the only time you won't look for food to eat. That's the only time you won't look for clothes to wear, so you can rest. But a living person, if you are alive, you can't rest. You wake up every day with something to pursue. You wake up every day with something to go after. Now, if there are no challenges, you know the world will be a boring place. Do you agree with me? Because what are we living for? What are we living for? There should be a prize. There should be something that we are striving for. That's what makes life interesting. That's when you can celebrate and say, I've achieved this and I've achieved that. And I wrote a book, Overcoming Inertia. I've written different books, but concerning this matter at hand is Overcoming Inertia. And he did a very good job to that definition. Every object is in a state of rest. You know why you have not? How many of you have a dream? There's something you want to achieve in 2025. Some people don't have, but just be true to yourself. You have something that you want to achieve. Academically, even a student, do you know you have academic goals? There should be something that you want to achieve. Now, how many of you have done? This is 11th of January 2025. How many of you have taken steps towards that dream? Thank you. Please give a round of applause for yourself if you have taken steps. That means we're in the right crowd. So every day you need to take one step forward. What overwhelms us is when we do not do anything. Then we will now choke ourselves with wanting to do everything at the same time. Daily steps. An object, every human being, even me inclusive, will remain in a state of rest if nothing pushes us. So every morning when you wake up, what's your why? Why are you still alive? Why should God not take your life the next day? What is your purpose? What are you pursuing? Your maker, your father, your mother, your brothers, your sister, they look at you. Are they happy that you were born into their family? Are they proud of you? Questions. I write down questions a lot so that I can go and think about it. You might not grab everything. Different people will be speaking on different, but there are some things you have to go back and sit on. I have meetings with myself a lot. How many of you have meetings with yourself? If you have not started practicing, practice. You call yourself for a meeting and ask yourself sincere questions when you are alone. This life that you are living now, Joyce, will it take you to your destination? To that place you're going, to your purpose? This action you just took now, will it help your next move? That's sincere questions to you. Stuck in your current state, despite the desire for change. We all wake up with New Year resolutions. True of us. But on the 20th of January, how far? 20th is even far. Some people on the 10th, they are singing a new song. What if you go with that momentum till the end of the year, till the next month? I break my goals into quarterly goals. There's Q1, there's Q2. So if you say January to December, this is what I want to do, you are vague. We are not in a goal-setting class, so let me, dwell with the matter at hand. Common causes of inertia. Number one, fear of failure. I'm going to fail. Am I ready? Will people like the product? Kemi speaks better than me. And she has better legs or better voice for those that sing. You think you need a good voice to sing? Have you heard Davido's voice? Hello, these are Gen Zs, or what do you call this generation? What are their names? Most of them that are doing well, have you heard them sing? Do they really have sonorous voices? So it's not in the voice. It's in number one. Your passion. Are you ready? Are you ready to run with it? Do you believe in that thing that you're doing, even if you don't have the skill set? Then the ability to now polish it every day so that you can be good at that game. Number two. Are you ready to wake up early? Are you ready to spend sleepless nights to ensure that you achieve that dream? So that fear of failure, we must kill it. Number two, lack of direction and clarity. Some people are not clear. Goals. What is goals? I've been in a goal setting class. Somebody said, God, what is goals? And I don't have. I appreciated the person a lot. It's good to be true to yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Some people don't have goals. We're able to, give us some clarity of what goals are. I don't want you to raise your hand if you don't know what goal. But there are some people that are not clear because they don't even know what a goal is. So are you clear about your goal? What's your why? Why are you doing that business? Why are you studying the course you are studying in school? I was talking to a group of teenagers lately in my son's school, and they were in this class of choosing science, arts, which one to go to. And a lot of them were confused. And in that class, I asked some of them, are you good in sciences? Okay, physics, chemistry, da. Some people say they're good in it. And that's the person that is not good in sciences said he wants to do medicine. Because their parents want them to. There are still parents like that, And I told them that, do you know, okay, what are you good at? The boy said, government, so art courses. And I said, do you know it feels good to have an A, to score an A in a course? Do you agree with me? How do you feel when you succeed? I say, if you are doing something that you're not good at, you keep failing. And that will breed frustration to that child. So you're going to go home, your parents are not there, and tell them, Daddy, Mommy, I'm good in literature, English. Count the subjects for them and tell them, this is what I do. They will support you. Not now. So one of the reasons people fail, one of the reasons you procrastinate, one of the reasons you are at this inertial state is because you're not sure. You're not good. You don't have the skill level. Do you know knowledge breeds confidence? If you are knowledgeable about a subject, if they wake you up in the morning, you will be able to say something. He did not hesitate when he raised his hand. Some of us knew the definition, but we didn't raise our hand. True of us. But because he knows that he knows it, and he will be able to say it. That's why. So that is what? Confidence. For you to beat the inertia, you have to be confident at that thing that you're doing. You have to be confident. Next is procrastination, which is almost everybody's problem here. We all procrastinate. Everybody procrastinates. Every single body procrastinates. I'll be giving you some lines about procrastination, but let's go and demystify the law of motion that he has already. I think I should jump that so that I can use my time very well. So let's do the procrastination thing. Procrastination is the act of delaying or postponing tasks, despite knowing there will be negative consequences. Okay, slides are up. Despite knowing negative consequences, I put my own definition there. Can somebody help me read my own out? Who has a loud voice? Who has a loud? Please, who wants to read? That one on red. Please help me read it out. Who is raising their hands? Okay, that lady, young lady there. I said, Joyce Ugbosu's definition. Please. say that. You can say that. Okay, you can say it.
The art of convincing yourself that scrolling through Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and MERS, recognizing your sock drawer, reorganizing your sock drawer, or making a phone call is absolutely essential right before doing something actually important.
How many of you agree with that definition? Only 3 people. Okay, so have you found yourself in a state of, okay, you need to do this thing, and you know that the thing is very important, and then you carry broom and start sweeping? Or you go and eat or drink water? No, I've been there so many times. Because you are feeling the weight of that thing that you want to do. Meanwhile, that thing is the most important thing for the day. Just because you feel the weight of that thing is too much, it's hard. There's this person I'm supposed to call. There's this proposal I'm supposed to write. There's this assignment I'm supposed to submit. And you are finding it difficult. Okay. And you are finding it difficult to do. I think the thing is blocking the... Oh, so you can't... Can you move it? Okay. So just because of that, you will refuse to do the most important thing for the day. So I want you guys to look at this thing and breathe in and breathe out. Look at it. Breathe in. Breathe out. I know you did the two at the same time. Breathe in. Breathe out. Say, from today, I'll stop procrastinating. From today, I'll do the right thing at the right time. Are you sure of what you are saying to yourself? He says, you go and scroll. You know, it's very sweet to look at TikTok and Instagram. Do you know it's sweet? You will see one skit maker that is making his millions. You will laugh, and contribute to his money by dropping a comment. I like. Some of you will go and pray for money. I pray, but there's time for everything. So when you are doing those things, one of the ways I used to check myself, because you see the way social media is designed, you must find yourself there once you are using a phone. You pick your phone to do something and something will just drop and you go and click. And for the next 10, 15 minutes, you will be lost until you call yourself to consciousness. I'm supposed to be writing, or I'm supposed to be reading. Why am I here? So you need to call yourself to constant order if you are using the phones and devices. Strategies to overcome procrastination. Number 1, the 2-minute rule. Next slide, please. 2-minute rule. So you need to break your tasks. So what is the easiest one I can do within 2 minutes? Amongst these things, number 1, don't even choke things. I designed a Juka planner. I brought some of that. So it's a planner that helps you every day. So amongst your priority for the day, there's 2 top priorities that before 9 o'clock today, if I don't do this thing, I will not go out, I will not bath, I will not pick my phone. There must be consequences if you want to achieve anything. So what is that easiest one that I can quickly do within 2 minutes? You pick that one and do it. Is it a line of book? Do I want to read something? Do I want to write something? Do I need to make a phone call? Those things are within 2 minutes. Do that one. Minimize distraction. Number 1 distraction is what? Your phone. Your phone is the medium. As much as the phone is a powerful tool, it's one of our worst enemies if you don't control it well. Distractions. If you are reading, where are you supposed to be? What time of the day do you read and understand? You need to know that. As a student, I read overnight. And then the next morning I will join the noisemakers in the class. Life is all about strategies. What's your strategy? Some people will be in that noisy class and they will be reading and they will assimilate. True or false? Some people will play music and they will be reading and they will assimilate. True. If you put me in between music, I can't understand again. So understand yourself and know what you want to do. Avoid distraction. Number 3, break tasks into smaller. What am I doing now? What am I doing tomorrow? What am I doing next week? We're talking about how to, overcome procrastination. If you chunk everything together, you are going to get overwhelmed. Am I making sense? Are you getting value? Please, use the time blocking or Pomodoro technique. That Pomodoro comes from a wall clock that is a clock that's shaped like a tomato shape. It's a Latin or Greek word. And the technique is every 25 minutes. I do a lot of reading, writing. I sit down a lot. So after every 25 minutes, you need to stand up. You need to take a walk. You need to take a break. It helps you. For those that sit a lot, for those of you that maybe you are in a desk doing something long, after 25 minutes, you can set your alarm. So after that 25 minutes, you just take a walk. And then come back. It helps you like you are recalibrating so that you won't get overwhelmed. Next slide, please. The shift, building momentum. So, the energy created by consistent, purposeful action is what momentum is. We see a lot of physics. Meanwhile, is it physician or physicist they call them? Physicist. Yeah. When I wrote that book, Overcoming Inertia, I'm not a science student, funny enough. When I wrote that book, I heard it when I was batting. Never heard the word before. Even when I wrote the book, everybody, what's inertia? What's inertia? What's inertia? Never had the name before. I heard inertia, and I wrote it down, and I went back to bat. Was when I started digging up the wall that I knew that, this is me. I was creating a course, sir, and I was looking for a name. And all about the course is dealing with inertia. Taking action, executing. So I think from the place of request and prayer that, what should I name this course? That's where the name dropped. And I said, let me go and check for the meaning. And voila, this is it. That's why I titled the book Overcoming Inertia. So for you to overcome inertia, there's something you need to build. Momentum. Energy created by consistent, purposeful action. You can't read today and not read tomorrow. You can't show up today in class and not show up tomorrow. If you are a content creator, you can't create today and then wait till 1 year time. What is it that you are doing? What do you have in your hand that you are doing that you are not doing consistently? You will still be in that place of rest. Purposeful. That thing you are doing, is it geared towards the purpose? Do you have a goal for it? It has to be purposeful. You have to target it towards something. So the process from moving from inertia to momentum, I talk about start small before. Take the first step. The truth is, if you don't take the first step, you will never take any step. True or false? And the first step is the hardest. To wake up to start that book, start that thing that you want to do, is the hardest. Build habits. Consistency creates progress. If you are consistent about something, before you know it, you become good at it. The final one there is action fuels momentum. So when you do this thing today and you get it right, what happens? You want to retry it. You want to replicate success. That is how I started from one to another. Oh, this formula is working. And anytime I have the chance, I used to say this. Success is replicable. Success has a formula. Once you derive that formula and get it, the way it's working for you, you can use it to go to another climb and replicate that same success. So it comes from consistency. Next slide, please. It comes from that action, everyday action, that thing that you need to do every day. Next slide. So how to build momentum? Momentum is the force that makes progress easier as you move forward. So first is first is build confidence. And I just shared that confidence comes from where? Knowing. Have you forgotten? Knowledge. If you are good with the subject, if they ask you to come and speak about it, you will bounce out. So you know why some people are afraid to raise their hand, to talk, to speak in public, because they don't know. So once you know, you start building your confidence. Number 2, reduces procrastination. So if you're able to build your momentum, that means you are always in a state of what? If you are not in a state of rest, you are in a state of motion. So you're always moving. You're always doing something. You start building your momentum. You start moving. It creates a cycle of motivation. Like the question I asked those teenagers, when you score A in a course, what happens to you? You get fired up. You are happy. You want to do more. You want to go and write the next test. How many A people do we have here? So when have you been in that state? So for those that raised up your hand, have you been in that state when you get to an exam hall and you see your script and you start smiling? You just start smiling because what? This is A. This is A. In that same class. Some people are frustrated already. Some people are asking questions already. And you are smiling. What makes the difference? Preparation. In life, you have to be prepared. All these things are what will prepare you. Next slide. Momentum transfers effort into exponential growth. So you're doing momentum. You are gaining momentum every day. Every speaker you're going to hear from today, no one is someone that is not doing well. No one is a fluke. They are all masters in their own right. If not, they will not be standing on this stage. But if you ask them, how did you get here? They understand some of these things I'm saying. Yes or no, sir? Ma. Hello, sir. Welcome. You understand some of these things I'm saying, right? And you will hear them repeat some of these things I'm saying. Next slide, please. Unleashing your potentials. 3 steps. Very quick steps. Number 1, your vision. Define your vision. Some people don't have vision. Why? What's your why? Set a compelling goal. What excites me about this challenge? The truth is, the reason why some of us are not getting up to pursue that dream, we are not excited about it. If you are excited about your dream, you want to pursue it with all vigor to ensure that you get it. Am I right? Because that will give you sleepless nights. Imagine a Ronaldo. I mean CR7. Right? Have you seen where he's training? Have you seen those videos of his training and all that? You think he's somebody that will just be sleeping till 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock? Compelling, and he's excited about it. Forget about the money. He's been excited since before he became rich. Am I right or wrong? So you need to be excited about your goal. Action. Break goals into manageable steps. I talked about that already. You just have to break your goals. If not, you will be overwhelmed. Growth. Reflect, adapt, celebrate small win. Leverage on feedback. Some people don't like feedbacks. If you're here and you are selling a product or anything you're doing to serve people, be open to feedback. I bought something for someone lately and I was giving her a sincere feedback. Do you know the person became angry? That person is not ready for growth. You are not ready for growth. When somebody gives you a feedback about your product, thank the person. The person likes you. Because the person is not coming from a place of, I hate you. It's a place for someone to buy your product, the person likes you. So if the person gives you a feedback that, I don't like this thing about your product, I think you should improve on this point and this point, and then you should thank the person instead of flaring up, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. I think I'm rounding up. Has it changed it? Okay, creating accountability systems. Now, some of us are not accountable to anybody. You just wake up and you live your life the way you want to live it. For you to overcome inertia, overcome procrastination, you need to become accountable. And I wrote down 5 different ways you can become accountable. Number one, find an accountability partner. It can be your reading partner. It can be a church member. It can be your friend. But it has to be someone of like mind. You can't go and get, you are a serious student that is reading to pass your exam. You go and carry the person that is going to club. What is it like about the two of you? The person will drag you back. So you have to look for someone with like mind, someone that is going to your direction to have that kind of partnership with. Use tools and systems to track. There are different tools online that can wake you up to read, can check your weight, can, different things. It depends on the goal you are pursuing. Then the right tools. There are a lot of them online that you can easily download. Create consequences and reward. If I don't do this thing, I must not watch TV. It's a consequence. For young people, we love, what are the names of the shows? Big Brother Africa. What are the names? Because I don't follow your TV anymore, so I don't know the names. It can be even news, oh. There was one time, you can be intelligently or productively unproductive. Let me put it that way. There was one time I was a news freak from CNN to Al Jazeera, from Al Jazeera to Arise TV to CNN, and I found out that, wait, am I a journalist? What am I finding looking for morning till night? I'm talking about 7 o'clock, you are in the 7 a.m. show, you are the 9 o'clock, you go to the View, what's your view? Those ladies, and before you know it is evening, you start on politics today. I say, wait, excuse me, where am I going with all this news and information? What if you use that 1 hour to read a book? What if you pump that 1 hour into that thing, that goal you are pursuing? So let's know that even if it's not Telemundo, you can be watching TV or Jesus movie and get lost as well. Create consequences. So you must, if I'm not doing this, if I've not done it, that's why Juka Planner can help you. If I have not done these 2 things, I will not move to the next thing. I will not call my friends. I will not pick up my phone. There must be consequences if you really need to achieve that goal. Join a group or community. How many of you belong to maybe a reading community? You're reading together, you're writing together, you're in school together. Please join a community of like minds as well, where they can hold you accountable. Share your goals publicly. There was one time for those of you that follow me online, I was doing a weight loss journey. I had to post my daily, so I had a 10,000 steps target every day. I had to post my everyday work on my status. Accountability. So if I don't post it, I'm going to say, oh, today you didn't. People will hold you accountable. Oh, you didn't post today. That means you didn't do your work. I'll say, oh, I forgot, I did it. Then I'll post it. Guess what? I shed weight from 95 kg to 76. As little as that seemed. So when you're writing goals, hope you know you have your health goals, financial goals, relationship goals. So I hope you know that. You spread it and you see how you can achieve each and every one. Next, please. How to build habit for success. Start small. Most of the times when we start big, you just want to arrive big. No patience, this generation. Calm down. Be calming down. Start small. The journey of 1,000 begins with 1. From 1 you go to 2, 2, 3, and then you start climbing. Any journey that you just start, when you see someone Why do you think Yahoo boys fail? Why do you think they fail? They move somebody, I like that. They move from 0 to 100. And you know, by moving like that, you've not learned some things, no experience. You don't know how to handle money. No process. So when the success comes, all you know and understand is gyration. And before you know it, they start selling those things that they bought already. So be consistent. I talked about that before. Every day you need to be consistent about that particular goal. Use triggers and cues. There should be something that would trigger you for you to know. There should be a cue. What triggers you? What are the things something that can sound for you to know that it's time for me to do this? You need to set things that will put you in motion. Focus on identity, not just goals. What's your identity? What are you trying to become? Who is your mentor? Who do you want to be like? I call myself, I am Joyce to the world. When I started calling myself that name, I didn't have an international passport. Hello? So apart from Australia, is Australia a continent? I think I've traveled the other continents of the world. Apart from Australia. Yeah, rounding up now. So, how did that start? Because I had an identity of what I wanted to become and where I wanted to go. Celebrate wins, acknowledge your achievement. If you achieve something, please celebrate yourself. I'm big on celebrating small wins. That thing that you achieved today, announce. If you don't blow your trumpet, nobody will blow it for you. You have to blow your trumpet. What have you done so far? And you know, in this day of social media, you have to tell the world, what have you done? Post it. Don't be ashamed. If you achieve anything, post it. Let the world know that this is what I have done. I'm not saying you should go and rest, but let's celebrate yourself for doing that thing. You were able to write a book today. Treat yourself. If maybe I make a sale or there's something I said, I can take myself out. Do you take yourself out? Be waiting for somebody to take you out, especially the ladies. Reward yourself, share the win, reflect on your progress, give yourselves permission to enjoy the moment. Next slide. I think I'm rounding up. Okay, so I just wrote, as I was trying to round up my session this morning, these are some of my books and the things that I do in my academy. I just wrote some things down as I round up. I wrote here that you can't increase in quantity and quality at the same time. Please write that down. It's step by step. So start from quality. That's value. Your value will increase. Once you increase your quality, your value will increase. Next thing I wrote is strive to journey to the mountain, guys. Life in the valley is full of confusion and frustration. It's not easy to get to the top of the mountain. It's not easy to get to the top. Ask them. But if you want to remain at the bottom, the crowd is too much. There's a lot of frustration. There is no money. There is confusion. So strive to climb that mountain one day at a time. Where you are located in life is your price. You. You have to go and listen to them again. So finally, your dream or your goal, or something that is supposed to take you to your destination, do you know you can start all over again? For some of you that have lost money, lost dreams, or lost people that were supposed to help you get to the top, do you know you can start all over again and rebuild that dream and get to the mountain top? With these few words of mine, I hope I've not wasted your time. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Pastor Zubi. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, all right. Thank you so much. Please give Dr. Joyce Ubosu a big round of applause. How was that session? Awesome. So what did you learn? I learned a lot, because I was paying attention. So what did you learn? How to overcome procrastination. So how do you overcome procrastination? Just do it, right? Like Nike. Just do it. Okay, who learned something else? Because she covered quite a lot. One of the things I heard was location is not a disadvantage if you have value. Yeah. So for those who are jackpying, because they think that's where it's happening, I have no issues with that. But the question is, do you have value? Like the late Archbishop Benson Idahosa will say, a lizard in Nigeria cannot become an alligator in London or in US, right? If you're a lizard in Nigeria, you remain a lizard there. So the question is, do you have value? Because if you have value in Nigeria, you have value there. But if you don't have value in Nigeria, I mean, what's going to happen to you there? So thank you so much, Dr. Joyce Ubosu. Such an enlightening session. Thank you. So before we move forward, we would like to take a short time out for networking. Have you met the person sitting beside you? Remember what I said earlier? Yes. What did I say? You might be sitting beside who? Yes. Yes. Okay. So have you met the person? Have you met the person sitting behind you? We're going to take a short time. Ask them, what's your name? What do you do? Connect with them. Exchange numbers. Because you just cannot tell. Like I told you, you're just one network away from your next big break. So you always maximize, the opportunity to connect with people. Is that okay? Are we ready? Okay, so for the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, let's just mingle, connect with someone, and then we'll come back right away. Please get up. No, nobody should be sitting on your seat. Please stand up first. Let's start from there. Stand. Okay. So, what's the goal? Let's set a goal. How many people are we meeting? 5. 10. I like your 15. I like you guys. All right. So, go around, say hello to someone, meet someone. And remember what I said. We have vertical and we have horizontal. So our esteemed speakers are here and facilitators. Who says you cannot meet them? Me, I am going to meet them. Come, let me take you. Let's go and meet the speakers. Hi, good afternoon, sir. Wow, I've been looking forward to meet you. My name is Ifoma Okafor. I know you, don't worry. So you may introduce yourself. I'm excited. We need to have a conversation now because I follow what you do. And yes, so I am excited to connect with you. I'm a coach, a trainer to a corporate trainer, and then I do a lot of work in women in corporate. So I work with organizations to coach female high potential female entrepreneurs in business. meeting someone? Have you met someone?
Yes, ma'am.
How many have you met? All right. Can we reconvene and sit down? Hello, hello. Can we sit down, please? Your networking session. How many people did you meet? Did you meet someone in another sector outside your sector? Yes. Did you meet any of the speakers? Not, remember I told you, vertical and horizontal. And look, I know some of these facilitators. Outside here, it will be difficult to meet them. They are very busy. You know, so now that you have the opportunity, you better take advantage of it. I'm telling you. All right. Please give yourselves a speaker, someone I have immense respect for because I've followed his work for quite a while. And he wears several hats. But let me tell you what he's going to be sharing with us today. He's going to be sharing with us on mindful momentum, harnessing your inner strength. Remember, Dr. Joyce shared with us the managing director, POS Factory. Yes. He's also the co-founder of Australia, and he's the founder of Simeon Consulting. Commitment to magnifying organizations get the most out of themselves and help them life and well leadership vital, a professional from he's a member of the Nigeria Institute for Training and Development, NITAD. He's vice president, Life Coaches Association of Nigeria, ELCAN. He's a neuro-linguistic programming NLP practitioner. He's a doctoral student in business leadership at the Swiss Business School. He has a master's degree in business administration from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, where he specialized in human resource management. He has a BSc in accounting from Olabisi Onabonjo University, Agoiwoye. He's an extra value professional from Harvard Associates. As a business consultant, he managed numerous businesses and performance improvement projects in all industries, and he consistently helps organizations plan and implement strategic plans through yearly retreats, training, and deployment of performance management systems and organizational culture optimization. Okay, so it's longer than this, but please join me as we welcome Mr.
Please, let me take this in away. Please, can we take this in away? Thank you. All right, so it was becoming too much. Please put your hands together for her too. Please, you can help us take this desk away. One thing I can assure you of is the fact that there was a time where I didn't have a profile. And I'm saying that with all sense of responsibility, so that you would know that you have the capacity to do that. I remember practically. Please, how many minutes do I have? Okay. I remember practically when I used to read the profile of Lanre Olushola. I don't know how many of you know him. When I used to read the profile of Deton Ogo, Deton is on my board, I would sit down and read their profile, and I would enjoy it. And I would say, wow. That was, I was 28, 29. And I would look at this profile, and I would say to myself, one day, they will be reading my profile, and it will be as long as this. I remember very well, I was 28. I will read the profile of Dr. Sam Adeyemi. I would say to myself, Dr. Sam is 40 years old, and he has run this stuff for 12 years. That means he was 28 when he started, so I'm 28 too. Is not, I can actually start now. I can remember clearly. And I said all of that to make you understand that if you don't have such a profile, it's not a problem. There was a time where there was nothing in the profile. The only thing there, BSc accounting. So everything you've seen, you've heard, is built intentionally over a period of time. And it is not built by money. It is not built because my father has anything. No, it is built because of what he said, a vision. It was clear that I want to go somewhere. So, good afternoon, everybody. It's the afternoon or morning. Pastor Zed, thank you for doing this again. It's not easy to put a program together like this. Please put your hands together for our host. Please, can you stand up? Let's appreciate him. Appreciate him. He's behind, hiding somewhere there. Please put your hands together for him. I hope you know that all these things cost money. Money costs money. Thank you, sir. Please sit down. Thank you for all you do. And the reason I did that is because I'm a product of conferences. I'm a product of conferences. I will go to every single conference available. I will write I went for platform over and over and over again. I would listen to Bikuma Woshika. Everywhere there's a conference on how you can make it, what you can do to grow, I will be there. I will sit right in there. And I learned. So I'm a product of a lot of conferences. And to my fellow speakers, good to see you all again. Good afternoon. Good to see you all. Good afternoon. I'm sure you will learn a lot from them. And so that I can eat at night, my beautiful wife is here with me. I don't always have the privilege of having her sit right here. You know, when I get home, I'm not a speaker, I'm not a trainer, I'm not a consultant. I'm baby, you know. And we've been married for 16 years, and and it feels like 2-3 years. We're young, we're not old, so when I say 16, doesn't mean that it's been a long time. We got married in 2008. Yeah. We dated while we were in school. I met her in 100 level. So, yeah. Shoti rinsing. Is it Shoti rinsing? Yeah. I met her in 100 level, and I started asking her out at that time. And it took a long time before she understood what I was saying. And we've stayed together. So 16 years plus 8 years. That means I've known her for 24 years of our little life. And I'm not old, please. I'm just 44. So, means that. Right. So, you're going to hear a lot today. And what I want to talk to you about is particularly very important because it is not what is popular out there. Harnessing strength within, right? Mindful momentum. So on a daily, there are challenges out there on a daily basis. We have people who are trying to eat and drink, who are finding survival. They just want to survive. And that's a big problem for them. And I can understand that. We have people who are struggling to even pay school fees, right? I was telling someone yesterday that my mother spent 1 year to put together my WAEC fee. Because I was telling the person about my son's IGCSE exam and the price. I said, why is it so expensive? I said, well, but our time too, it was expensive because I remember that my mother started Ajo Thrift. You know what they call Ajo, right? She started it this year because she was planning that when I'm going to pay for WAEC next year, she was going to be the last person to pack and then she would pay. So there are people who are struggling to eat and drink as we speak right now. And that's just one phase. There are other people who are struggling because they have marital issues. And for them, marriage is a terrible place and they wish they are not in it, right? But there are some other people who are already married. But their own problem is that they need to give birth to children. And it's been pain. They are waiting and waiting and waiting. And then there are other people who have given birth to children, and the children is their pain. And sometimes they would wish they never have such a child, because I've had to deal with a lot of children doing drugs, and their parents are just perplexed and helpless. We have challenges of people who would like to be married, right? But we also have challenges of people who are married, and all they want right now to say that they are living a good life is what? Is to be divorced. Are we getting it? We have challenges of students sitting here, and maybe you thought you were going to be in, 2-1 or 2-2, but right now you're probably on pass, or you have a lot of carryovers, and it's a lot of challenge. You understand? People like us, I didn't care what I was getting in school. I think it was because I already understood some things I'm going to say today before I got into the university. And so 2-1 and 2-2, all of those things didn't really mean so much to me. Let's just pass through this place and go and do life. Are we getting it? And I can remember clearly that I will be playing music because I'm a drummer, and my wife today will be wondering why I would prefer to go and do rehearsal than come for test. Because I knew certain things. Please go for your test too, so don't get me wrong. Go for your test. But I knew certain things about life. I finished secondary school at age 16, and I didn't get to university till 20. So 4 years spent hustling, right? Working as office assistant, playing music everywhere, just trying to. And those years, I was telling my wife some weeks ago, I said, if our son finishes next year, I might need him to stay home for 1 year because he cannot finish school at 15 plus and then go to the university. It seemed to me like he's not done yet. You understand what I'm saying? So I would like him to go to the office, to carry photocopy paper, to do certain things before he goes to school. So maybe because I had all of those experiences on the road, in the street, it didn't matter to me, because I knew at that time that this thing that we are reading is not what's going to determine everybody's success in life. I knew at that time. I knew. And now we can see it clearly. But education is good. Please have it. Are we getting it? And so I laid out all of these challenges for you to understand that everybody is going through one challenge or the other. And as we do, everybody is looking for a solution. How do I solve this problem? Where do I get strength? And because of that, people are distracted from what real strength is. And so everybody is looking for money. Right? Because if you have money is good. Because if you have money, even the book Good says was, it answered all things. You see, and people are looking for money a lot. In order to live this beautiful life. And please, I work, I make a lot of money, please do. But I've also had the privilege of being a life coach and sit with people who have a lot of money and who are living a very terrible life. Meaning that they have money, but they are depressed and sad. And so, if you are thinking that by the time you have all the money that you need, everything will just fine. Everything will just be fine. Please, that's not it. I'm not saying don't pursue the money. I'm saying be aware now that even when I have all the money, it doesn't mean that everything will be fine. Because today, there are people like that. They have a lot of it. They are sad and depressed. One of my most expensive courses is the Purpose Alignment Program. And I did it in a cheap way recently. The Purpose Alignment Program, I do it for people. I do it one-on-one. This last one, the one I did in December, is the first time I'll do it for a group of people. It's one-on-one. Why is it expensive? It is the wealthy that come for it. You know why? They've now made all the money that they needed to make, and then realize that there's still no fulfillment. Now they are looking for something. That they thought that if I get to this place, I'll find fulfillment. But they've gotten there and they realize something is missing. And then they come for the Purpose Alignment Program, and then we find what is missing, that void, and then we block the void. Now, please, you have to look for money, so don't get my message wrong. What do I mean? You have to work hard and have something, value. You need to pay school fees, you need to pay rent, you need to wear good clothes, right? So it's important, but I'm saying that beyond that, because if you, in the midst of all the challenges that you're going through now, if you think that getting that money is a solution, it will be a solution, but it will not be a complete solution. The same thing, if you are breaking down right now, you are breaking under the fact that you're not on first class, or you're not on 2-1, or you're in third class. If you are breaking under it right now, it is okay to manage that breakage, right? So that you can even get a higher grade. But let me tell you something. There are people who have those higher grades and they have nothing to show for it. They have nothing to show for it. I want to talk to you about strength from within. And so, yes, you can be a first-class student and it can open doors for you. But you can also be a first-class student and it does nothing for you. I'm sure you've seen online and you heard stories of people who came out with first class and they are doing nothing. Are we getting it? And so, what am I trying to say? I'm linking the solutions that people think is the final solution to the challenges that people have to show that what people call final solution is actually not the final solution. It's just like the people who are trying to get married by force. I know a lot of young people, ladies, who are in their late 20s, early 30s, late 30s, who really want to be married. And that's very important, right? But I also need to remind them that if marriage is what defines a good life, then everybody who is married is supposed to be having what? A good life. And is that the reality? If first class is what defines a good life, then everybody with first class in the university are supposed to be having what? A good life. Is that the reality? Now, I'm trying to show you that it is possible that the strength that you are looking for, first class, marriage, that strength is not the strength that will give you the fulfillment and the joy and the real success that you want. That's what I'm trying to show you here. But you have to look for those things all the same. You have to get married. You have to come up with good grades. But beyond that, there's more. And if you know those more, it will be important at this time of your life to know them. Right? So if marriage defines success, then every married person is supposed to be happy. Right? If military might defines what makes a country strong, Russia should have finished Ukraine by now. Why is Ukraine still standing? There's a bit more. There's a bit more. And you have to look for those, more. So it then begins to bring to question, what is that thing? What is that thing that is more that we all need? What is that thing that helps me to live a good life and get all that I want? And while getting all that I want, I'm living a good life. Because some people, the journey to all that they want is a terrible journey. They finally land in all that they want, and they then realize, okay, now what? But the life is not here. The life is in the journey. The life is where? In the journey. By the time you land at 60 years old and you have all you want, meanwhile, between 20 and 60 years old, it's been a miserable life. Depressed, worry, struggle, and then you land here. What life have you lived? Miserable, struggle life. So you have to understand certain things, that strength is not all that people are chasing out there. No. Marriage is good, but marriage is not the strength of your life. Money is good, but money is not just the strength of your life. There are a bit more. And so when we begin to talk about strength, we begin to ask ourselves questions. Why will America go to Iraq? Because they think there's weapon of mass destruction in Iraq. And now they spent up to $2 trillion between that time and now, and they didn't find any weapon of mass destruction. Now, did they have military strength? Yes. Did they have financial strength? Yes. But what made them make that mistake? Because the world will say today that it was because they invaded Iraq that all of these other terrorists grew up. What made them make that mistake? It's the inner strength of someone at that particular point in time. As far as I'm concerned, George Bush made a mistake. The day he stood up and said, this is war, he decided we're going to fight without real data. And they got to Iraq and they didn't find anything. It was a waste. So what really is strength? What kind of strengths are available to us out there? Money is strength. Marriage is strength. First class is strength. But guess what? They are all external strength. And I've come to realize that every external strength that you have will depend on your internal strength to find beautiful flavor. Every external strength that you have. What is the worth of a lot of money around you without personal discipline? And that's why if we give today somebody who does not have financial discipline, if we give him $1 billion today, that $1 billion is going to reduce to where his capacity to manage money. It is the day that he has spent that money to 1.5 million, he will now wake up. Because that's where his discipline lies. What is strength? Every time we talk about strength, we're talking about your capacity to resist a force, whatever kind of force it is. We're talking about your capacity to withstand pressure, whether it is internal, whether it is external. We're talking about your capacity to be able to handle certain kind of stress. So if we say that this wall is strong, it is because when you put a force on the wall, what does it do? It stands. When you put pressure upon it, what happens? It stands. And you say, wow, that wall is strong. When do we say you are strong? Is it when you have money? When do we say you are strong? Is it when you have marriage? When do we say you are strong? We say you are strong when pressure of marriage comes upon you and you are able to withstand it. Then you are strong. You are not strong because you got married. You are strong because you are able to manage the pressure of marriage. When do we say you are strong? Because you have money? No. We say you are strong when you are able to manage the pressure of managing the money itself. And so we need to begin to understand what strength is. I've given you some cases. So let me give you a business case. You know, I'm a businessman. So Kodak is a very big company. They're into all these cameras and all of that. And Kodak is strong because their names are out there. But the real strength, the real test of strength would come when it was time for them to switch to digital, and they didn't switch. And what has happened to them today, they're gone. So the real strength that you are looking for is not just in the activities that are happening on the outside. It is in what is happening on your inside. What is happening on your inside today? What is happening on your inside tomorrow? And so Will Smith is a strong guy. We can see all that he's done. But one day, his strength failed him because he didn't harness the inner strength at that time. And so somebody made a statement and made a jest about his wife, and then he stood up and he slapped the person. External strength. Because the internal strength could not hold him. And what has happened? 10 years ban from Oscar. It took him a while to bounce back. And I see a resilient guy. That means even in the midst of internal strength, you have to be careful because the day it fails you, it's going to affect a lot of things on your external. What is strength? And so strength is not in those external things that you're looking for. Strength is far on your inside. The capacity to withhold pressure. The day you are able to manage peer pressure, then you know that you are a strong person. The day that you are able to manage money pressure, there's money to be. You see, you have to understand that at every stage in life, your life will require your inner strength in order to do everything that you're doing. And so inner strength is that looking at that score and say, I'm on third class. Looking at it the next few months, I'm not going to be able to make 2-2. Now, that's a reality. But where is the strength? The strength to go back inside and say, yes, I'm going to come out with a third class, but I'm going to make the best out of life. Then you are talking to strength. Because there's nothing you can do practically about that third class anymore. It is late. Are we getting it? So what is financial success without internal discipline? What is positive? What is positional influence without integrity? You see, one of the challenges we have with people now is that they can get into position, but inner strength is integrity. And without that inner strength, what happens to them? They crack. And when we begin to say things like, before he got into politics or before he became a leader, he was not like that. No, he was like that. He didn't just know that. There was no test of his internal strength. Now there's a test of his internal strength, and then the success on the external is breaking. Let me borrow something from the good book so that you can understand deeply what I'm talking about. The good book says that when you faint in the day of adversity, what is small? Now, that statement is usually looked at in a very cheap way. And I'm going to break it down for you today so that you can understand. When you faint in the day of adversity, it is your strength that is small. It is not the adversity that is big. What does that mean? It means if your strength was big, you wouldn't have what? You wouldn't have fainted in the day of adversity. What does it mean to faint? I'm not talking about faint. The day Will Smith stood up and slapped somebody in Oscars, he fainted at that time. He cracked. In the midst of that adversity, he had small strength. It is not a game of adversity. It is a game of strength. Even the Bible had to teach it. Adversities are not big or small. The adversity that this lady is going through and this guy is going through does not determine what will happen in their life. It is the level of strength that will determine. That is why what is adversity to one person and breaking the person is the same adversity in somebody else's life, but the person is just treating it like that. Why? Because of the inner strength. So one woman has a child and the child is autistic. The other woman has a child and the child is autistic. One is trying to die. Hey, my child is autistic. What am I going to do? And the other is fine. Say, yeah, he's going to be fine. We're going to do everything around him. We're going to treat him the way he's supposed to be treated. We're going to learn. And one is breaking. The other is solid. But they are both in what? The same situation. So it is not for this life, it is not an adversity problem. It doesn't matter what your scores are right now. It doesn't matter what your business is right now. It is not an adversity problem. It's a challenge of strength. That is why the subject of that formula, when you faint in the day of adversity, is the focus on adversity? No. The focus is on strength. You fainted because your strength is small. So the bigger the strength, the smaller the adversity. And the smaller the strength, the what? The bigger the adversity. The next time you find yourself in the midst of a life challenge and a life adversity, no matter what it is, you are pregnant for the wrong person, you're married to somebody you don't like, your scores are low, no matter what it is, you use your hand to cause a problem, no matter what the challenge is, at the time you have to stand and say, yes, this is an adversity. Where's my strength? Where's my strength? And I'm going to show you those things called strength today. You know, when you think of strength, the first thing that comes to your mind is a tall guy who is huge, who has muscles, right? He has strength. That's what they say in Yoruba. That strength does not open the door. Once I have the key, I will open the door, and the person who is big and strong will not open the door. I got to know about this strength thing as I got to GSS 3. You know, people like us that are small, there are some things that we get cautious of very fast. One of them is height. When you are small, you become conscious of height very fast. Everybody around you is tall and big. Only you are always in front of the line. Every time you are queuing, I'm always in front. And I started getting conscious of height and muscles. Started eating beans a lot because I wanted to be tall. By the way, it doesn't work. Just to remind you, just in case you are eating beans too. And then I started wondering, why am I the one that is small? But then something started to dawn on me. I am the one debating for the entire school. And I'm small. I was the first person to get a prefect role, timekeeper. But I'm small. I know a lot of maths. I do maths for a lot of people, but I'm small. Then I started, okay, so this small size is not disturbing anything. Then I started to notice small presidents. And I started to notice small leaders. And I started to notice people who are, man, I tell my son, my second son is a small size, right? And I started telling him, look at that president, look at his size. He's not by size. So I started to notice all of that on time. So it's not, when we say strength, it's nothing on the outside. And I started to notice people who are tall at that time that are dumb in my class. This one is tall now, but he doesn't know anything. How can he be tall like this and he doesn't know anything? I started to notice those things fast. Again, because of what? Because of my size. So you begin to understand what strength is. Right? When you have talent and you don't have humility, where is the strength? You're beginning to understand what strength is right now. Imagine somebody that is very talented and they're everywhere. And they are talking to you, you can't understand. They're advising you, you can't understand. You don't have strength. You will go out there to break. You will go out there to break. I'm getting it. People who have knowledge. It's in knowledge is strength. You have knowledge, you don't know how to manage your emotions. Anything your emotions say you should say, you say it. Anything you say you should do anywhere, you do it. There's no strength. It's strength on the outside, but on the inside there's no strength. What is physical strength without self-control? You know, the other day I was thinking about this thing. And I was asking myself, what is the advantage of physical strength in this life? Anybody, have you ever thought about it before? What's the advantage of physical strength? To carry a bucket of water? To fight for your children? How many times are you going to fight for your children in this life with physical strength? To break doors open? What is physical strength without self-control? What is physical strength? So I'm looking at strength versus strength. You begin to realize that self-control is the real strength. That humility is the real strength. You have knowledge, but managing your emotion is the real strength. See people with charisma, they are everywhere. They're everywhere, but everybody's looking at them as fake. There's no authenticity. Everything is facade. Not the real strength. You don't begin to understand that if you're in the midst of a challenge, you have to ask yourself, what is the real strength in this life? When I started to grow and I was going to get married, I started to get consciousness that what are the things that make people successful in life? What are the things that make people successful in life? I will go to a conference. I will be expecting to hear big things that will make me successful. By the time I leave the conference, it's the same thing they are saying. It's the same thing they are saying. You will see a big topic. I will go to that conference thinking that I will hear some very, very powerful things. It's the same thing they are saying. It then started to dawn on me that what makes people highly successful is on the inside. Where is the power of a car? It's on the inside. Where is the strength of this building? It's on the inside. You look at a lion and they look at a giraffe. The giraffe is so tall. The lion is so small there. Where is the strength of the lion? It's on the inside. The strength of anything is on the inside of the thing. It's not what you see on the outside. So what's on your inside? Your capacity is not size. Your capacity is mind. The size of your mind. The size of your mind. So the strength of the outside, money, marriage, position, all of those strengths will require the strength of the inside to find expression. I mean positive expression. Positive expression. When a tree stands and the winds blow and the tree is still standing, is it because of the branches? Why? It is because of what? The roots. It's solid. If you want to be a solid person, you have to be solid in your mind. So let me tell you a secret today. What makes people successful? Most of those things are in their mind. Opportunities exist, parental opportunities, parental positioning, those things exist. But even people who have it will break it if they are not strong in their mind. They will destroy it. So you first have to understand that everything that I need to have a good life, to have a successful life, is what is happening on my inside, on my mind. That's where real strength is. I have a podcast. If you go on Google, just type The Paradox of Strength, Enahoro. Okay, just Google it. Podcast, The Paradox of Strength. I spoke about some of these things there because that's where the real strength is. So when you are running around and trying to do business, trying to go, just remember that they said my real strength is on my inside. So what do you carry on your inside? That's where your strength lies. What's your meaning? When people come for our emotional intelligence course and on the first day we tell them nothing means anything except the meaning that you give to it. And we give them 1 hour to go and think about the statement. And they begin to realize, nothing means anything except the meaning I give to it. They begin to realize that there are fights, there are terrible marriage, where they define their success. Everything is tied to their what? Meaning. And so I'm going to encourage you to go for a lot of programs like this, to read a lot of books. Because programs like this and books, what do they build? They build your inner strength. I was running a purpose alignment program last week. We're in class. And all of a sudden, the lady said, Mr. Naura, I get it now. If you understand your purpose and you pursue your purpose, you will not compare yourself with any other person in life. And if you don't compare yourself with people in life, you will find peace where other people find trouble. Now, that peace is strength. But where did she get that understanding? Because she came for knowledge. So you have to learn a lot of things. And you have to unlearn a lot of things. So what are the things that will give you strength? And so I'm going to begin to help you see some things, and I want you to write them down. That's why I actually have my phone, so that I'm not just talking generally. Right? I'll give you another story. So, when I started consulting, my mentor is Kunle Shorion, Ola Kunle Shorion. I would be seeing a lot of people online. They went for this program, they spoke in this place, their Facebook, See how are these people doing it? They are online, they are everywhere. I didn't know that my own mentor, what he was giving me was the real strength of a consultant. Guess what? The first book he gave me, How to Make It Big as a Consultant. That book is old. As I was reading the book, I will see where he was ruling. When you see where your mentor ruled in a book, what would you do to that place? You focus on it. But the people that I was looking at some people on the internet. Go speak in this place. Me, nobody's calling me to come and speak. In fact, I didn't have any experience. No experience. And I think I said it last year. No experience. I just tried to get a job and tried to get a job and tried to get a job and nobody could employ me. They said, no, we're not employing you. Eventually, I had to start on my own. It's okay. If they don't want to employ me, what do I do now? Why do they want to employ me? Because I was showing strength too. Everywhere I went to, I showed confidence. But maybe I was overshowing it at that time. Yeah, because I will pass every interview, but they will just come back and say, you look like somebody that should start your own company. You know? Are you getting it? So we started. And after I started, all I did was to study and study and study. It was not social media first at that time. Now, where am I going with the story? By the time I got close to the people who were on social media, some of them didn't even have a registered company name. I had a registered company name. I had a website. I had started writing proposal. Guess what? By the time I got to their midst, I already had products. You know what they call product? That people can buy, CDs. My first product is the M Advantage, Leverage Advantage. Then I had another product, Emotional Intelligence for Life and Living. And they were wondering, guess what? I had an office. They didn't have an office. They have no structure. But on the outside, what did it look like? It looked like a lot of things they were doing. But on the inside, my mentor was grinding me with knowledge. So you have to be careful what you think is the strength of life. You see, your real strength, you will know that you have strength. If I take everything away from you and you can still stand and start again, then you know you have the strength. Because the strength is what? On my inside. If you take everything that I have from me today and just bring me as I am and drop me back into the world, I will start again. Because I will understand that patience is stronger than hurry. How many of you are in a hurry to make it? You know it's good to make it. What did I just say? Patience is what? We're talking about strength. Let's go, let's do it. Let me make it. That looks like strength. You realize that patience is stronger than hurry. All you need to do is to make haste, but be patient. Because my mentor will say to me, you know what that means? It will all become one. Step by step. Preset by preset. And he will say it over and over again. I'm looking at my time. Are we getting it? 5 minutes? Okay. Let me look for the ones that are important to you. Silence is better than noise. We're talking of strength. You want to do something, you've made noise everywhere. You never start. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Maybe build the thing. Calm down. Easy. That's why they say the empty barrel makes what? You see some people, they are calm. They're just taking their things easily, step by step. Easy. Calm down. Begin to count it gradually. You're not in a race with anybody. Stop looking at your friends. Stop looking at what they are doing on social media. No, you're not in a race with anybody. You are not giving birth to at the same time. You did not go to the same school. Even if you went to the same school, you don't have the same brain. You don't have the same blood. You don't have the same gene. You don't have the water flowing in your brain. You're not in a race with anybody. In fact, the reason why you're in a race with them is because they're around you. If they travel now, you don't hear from them from the next 5 years, you will stop being in a race with them. It is the proximity that is causing the race. Stop. Say, look at what that neighbor is doing. We will never do our own. When they move out of that neighborhood and you don't see them again, you will not compare yourself with them. It's proximity. Now they cause them. You are doing see finish for yourself. Don't compare yourself with anybody. Understanding is stronger than argument. So you're in a discussion with people, it's as if it's strength when you argue. That's not strength. Easy. Understanding. Try and understand what the other person is saying and ask yourself, is there a need to even be in this argument? So in the midst of a lot of things going on in the office where you are working, everybody is arguing, and then you chill And you say to yourself, understanding is stronger than argument. What are you trying to say? You understand that one? What are you trying to say? You understand? What are you trying to say? After a while, they'll begin to say, you know he doesn't argue with anybody. All he does is understanding. And one day when somebody is going to choose a leader, say, you know, that one that's always trying to understand everybody, let him be the one to lead. I give you another one. Consistency. Consistency is stronger than intensity. Have you seen anybody who goes to the gym and wants to carry everything at once? He carries it the first day and the second day, he breaks for the next 2 weeks. It's intensity. But there's somebody that's been coming and doing small over the last 3 years, and the person is healthy. It's not what you want to do at once. No. It's what you do consistently over the years that determines what you are going to achieve. Strength. Adaptability is stronger than rigidity. Everything will not go the way you've planned. The person who is flexible enough to switch when it's time to switch, to adjust when it's time to adjust, that's the person that will move forward. Not the person who says, this way I'm going to. Any other thing I cannot see again. Hey, focus. You know there's blindness of focus. I hope you know that. The closer I am to you and give more focus, the more I don't see what is happening around me anymore. I will focus on you so much I'm lost. Because I lose my peripherals. I would have loved to build all of these things. Presence is stronger than ambition. Presence. You know what presence is and ambition is? Ambition is where I'm going. Presence is where I am. The gratefulness of where you are is more important than the worry of where you are going to. You're just worried about the future. Whereas you are lost. You can't even count the blessings of today, which build resilience for tomorrow. You can't even see everything. When people come for one-on-one coaching around me and they complain about everything that is not working in their life, when they are done, I ask them one simple question. I say, what is working? Because they are blind from what is working. Most times, there's so many things working in your life than the things that are not working. But you see that one that is not working. Where's the young girl that is not married? Just that marriage is catching her life. Meanwhile, she's growing at work. Her account is growing. Focus on growth. Don't worry, the man will come. For some people, everything is working. It's just out of 5 children, 1 child is giving them a problem. And they are suffering emotionally. What of the beauty of the remaining 4? What of the success of the remaining 4? Why get lost in this one and make your life so miserable as if nothing is working? Wisdom is stronger than knowledge. Wisdom is stronger than knowledge. Knowledge is on you. Everybody knows you can quote. Everybody knows you can say that. Everybody knows you can. You've read a lot of books. But what are you doing with everything that you've learned? That's where wisdom comes. The application of knowledge. Courage is stronger than comfort. Let me quickly break that to you. The courage to try to get into the unknown place is stronger than the comfort of remaining in a known place. You know the comfort of remaining in a known place is you don't want to try anything new. This one way I don't do, you don't do. No, but you need the courage to step into the unknown. So courage in this sense is better than what? It's better than comfort. Forgiveness is better than revenge. Write that down. Forgiveness is better than revenge. For some of you, you just have to let some things go. That's where the real strength is. You know, revenge is like you have power. I will do my own back. I will show. Hey. What are you going to gain from it? You think that's strength? No. If you look at everything I'm saying, the other side looks like strength. But it's an irony. The real strength is in what I'm telling you about life. Listening is stronger than speaking. Listening is stronger than speaking. Shh. Listen. These are the real strengths of life. If we had a day, we'll break them down so much. Balance is stronger than extremes. Write that down. You know what extremes are? I'm a choleric. I get things done. No, you have to balance it. You are in your marriage. I say, I don't like everywhere scattered. I don't like everywhere scattered. No, what if your children start scattering everywhere? That's the attitude of children. So you stay on an extreme, you will finish those children. Take confidence out of them. Balance. Balance. You can't be all choleric. You can be choleric and you can be sanguine or melancholic at the same time. Yeah. There's no such thing like, no, you can't. Come on. Anything you say you cannot, go and check. When push comes to shove, you can. Balance. Balance. You cannot be so empathetic and not stand your ground. Are we getting it? You cannot stand your ground and not be empathetic. Balance. Someday you shift here. Other days you shift here. And if you're a Christian, you know that there was a day Jesus scattered everywhere, but there were days where he was so empathetic. Are we getting it? Compassion is stronger than authority. Compassion is stronger than authority. For those of you that are leaders, the leadership position gives you authority, but your compassion will determine how well you use it. So the leadership position is strong, Abi. It's strong, but we're talking about the real strength. You're going to be working with people. How much compassion do you have? Are we getting it? Awareness is stronger than action. And let me explain that. Before you do anything, how much awareness do you have about what is going on? How many of you have taken action before in a hurry? Because you want to act, you want to say your own, and then you finish saying it. Just as you said it, or just as you acted, you realize that, I shouldn't have. You know why? You didn't get into awareness. And awareness is an internal thing. Action is an external thing. Awareness is understanding what is going on that cannot be seen. Awareness is stepping into the house and realizing everywhere is scattered. Instead of acting, you realize, you know at that time that, and I'm irritated, though, everywhere is scattered. That's awareness. Have you done anything? No. That awareness is stronger than the action that you're about to take. Unfortunately, you cannot see awareness. It's a realization. It's a state of mind. It's on the inside. Inner peace is stronger than external validation. Inner peace is stronger than what? You're waiting for somebody to tell you that you are doing well. Some people will never. They will see you like this. They will look at you like they will not tell you. Because they are not nice. And it's not everybody that's nice. They are not kind. Are we getting it? So, discipline is stronger than motivation. All right. So, as I leave you today, because of time, I need you to understand that what makes people successful is that the things that I've told you, and can I shock you? They are all free. They are all what? They are all free. You know what? You know what's beautiful about that? That means the most important things in life are free to everybody. And so if you want to build strength today, calm down. Begin to take these things little by little, one after the other. Don't be in a hurry to make it in life. You would make it honestly if you can take care of all of these things. Don't forget that when the tree stands and stands tall, it's not standing because of its branches. It's standing because the root is well penetrated into the soil. The strength of the tree is on the inside. Thank you very much, everyone.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Nahorog. Hi. How was that session? I'm seeing some people shaking their heads. How was it? Powerful. So many nuggets to take. Did you write down? Hey, you need to go and sit down with some of these things and just, reflect on them and begin to build them. He said something. All of them are free. All of these are free. Question, what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? Are you going to begin to build inner strength? Because that's what really counts at the end of the day, right? Please, let's say a big thank you to Mr. Inahoro again. Thank you so much. All right, so just for a brief, time, I'd like you to just follow us on social media, MBYY 2005, and then some of the things you've learned, those insights, do a post and then, post it with the hashtag MBYY2005. And 2025, thank you very much. And then please, just take a selfie with the person next to you. Post it with the message you've gotten, something you've learned today. We've had 2 powerful speakers already. We have many more. So, can we do that briefly in the next 2 minutes? Take a selfie. I'm not saying you taking selfies. Take a selfie with the person beside you or the person behind you. A quick selfie, and then post it. And post it with I'm at MBYY 2025. And this is what I've learned. It is inner strength that matters, not physical strength. What else have you learned today? Some people, the only thing they've learned today is the definition of inertia. Where is that, my friend? Who told us, who wanted to tell us all the laws of Newton's laws of motion? Where is he? Is it? Oh, thank you. He's still here. All right, so let's do that really fast as we get ready to welcome our MBYY 2025 or 2025 MBYY. That's the hashtag. Have you posted? Have you posted? Have you posted? Are you still posting? You're still posting, right? So just a few seconds more and then we'll move on. We have so much ground to cover today. How have the sessions been so far? Awesome. You are beginning to feel the heat, right? Are you beginning to get the sense that 2025 is going to be your best year yet? Are you starting to get that sense? Are you really, really getting into it? Yes, because that's what this is supposed to achieve, to help you make 2025 your best year yet. All right, so I would like to welcome our next speaker, someone I've also followed his work for a while. He's going to be speaking to us on transformative leadership, empowering you. And I'll quickly tell you about him. Dr. Emmanuel Taffa is a management consultant with over 16 years experience advising over 160 organizations across the private, public, and development sectors. His functional expertise spans strategy, corporate transformation, human capital, business process optimization, organizational redesign, public policy, internal revenue generation, technology, financial analysis and modeling, and marketing and sales. Okay, so I'll give you an abridged version of his own. Is almost as long as Mr. Enahoro's own. So I'll give you an abridged version. Emmanuel's industry advisory experiences cover fintech, edtech, financial services, healthcare, agriculture, health, education, energy, oil and gas, media and entertainment, telecoms. Are you seeing his wide capacity? Non-profits, public sector, hospitality, business services and retail, amongst others. He has also worked with several startups, enterprises, and organizations. So much to say, but please join me as we welcome Dr. Emmanuel Taffa to speak to us. Please give him a rousing applause. Very rousing applause.
right, thank you very much, everyone, and good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria. I can't hear you. Good afternoon. All right, it's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to first start by appreciating the convener, PZA. I don't know that corner, that angle 90. That specific, what specific title is best addressed on this platform? But we know him as PZA, the legendary PZA. That's Pastor Zuniabu. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Also, thank you to the organizers, the team, Dabrici, Favor, and other people I've been interacting with. And of course, to my fellow speakers, thank you very much for your inspiring talk. And ladies and gentlemen, now I have just 45 minutes, so I'll run through this very quickly. And I would like you to lend me your ears for the next few minutes. Now, if you pay attention by the grace of God, just like the other speakers have started, your life will not remain the same. Are we together? All right, so we'll just go straight right into it. I will, like the person presenting the slide, to listen to me, because I won't be saying next, and imagine what I'm saying and then use it to determine. Who is the person working with me on that? Good. So when I'm talking, you realize what I'm saying, you know I've moved on. I'm sure you get it, right? Fantastic. All right, I don't want this to be too much in front. Let me say this. I will share the slides with you, so don't be distracted, all right? So you have it, don't worry. I usually freely share my slides. When people ask, is it not intellectual property? I say, no, I'll share it, because I know they won't read it, so it's fine. Yeah, and you find out why they won't read it. Nobody has ever come and say, I looked at your slide, I had a question. You can't. And you find out why. Now, the things I'm going to say during this conversation, sometimes you have to explain to people on what authority you say these things, all right? So that's why the academia have professors, doctors, and so on, because it's a stamp of authority. So over the last 16 years, in March, I will be 17 years in consulting. And I've been doing the same thing for 17 years. I can't believe it, because I remember when I started, I was sitting next to people who had 9, 10, and it was looking like, wow, 10 years. And now it's like a joke, 17, you know. So currently, I'm transitioning to co-found a technology company that is focused on education technology. All right. Education technology, which is EdTech. But primarily, what we're trying to do is we're trying to fill the talent gap in Africa. So according to the World Bank and other related sources, listen to this. Africa would have 1.5 billion young people, right? People under the age of 35 by 2050. That's about 25 years from now. Africa will be responsible for 85% of the number of new people joining the workforce. Let me explain. If 100 people join the workforce, 85 of them will be Africans. Are you following me? Currently, we're closing in about 750 people below the ages of 35. Our is between 18 and 25. So, looking at this room, looking around, we have a lot of young people. But you know the bigger crisis. And everywhere I go, this is my opening line. We still don't have people to fill roles that are empty. If I open a small pharmacy now, I'm going to have more problem filling that pharmacy. Are you following me? Than the money I used to raise to start the pharmacy. You don't understand. Let me repeat myself. If I open a pharmacy, I will have a more difficult time finding someone to manage the pharmacy than looking for someone to invest in the pharmacy. So the biggest problem is not investment. So they don't have money. It's not money. And that's why the speaker before me and the other speaker before me, you have to go and sit down and understand what they are saying. Because they dealt with the matter of the soul. Are you following me? So that's why I said it's on the authority of which I'm saying these things, because it's real. And you know, for people that know me, they think I'm very angry. It's actually it's worrisome. Right? It's worrisome, and you find out why. So I will be sharing from that depth of data, and I'll help you appreciate some things. Let's move on. So I'll be talking about vision, empowering your vision. Now, vision is a very popular word, but I want to help you to appreciate what it is and situate it within context. Are we together? Are we together? All right. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Don't worry. It's deep collect onto deep. Are we together? So, let's look at the battle for your attention. Now, This is what we're up against. The battle for your attention. Can they move slide? I'm already on slide 4. All right. Are we together? Okay. I won't say that again. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7. 1, 2, 3. There are 21 apps, right? Some of them are already unicorns. What am I saying? Unicorn. Some of them are multi-billion-dollar businesses. 21 people looking for your attention. Their business success is tied to your attention. You don't understand? You see all these things I'm mentioning here? They can only survive and be in business if they have your attention. Now, on this board, I don't have your parents, I don't have your spouse, your friends, your family, or even your God. It's not on this slide. So, the battle actually has now become a battle of attention. Can someone say it? The battle of attention. Even my best year ever is also looking for your attention. I am looking for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, young people 18 to 25, Africa's future workforce, this is what you're up against. Are you with me? So, having understand that, I now decided over time to start to help young people understand how to actually organize in the chaos, because it's actually chaos. Some of you have not imagined what a vast ocean looks like. When you get on a vast ocean, when you just head out and you look like this, you can't see. You can get lost at sea. Most of us are getting lost at sea, the sea of life, because there's actually already too much information. Let me be honest with you, right? Apple Podcasts, Apple, you know, the podcast. I think there's the other one on the other Androids, Spotify and co, right? Apple says, listen to what they say. What they said, sorry. They said they have over 1 billion podcasts. Sorry. No, they said over 1 million podcasts. Not billion. Over a what? You don't understand. What does that mean? It means they have Harvard Business School, Cornell. Tell me the best schools in the world. Tell me the Oxford, the best minds. They already took their head, some of them, because they have podcasts. So when somebody is doing a podcast, do you think the person is going to be putting rubbish on the podcast? They're going to give at least 60 to 70% of their best. So if you just subscribe to data, you may never need to travel. You will eventually go because of exposure and other things. But all the knowledge you need is on that podcast. Let me go to the crazier one, YouTube. YouTube is a vast ocean. There is nothing you want to know that you cannot learn on YouTube. You can teach yourself to sew. You can teach yourself to fix a car. You can do anything. What is our excuse? Like seriously, what is your excuse? What is my excuse? It is this being lost at the sea without a compass. If you're lost at sea and you don't have a compass, you could keep drifting, going around in circles until you die, God forbid. Not you, until the person dies. Do you understand? So, today, tell your neighbor, he wants to give us a compass. So that we don't get lost at sea. Can we move to vision and mission? You see a compass there. Say he wants to give us a compass. Can you see this? So that you don't get lost at what? Are you following what I'm saying? So let me first explain to you, because I stated the problem. And I told you that if I open a pharmacy, I told you that data. You have a harder time filling the role of a shop front thing than you have, like you sweat small. It's not as if you just walk and say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, follow me. It's not like that. It's going to happen. Are you following me? Should I make it worse? Driver. But how do you explain it? 220 million people, 100 million people out of poverty. What's going on? What's the problem? That's what we want to talk about today. Do you have your attention? And I know I'm talking to a global audience, and it's also important because I want to challenge us to rise to our potential, which is what this is about, and reach our potential. Now let's move quickly. Now let me show you how information hits you. Next slide. Now, for those of you who know me, this is typically my signature slide. This is information. All right, can you see it? Desk, software, scanner, Adobe, Flash. Now, I use this to just explain what you know. You will see the next slide. It's just information. It hits you. So if I ask you anything, this is how you throw information. This is how you assimilate. This is how you present information. What is this? Now look at the next slide. and take a look for a few seconds. What is the difference? Just take a second and think. What is the difference? Okay, well, not tangible, but it's not detail, structure. Say it. Your first guide to a compass and to setting a vision is structure. Okay, maybe you guys didn't understand what I was saying. I told you that there are a million podcasts. I told you that YouTube has probably billions of videos. So when you have all that, then what is your reason and excuse not to thrive in terms of knowledge and understanding? It's not a case of I can't go to university again. Now, of course, you say I need more, I need experience, I need opportunity. I get that. But no, go back to where we were, please. All right? So, looking at this, please pay attention. Categories: furniture, computer, hardware, software. Under furniture, you see the list there? Under computer, you see the software. Now, look at this. Level 1. Main goal, vision, objective, problem, statement, or value to be created. Level 2. Scope, categories, structures, objectives. And then you have level 3. So, most times, a lot of us are dwelling on level 3. And I will give you an example of what level 3 is very shortly. Let's move to the next slide. Now, oh my goodness. It was PDF, so I think and I sent it. It's clear here. It's probably the computer there that doesn't have the software. So that's why it's not picking it. But let me read what I wrote here. So it says, on top here, it says, what is my purpose in life? Here it says, to what end? All right, what do I want to become maybe in like 10 years? Then here is what aspects of my life are going to come together to achieve that. And then here we have the specific list of things that I described. I wish it was clear. Let me see if the next slide is clearer. Oh, sugar. Okay, no problem. I'll talk through it. Please, are we together? Are we together? All right. Let me walk you through. Please don't worry. Just listen. I'll give you the slides. Just follow me. Are we together? Watch this. Look at the way someone's life looks. You're currently taking professional exams. You have interesting business ideas. In fact, you're interested in modeling randomly. You want to go and do modeling. You know modeling? Billboard and all that. Someone is offering you money to start a business. You have enticing job opportunities. In fact, you have actually started business with friends before, or you're about to start business with friends. You have a good job and you're kind of doing well. You finally got the call from the agency. Are you seeing the disjointed activities? Have you seen them? Is there any structure to everything that is going on? That is typically what young people have to navigate in trying to understand how to set a vision. But now let me tell you what a vision would look like. Now, because it's not clear and it's not here, I will have to speak to you so that you can follow me. Are you following me? Good. So at this top, I didn't want to start here because the slides were supposed to be coming in. So, look at the mission. The mission is to change the narrative of the women in my village. Okay? Under that, please go to the next slide. No. Please go back to slide, not this one. I'll tell you where to go back. We're too fast. No, after this one. No. Up. Stop. Okay. Easy. Just, not this. Stop here. Just come down and stop here. Good. Now, because I don't want to create distraction, I need to speak. I would do without this and I'll talk to you. Can I go ahead? All right, so let me do that in my typical fashion. You know, I usually don't like slides, sincerely, but I felt if I didn't explain it mechanically, you will get lost. So let me just run through this very quickly. The vision is sort of like the destination. It's time-bound. You might believe in smart vision. Some people think it should be vague. I think it should be smart. That in a number of years, I want to be worth maybe $10 million, or I want to be $5 million, or something, some kind of target that is measurable. Are we together? Now, the reason why you need to have, please follow me, the overarching vision is because when it's clear and good, the anchor, it becomes an anchor that can feed other things. So when somebody says something like, my vision is I want to be a successful executive, It's fine, but it's a bit vague. You know what the vision would be? I want to be an executive in a blue chip company earning $1 million a year. That's very clear. Are you with me? Now, that is vision, which is level 2. What about the mission? Why do you want to be that wealthy? Why do you want to be among the world's top, maybe 3% or top 5? Yeah, 3% there, about 5. You now say the reason is because I want to transform the lives of the women in my village. Are you following me? Now, if you want to achieve that, what's your route? Let me tell you the story from behind. So let's rewind. This girl I'm talking about, or this woman I'm talking about, grew up in a very poor village. Her parents came up from somewhere in one village. They didn't have money, farmers. And then the girl woke up one day and said, you know what? I'm not going to remain like this. I want to be saved so that I can save the people in my village. So she says, if I want to become wealthy, I have 3 options. Option 1 is go to school. Are you following me? Get an education and get a great job. Do you agree? Option 1, go to school. Option 2 is start a business. To start a business, I need an idea, I need funding, and I need to build a team or whatever I need to do to achieve that. Resources. Option 2, is that clear? Do you know what option 3 was? To go and marry a prince. Are you following me? Okay. Now, the story, unfortunately, today is not the one of the one that married the prince. The one I'm telling today is the one in the middle. Sorry, the one at the beginning, the one that says, I want to start a career and run a business. Because I actually have a narrative for the one that says she wants to become a prince. But let me give it to you just for humor reasons. So listen to our strategy. Let me first give you the one for school. I told you the one for school is this. You get a job. Sorry, you go to school. You get a great job. Before that, you read and pass good exams. Apply for jobs, right? Now, the one that wanted to marry a prince, look at her own route. She will go and sign up in an agency where they train. The agency, they do training, etiquette training, right? To become the people that work in restaurants, in expensive restaurants. 2, she would target the most expensive restaurants in golf clubs and 5-star restaurants. Are you following me? 3, where politicians and rich athletes come. Or she will go to the agency that will take her to the royal family and then become the most exceptional staff and one day pour tea on the prince. Bingo. Now, you guys are laughing. Hold on. You are laughing. All the rich people you see, this is how they think. The guy that spoke before me, didn't you hear his path? Didn't you hear the things he was saying? It's not that he didn't look as graphic, but this is the path, Dr. Laro. Did you see the path? So I'm not saying you should, of course, some people will be offended. I could have used the one for the man and said, look for a princess. So please, let's balance it. Can I help you that way? In fact, these days, it's even more prominent. Abi? Okay, maybe it's not. But where am I going with this? It is that it is being deliberate. Now, forget about the prince matter. Let's focus on the one that says she wants to go to school. Now, the issue or the point that I want to highlight is the purpose to save the women in my village. 2, to be wealthy enough to change the narrative so that when I go, I am committed to those women. So your vision is anchored to a what? To a strong mission. Is that clear? Is that clear? So let me pack that aside for another time because of time, and now say, okay, so now that your vision and mission are clear, because I wanted to explain the fundamentals and all of that, I will now get right into it. Now, it's a new year, and just like the first speaker shared, she was talking about the fact that by the 20th, people have thrown away their goals. Ladies and gentlemen, the first mistake you're going to make is to assume that your year is really the most significant part of the time. Okay, so, sorry, it's the most significant part of the it's not the, so no, your year is not the full picture. Your life typically is treated in seasons. What do I mean? I'll break it down for you. In your 20s to 30s, now this is my own classification. Okay? So, there are other classifications out there, but just use mine and reconcile with other ones. In your 20s to 30s, you're focused on competency and capacity building. Or you should be rather, focused on competence and capacity building. Your 30s to your 40s is leadership, and I call it acquisition phase. Acquisition means you start to acquire resources. In your 40s to your 50s is being established and consolidation. In your 50s and beyond is legacy. I couldn't go beyond 50 because I didn't imagine the population here. So maybe not. Do you understand? But now let me give you the details under 20s to 30s. For those of you at 20s to 30s, let me tell you the kind of priorities you have. I'm going somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. Focusing on learning before earning. 2, building relationships. You know why it's important? When you build relationships, because people don't get it. You know, when people reach out to me, and I'm going to say this very respectfully for anyone who may be watching online, don't be offended or any. When people that I haven't been in touch with for a while reach out to me for help, maybe like very long time, I usually get worried. Because it means there's nobody in your circle. Family, friend. You now went out of the circle. There are like 4 or 5 circles from immediate, extended, colleagues in the work, friends. Do you understand? So that's the problem with relationships. I won't say more than that. I think there's a lot that's been said around that. The last one, which is one of the ones I would pay attention to, 20s and 30s, say it, is for experiments. I can't hear you. That's when you can kill lion and bear and know that you have the capability to take on Goliath. It's for what? Experiments. So I get a bit worried. And you know, this may be controversial. It's not controversial. There's enough research out there to publish. So I'll say it. There's a book called Range by David Epstein. And it says it's good to start as a generalist before you specialize. The point is that I am a bit, I don't personally, and I stand to be corrected. Please, you know when I give you caveats, that means don't take it, go and do your own research. But I don't believe you should over-specialize in your 20s. So there's a lot of noise about tech. And I want to say to the people, I showed you mission. I showed you vision. People don't even know that business analysts earn more than tech people. A business analyst will tell a tech person what to do. Okay, you didn't get me. Maybe the product manager is the closest. At the end of the day, technology is just a tool. And it's a skill. So what that means is that if the skill and tool is not required, we'll flip it. I remember the days that your biggest breakthrough, and I say this very respectfully to the Chartered Institute. There's a particular Chartered Institute I don't want to mention because you know where. But if you don't have it, not. But after a while, now there are AI applications that can do the job of these people. And it's going to get even better. There are going to be more AI agents than human beings. Do you understand? So what are we saying? We are saying that range, broad, is important early in 20s to 30s because it is the range, the breadth, that will keep you relevant. What do I mean? Do you think the president of Nigeria is a computer programmer? Is he a business analyst? Is he an economist? What does he have? Say range. Say range. So when you go up, range. Now, I'm not against specialization. I believe in specialization. But what I'm really more interested in is not so much of specialization for specialization's sake, but is the ability to solve problems and to create value per season. Full stop. What is the problem we're doing? We want to organize the largest conference in Nigeria. That is the problem at hand. Gather all the competence required to deliver that. That is the definition of success for me. Now, I'm not saying we don't want specialized investment bankers, specialized programmers, full stack, all stack, whatever. It's fine. It's okay. But I don't want young people being led to think that the only thing that they will thrive and survive is that they must be in tech. Executive assistants are some of the most powerful people that exist. Highly sought after roles, but very few people can fill the role. Why? Every executive has an executive assistant. 2, if you're an executive to an executive assistant, you're an executive assistant, you got directly drawing from the chief executive officer, giving instructions to the other executives, and understanding and understanding him. Free mentorship with payment on top. And then they say, no, it must be this, it must be that. Don't be deceived. Are you following me? Don't do FOMO. Fear of missing out. Draw back, like Dr. Naru said, find your inner and hit your mission. What is my mission? Your mission is not about you. It's about the people around you. Your vision is a bit more like you, about you. If you now decide to go beyond, you've now entered foundation and charity. Am I communicating? Are you learning something? Am I wasting your time? Okay. Wait, I'm not finished though. 30s and 40s. Seek larger challenges and scale the learning. 2, manage people and resources. That's when you now begin. 30s to 40. How to manage people. You know, on 20s you have been surviving on your own. Then suddenly they give you 300 people to manage. No, that would be too early. You mean. Okay, 5 people, 6 people, 7, oh yeah, capacity, right? Then that's when you begin to either own or build your own venture. No, own or build a venture, sorry. Building means you could be working in an organization. Owning means you could own it. Believe you me, it's easier to build and to own. You're better off within a big umbrella, help them build, collect your money, add value, and move on. That own, I wish you good speed. 40s to 50s, scale the venture. What did I say? Start reflecting and leveraging the relationships you built over time. And then lastly, raise the next generation. That's one of my biggest accomplishments. I have people that I've raised that are now at my level. But when they came, they were youth corpers. They can do everything I'm doing. They may not be able to present fantastic slides and be charismatic like this. That's my own gift and my style. They have their own style and gift too. But with respect to the work, these 17 years, they can tell me in a meeting they don't agree with my methodology. And that is my joy. I'm not threatened. I delegate and things get done. I don't look back. It is done. And I'm not talking from a very shallow, I'm talking about deep stuff. Market structure, segmentation, customer segmentation, unit economic analysis, everything that needs to be done when it comes to business. Business analysis is not IT business analysis. And with all due respect to those ones, because I used to quarrel with them. It's not, that one is a different, I don't know why they call it business analysis. The business analysis we understand. They're talking about market and industry structure, where you can conduct from market overview, industry overview, market segmentation, market sizing. It's the real technical stuff that drives the engine of business. Operational efficiencies, building workflows that are related to it. Then you now get into how do you do go-to-market. The one that prepares you to become a consultant. A business consultant. And who is a business consultant? What is your problem? Where are you now? Where are you going? Let's take you there. By results. Are we together? Okay? I'm not saying you shouldn't do tech, please. Before someone say, you can do what you want. But just know there's more out there. And I just give you 2-3 rules. Lastly, 50s and beyond. Impact projects. You start to rest and to enjoy 2.0. Because you start enjoying from 30s. From 20s, honestly, just walk like there's no tomorrow. Just amass knowledge. You say, hey, all this, okay, let me not talk. Just work when you're in your 20s. Bear the yoke while you are what? Young. Then lastly, the mentoring of the generation continues. So, are you following what I mean by seasons? You know what I described now, right? So look at where your age is. Plot the age, then plot 2025 inside. Are you following me? So look at wherever, I don't know where your category is. Think about it. It's like a decade. The reason why there needs to be time is because that's why, when you make resolution, it's because you don't understand the units of time sometimes. If you have been struggling to read to read books, are you with me? Do you know all you just need to do? Or maybe if your reading your number of books you read is too low. Sometimes, if I ask some people how many books did you read last year, you hear different kind of. The problem is that maybe if you organize it like this, that you know what, I will read 1 book a month. In 12 months, I'll read 12 books. We're still coming to books. So the second issue is that, okay, you know what, I'm actually not working now. Or I'm a student, I'm in transition or whatever. That one you should be doing 1 a week. Are you hearing what I'm saying? So that means in a year you read how many books? 52. So if you read 52 last year and you read 52 this year, you've crossed 100. You'll be fine. Even though I need to talk to you about the kinds of books you read. Because if you actually have read that much and you haven't moved significantly, something is wrong. I think it's in the combination of the books. There's an overemphasis in our time and our season on self-help books. And we now do not focus on books that build functional and industry expertise. That's why we are largely struggling to fill employment roles, open roles. Because they don't have, so there are books that will teach you how to write proposals. There are books that will teach you how to write. Someone told me that there's a book that is over 100 years old that teaches comprehension. Do you know what comprehension is? Do you know what that comprehension in secondary school that people don't like? That is the most important skill in the workplace. No, you don't understand. You missed me. Oh, these people are not following me. I don't think you are. When you sit down with your boss and he starts rambling, throwing stuff up and down, he's distributing instructions. It's comprehension. You need to understand what he wants. That's why when they read a passage, they ask you the questions back. So the questions you use to learn how to ask. So, sir, what do you define as success? What are the timelines? So are you saying, okay, so what is the sequence? Especially now that you understand this is my structure of thinking. Are you following me? So therefore, when you now sit down and read these books, what about mathematics? Very important. Unit economics, ratios, proportions. These books are for reading. So when you, out of the 105 books you want to read this within 2 years, 70, 80% are self-help. You fly like a balloon, but you won't. No, it doesn't work. I'm sorry. Young people should read technical books. And so you distribute it, plus self-help. But it should be balanced. The diet is not balanced. When you start, and another issue is, oh, you saw somebody elderly carrying a book. The guy is 50. From first world to third world. The guy is in APC or PDP. He wants to join a political party. He's trying to move Nigeria forward. Then you, 20s, you carry it too. You want to go and read. No. Misplaced priority. Or you take a book by a US diplomat. Or you see me carrying a book by a US diplomat who is in his 90s, who wrote about leadership in managing the Soviet Union or whatever. And then because you want to form, you now carry that book, you've misruled. You don't have a business. So the quality and the types of books that you pick and mix should reflect your season and your priorities. So if you're focused now in your 20s and 30s, which is to build competence, because when you build the competence, then you're not awarded responsibility in your 30s to 40s. That's when you become king. Then you now reign and establish your dominion and conquer kingdoms in your 40s. Then by your 50s is legacy. How do I self-perpetuate beyond my children and children's children? Am I communicating? So, and I'll start rounding up. I don't know, my time is still fair to me. Normally I thought that time should have been up by now. Okay, I have like 13, so I'll quickly hurry up. This will be good. Am I communicating? So I told you that you situate a year within what? Seasons. So therefore, if you situate a year within seasons, what it now means is now let's take on 2025. 2025 specifically. Now, I would generally categorize 2025. Okay, finally, thank you. I would generally classify 2025. Now, this is not, I don't want to be too, this age of social media now, you have to be careful. So when we just go and post something. But look at, for me, right, and I'm saying this it's kind of just very narrow. Faith, relationships, and work, full stop. Under faith, growth in faith, increase in direct contribution to society, education. You wonder, why is it sitting here? It's deliberate. If you don't love your neighbor as yourself, and then lastly, deliver on spiritual commitments and targets. There are targets there. Commitments and what? Now, I summarize this thing for confidentiality reasons. Relationship, next level with spouse, next level with children, what? Impact on extended family, what? Friends, and look at work. Product market fit, fundraising, and what? Team build is not a TGIFO. Like you get a set of ninjas that can take on an industry. That's what I mean. It's not come and go. You understand what I'm saying? Now, here's my gift to you. Take your 2025 and lock it into a framework like this. If you have capacity and you want to do up to five pillars, be my guest. 4, 5, 6, 7. That's now part of the problem. Overextension. If I told you what the singular bullet goal is, if I were to just pick 2, you see this? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Don't freak out. You see this? You see this? Now, there's something I'm practicing, and I don't really recommend it. It's called, and I learned it from the late Steve Jobs. Generally speaking, it may look as if you don't have time for anything else. But when you finally catch it and become free, everything you need will come after you. You don't understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? If you, and I now know, and some of you know where that thing came from. Seek ye first, you understand? listen, let me repeat. Everything else will come around it. So when you hear things like, oh, you don't have time for your children, you don't have time for your, well, there's a point you get to that you control your own time. And because when you don't work, because you have to survive. When you now get to that, you know when they say, oh, Christmas is I see people on their birthdays, they're doing a lot of effort. I'm like, I want to get to a point where every day is my birthday. Whenever I wake up and say, I want to be in Monaco to watch Formula 1 today. Tomorrow I want to go and watch Arsenal and Man U. Well, you know what? I actually want to just go and see what's going on in the Himalayas. I determine what I want. But to get to that point, what did I say? To get to that point is that laser focus. And most times for young people, you can actually practice that in stages. So I had a lot of colleagues who I would catch in the office on Saturday and Sunday. Not once, not twice. They came to the office to read up on work and to catch up. When I look at them now in their lives, honestly, the results are there. The what? The results are there. Are we together? So what am I saying? It's a good, now you can choose what is important to you. Now, I really summarize this thing because there's a lot of information that I don't want to put. But I just, you know what I said? I said this one. What did I say? This and what? This to keep me sane. That to deliver the results that I can now use to buy everything else on that list. When you say relatives, what do your relatives really want? Do they really want your attention? No, I mean they do. That your old cousin you haven't seen in some years. Does she really care about you? And I'm sorry with all due respect to relatives. But if you want to be the favorite relative, so what's your daughter doing? School fees, kiniko, okay, let's help you. But how can you do that when you don't have results? And for anything else you are pursuing here, some of you have some private things you're pursuing. Let's not even get into more complicated issues, God forbid, like health and all that. So you understand that you have to create value. So I've given you an initial tool. You can explore it. Put in your pillars for me, this will be for a while because of the season I'm in now. When I hit my 50s, this will flip to legacy. This too will never change. But this one would what? Maybe I should have made it red. Now, for you in your 20s and 30s, what should be here? Let me see who will pass the test. You're almost there, man. Competency building. Competency and capacity building. That's what should be here for you. My own, I should actually not call it work. I should call it building. I'm building a venture. So I should maybe qualify it based on my definition. Or scaling a venture. Sorry, not building. I built already. I'm scaling a venture. So thanks, I'll correct it. My own here should be scaling a venture. Are you seeing the power of understanding your season? So when it's time to move, you will know. When it's time to make a transition, you will know. You start feeling this unease. You know that you've outgrown this point and it's time for the next level. Now, I want to dwell on some very technical stuff. I hope this framework will help you. Can you go and arrange it? Now, what I did not do is I didn't give you how to target the goals. But let me give you the hack. Please follow me. There are 365 days. This is the purpose of my session. And I'm about to start. I'm closing in, and this is the most important thing I'll say. There are 365 days, 52 weeks, 4 quarters, 12 months, and generally about 12 hours of decent sun, like activity. Right? 8 hours of sleep or 9, and then 3 to do other things. So about 12 hours that you can be technically active. But if you are young, you should be doing 14, 16. In your 20s, you should be doing 14, 16. Are you following me? So, when you take anything here, let me just give you a very simple one. And please, we're not ashamed of our faith in that sense. At least for me. Let's say I want to finish my Bible. It's one thing I've struggled with for a while, and I'm confessing now. I don't read it. I've not finished it the way I want to finish it. I've tried, but you don't want to be finishing it every year. Until I realized that, if you, okay, sorry, that's not actually the example, but let me just say, if you decide, I don't have to finish it in 1 year. I'll finish it in 3 years. No, that's a lot actually, especially if you're young. Okay, let's say 2 years. So that I can digest it, I will split into 2, reduce the pressure, and spend 1 year to read halfway. Then the remaining half year, I'll use what? Now, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just explaining to people. So, but I have broken it down to a point that I can achieve it. Do you understand? Now, whatever options you are looking at. Now, if I say increase direct contribution to society. Now, the issue is this: because we are pulled in different directions, most times, what we really just need to do is, you know what? This 2025, my uncle is doing this, my auntie is doing this, this is doing that. You know what? I'll pick one non-profit. I'll pick one major initiative and pour myself in that initiative. Next year, I'll take another initiative. In 5 years, I would have impacted 5 initiatives where they will feel my impact. You know the typical problem? All 6 will drag you in. So you give them divided attention and very low impact. Let's look at this. You can say something like 15 to 20 minutes with the spouse every day. Then weekends, extended times, movies, monthly, get dinner, quarterly, getaway, biannually, travel, annually, holiday. Have you seen how the relationship has been structured? Now, it doesn't have to be this mechanical, please. But the thought in the process can go here. Children, same thing. Extended family. This one is simple. You know what I said for this one? Pick 52 relatives and family. Call one every week. In a year, 52 of them. Now, I'm giving you several examples. You know your own priority. Pick your own and plug it into my 365, 52, 12, and 4. 12 months. So for some things in your life, you need to structure them around monthly. Like the book example I gave. Read a book a month. 12 months, you read how many books? 12 books. Thank you. In 2 years, how many books? 48. In 3 years, how many books? 24. In 3 years, how many books? 36. If you read 36 books that are well guided, honestly, your life cannot remain the same. The problem is that it may not have been arranged well, which is typically the challenge. And I told you where you miss your direction. Plot the books that are tied to the season in your life. If you see the books in my library now, there are books that have to do with building a business and scaling it. Product market fit, cold start. So what is that? Don't worry. I'm rounding up. Do you understand the principle? 3, 6, 5, 12. So I just gave you random examples. Now, but for me, let me use this one. For this one, it's one book a month. Right? And the books have already started being arranged. For this one, there are relationships that have to be managed because you are fundraising, you have to manage it. So there's a whole process around it. And it's tied to weekly and monthly. Remember I said something, don't forget. I said that if you were to summarize my year, it is here and it is there. But I want to use this to acquire the rest. It's a very interesting skill set. Because the way the world is that if you're too average and you struggle, because you have to pay the bills and all that, it will suck you in. So do you know drivers have less time with their families compared to even the guy himself? Do you understand? So you think that, you're not employed, you don't have money. The driver, especially for an executive, has less time to spend with his family in most cases than. So it's like the poorer you get, the more society, the more the world will take you off. So you need to be financially free to now really live. But to live, you need to shoot once. So it's laser focus. I told you my colleagues that Saturday as if they didn't have a life. But now they are in a position to negotiate what they want because they got to that point. So it's whoever chooses to save his life that will lose it, and the one that chooses to lose his life that will save it. You understand what I mean? In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, what is my recommendation? Have a clear vision. Choose the platform. The platform is important. You have to be serving somewhere. You have to be in a position where you're adding value, especially in an organization. Right? Start general or be curious, which I say read news. Follow the mantle. There are a lot of geniuses now in their 60s and 70s that are going to start handing over. There are a lot of Nigerian geniuses. When I say genius, people that are encyclopedias in their industry. I've met a lot of them are my friends. There's one guy I know in property development, specializes in building large malls. The guy looks like, I went to his office, he was alone. I felt sad for the young people in Nigeria. This guy has built malls. He understands the business of building massive malls. But he's alone. Nobody is drawing from him. If anything happens to that man, we've lost a national treasure. I have one in education. I have one in retail. I have one in garment. Spent millions of naira traveling around the world to all the garment businesses, bringing in all of the experts. No community of young people drawing that expertise. That is what we're dealing with now. And I can continue on and on and on. That's why when I'm looking at you, I'm like, what are you guys doing? Draw. And they're not, not the ones on social media you're chasing, like some of us. We won't answer you. You send us message, we will not reply. But those ones, they don't have any life. They just go home, close. They're not even on social media. But they know their onions. And they will do it for nothing. They may not speak eloquently and give you some strategy, but they know their story. Collect that mantle. Go and collect it. You know now we're in an AI realm, AI era. And the thing about the AI era is that there's going to be a lot of misinformation. So what is going to distinguish people that know I don't know is the fundamentals. So if AI spews out something and you don't understand the fundamentals, you are lost already. So primary and secondary school are more important now because we now need to quickly know the truth before we hand it over to AI. Even the people that are going to write governance rules for AI are likely going to use AI to write it. You don't understand? They will go and ask, what do you think? They will still borrow from it. So if you did not know, sometimes I'll ask AI something, this is wrong, this is not correct. He say, I knew, I'm sorry. Especially in consulting. I say, give me the outline for something. I say, you missed this, you missed this. I say, and I feel proud at the correct AI. Because I understand the fundamentals. Develop competency and capacity. Discern problems. Summary, be exceptional. Be exceptional. Find your personal effectiveness hack. Stay relevant. I'm already closing my tablet. Stay relevant. Are we together? Did you learn something? Do you understand that 2025 is a fraction of the full picture? Do you understand that you need to take one or two things and just shoot for it? Do you understand that you need to pay attention to the season in your life? Mentors, your books, your podcasts, your audiobooks or visual or whatever you choose that works for you, whether you're listening or you're reading, you must be reading. But whatever you read, let it be tied to your priorities per season and for the year. Have a fantastic 2025.
Thank you so much, Dr. Emmanuel Tafa. How was that session? Powerful. Amazing, right? So, anybody wants to share just a quick something you learned from this session? One thing. Okay. Oh, they're bringing the mic.
I think what stands out for me in this section was the fact that wants to know what to do part-time.
Part-time. So learned.
Right. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for the great teaching. What stood out for me is the fact that you emphasize so much on season and any developments we are doing to ourselves. It's not something
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Thank
afternoon.
you so much, Dr. Emmanuel. For me personally, what I have learned is, I think I particularly love when he spoke about our vision being anchored on a mission. As young persons, we have a lot of audacious goals, and we don't get to segment it or break it down, and sometimes we are overwhelmed and it looks like nothing is happening. But I particularly love that he said that, when you have a goal, you have to put it in some certain boxes, and there are some action plans, which when you take it like one after the other, you see yourself, becoming that person you want to become. And I think that's like the learning point for me. Thanks so much, Dr. Emmanuel.
Thank you for that. There was one more person, just one more person, who raised his hand. Okay, someone there.
Okay, thank you very much for. I came in between this section. What I was able to pinpoint was the way he stressed the fact that you should locate yourself personally in the TL of all of these explanations and expositions that he dished out today. Then you're in your 20s, your 50s, and your 40s. personalize the lecture and locate yourself in all of this, and then you can make progress with it. Thank you.
Beautiful. Beautiful. One more person.
Okay, sorry,
Okay.
I have a question.
Oh, okay, for Dr. Emmanuel.
Yes, can you? Okay, yeah, for
Okay,
him.
he's here.
Okay, while he was speaking, as in I kept nodding my head because I could just see that there's really a gap. You know, a lot of people, there are open roles everywhere in several companies and organizations, but there are not enough people to, maybe they don't have the skill set or the capacity or whatever to fill those roles. And it's a challenge. Like, I meet with a lot of HR people, admin managers, and you have roles that are open for like a year plus. They have not seen the people that, and this, I think maybe this started happening from like maybe 2019, 2018. So how do young people get access to these mentors that can help them? It's not enough to go to school. That can help them build, that can make them employable. Most times they've gone to school, even have engaged a master's degree holder, communication skills, they cannot write, they cannot even talk. So as he was talking, it was a just challenge. So maybe we can have mentorship schools or something. Thank you, sir.
Let me answer you in 1 minute. Literally, the other speakers, we need to move quickly. She said, listen to the question, and I want to say it well so the media gets it for a good snippet. She said, a lot of young people are looking for work, and they're not getting work. Meanwhile, the work is there. Clearly, it's a lack of relevant skill. But let me tell you the journey, and I'll break it down. Please don't lose me here. Those of you, please pay attention. Start from where you are. If you're a poor, listen to me, I'm sorry, poor village, and you take off. I remember Pastor Paul Adifarasi telling us that his gardener became a major financier of bikes and tricycles. Because when you live as a house help, what happens? They will give you food, they give you clothes, they give you room. Your room may even have AC. If they're not on band A. Are you with me? Are you following what I'm saying? So at the end of you know why I took that very off example? I wanted to say you don't have an excuse. So when I now see someone whose parents are even okay, you live in the city like Lagos, you know what you need to do? Just walk into any organization. I'm here to provide my services to you free. If they say they don't want, go to the next one. Next one. Until they say, okay, no problem, come. What problem can I solve here? You start solving the problem. It's a matter of months, days. Shadowing people. There are a lot of executives running around the place. They don't have good people they can rely on. I know them. They're just alone. And then when we now show up, attitude. My boss is too hard. He's a difficult person. You now go on Twitter and drag him. Good luck.
Thank you. Was your question answered? You got
the first part of the question. Yeah, the second part is access to mentors. Like, how do we build a community of mentors that young people can have access to, to help them in their seasons and all that?
My answer to you, and I'll close here, it's a bit deeper than you think. It's actually spiritual. For an event like this, you should think the place should be overflowing. That's my answer to you.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. Thank you. Oh, okay. Hear what you said about slides. Okay, Dr. Joyce Ubosu is here. Since we have a bit of time, if you have questions for her, if you're here during her session, she's here to answer your questions. Or if you have any question at all, we are talking about mindset engineering. She shared so much. Or there's something on your mind, that you've been saying, oh, if only I can see someone who would guide me or direct me. You have the opportunity now. Okay.
Okay, so mentors are everywhere, but you need to plan your way on how you can access a mentor. right? So I see a lot of people online every day. Be my mentor, be my mentor, be my mentor. They will send you DMs. And all. It doesn't work that way. You have to be number one. Try to locate one that you really, really admire, right? Someone you want to be like. Now, how many of that person's books have you read? How many times has this person done maybe a program like this that you've attended? He just said something. He expected that this place would be flowing with people. And look at. You understand? So the resources are there, people are there, but the problem is people don't want to access them. And these same people will come and ask for help tomorrow. If you ask Pastor Zubi now, there are some people that are always disturbing him for help, money, this, that. But call a program like this, they will not be here. So mentors are everywhere. But first of all, have you tried to connect with one? Are you in any community? Have you done it? Mentors also need help. Have you tried? I tried to help some of my mentors. That's how I connected to them. Doing some live show or doing something, I try to connect. What can I do? See the people I've invited for your program. See. I hope I made sense to the other people that are here.
All right. Who else was raising her hand? Do you have any questions for her? Any question at all? Even from any of these other sessions that the facilitators are no longer here, she can answer them. This is your opportunity. Tomorrow you'll be looking for mentor. You have a mentor here. Okay, there's a hand up.
Okay, Doctor, yes. Okay, so I want to ask. All right, so I just wanted to ask how you define mentorship, right? Because there are situations where you want to choose a mentor, and sometimes those mentors will want to, we tend to say, for me to mentor you, right, you might need to take certain action. Maybe it could be that you need to pay a fee, right? So that's why I said, how do you define mentorship? So sometimes it could be that they want you to carry out a task before they can say, just like you rightly explained that you need to offer, maybe show yourself approved. So how do you really define that this person is willing to mentor you, right? I know there are levels of mentorship, right? So how do you define that? Okay, at this point, this is, because I just said some people will say maybe pay a fee or do something, or some will even take you in for free, right? So how do you define mentorship?
How do you define it?
Yes.
Number one, you should be clear about the person that you want, because it's coming from, you are giving me basketballs now from different end. So number one, you should be clear. Let's be sure of that. You should be clear that I want Joyce Subosu, for example, to be my mentor, right? So your question is, how do you now connect her or get a connection to her without paying a fee? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Now, fee is not always money. I guess you're attaching your own fee to money. Yeah. Fee is not always money. Fee could be, like I said, something, a good gesture. It could be a comment on the person's page. So if you really, really admire someone, you go all the way out, right? Am I right? You go all the way out to want to connect. Because if you cannot connect, sorry, you can't get a mentor. You should be someone that is ready to connect. So number one, you've clarified that I want this person to be my mentor. Now, how do I connect to the person? So we'll go back to the good books now. There were how many? They didn't count the multitude. Then somebody touched the hem of Jesus, right? And among the multitude, they didn't mention any other person. They mentioned one person. So you can as well touch the hem of that mentor's garment, and you won't pay anything, and the person will call you and, help you with whatever you want to do. So you just need to get the attention of the mentor. I don't know if I'm clear. You just need to get, by doing something. I just said it can be an intelligent comment on the person's page. It can be a DM. It can be a question. And the person will like, this person is always liking, this person is always following, this person is always asking questions. And you register in the mentor's brain. So that sometimes you need help and you just go and, oh, this guy. Somebody registered in my brain. That guy still here. My people on social media, they are already like, oh, that guy. So you are kind of popular right now. Do you understand? But guess what? If I leave here, will I forget him? I might not know his name. So the right thing for him to do is to connect with me. He's gotten a mentor. Did he pay money? I think I deserve a round of applause for that. People are eating. So just to mention, I've seen the social media driver, just to say hello to my social media people. They were all there. Thank you for coming out and thank you for commenting on the page. So thank you guys. Thank you for lending me your ears. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming out. God bless you.
Thank you. Please give her another big round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce Ubosu, for spending such an impactful and engaging time with us today. All right, so we'll move on quickly while you munch on your snacks to our next session, which is a panel session. And this panel session, we will be talking on future-proof your dreams, the 7 C's of success. And I have some distinguished panelists with whom I will be having a conversation with. But before then, I'd like to just share with you what are these 7 C's of success. These 7 C's that you need to unleash your potential. So can I have my slides? Can you put up my slides? Very quickly, please. Time is trying to maximize the time we'll have. Do you have my slides, please? Can you let me know? Okay, so I think they'll catch up with me when they're ready. The 7 C's of success. It's a framework that outlines a comprehensive roadmap designed to help you thrive in a fast-changing and unpredictable world. We live in a very dynamic world. Things are moving really fast. Things are changing rapidly. How prepared are you for this world? For success. And not just to have success, but to sustain the success. Because like I said, things are really, really changing. We thought that with the advent of the internet, we knew that it would move fast. But you know, when AI and all these other technologies got into the group chats, things changed and things are moving really rapidly. Question, how ready are you for this world? How prepared are you for this world? You know, so while they're getting ready with my slides, and you know, I will introduce our guests in a bit, our panelists in a bit. The 7 C's of success framework. Hello, are we still here? Are we done with our snacks? Are you paying attention? Yes, because the program is free. All you need to pay is what? Attention, that's all. That's all you're paying. Attention. All right. So the 7 C's of success is a framework that provides a comprehensive roadmap designed to help you thrive in a fast-changing and unpredictable world. And just a second, please. It emphasizes the critical skills and the mindset shifts. You know, a lot of what we've talked about today borders on mindset. Having the required mindset for the level of success that you want. So the 7 C's emphasizes the critical skills and the mindset shifts that you require to navigate the challenges and to seize the opportunities in your personal and professional life. And by embracing these principles, you will not only survive, but you will thrive, no matter the challenges. Are you ready to hear the 7 C's? Yes. So, and when we say future-proof, because that's the topic, future-proofing your dreams. What does it mean when we say future-proofing your dreams for success? It means equipping yourself with the mindset, the skills, and the mindset, the skills, and the strategies necessary to remain adaptable, relevant, and successful in an ever-changing and unpredictable world. And so our first C is clarity. Clarity. One of us, in fact, all our speakers have mentioned clarity today, right? Because it's so important. Clarity determines your direction. And like we said, direction is better than speed. Because some people are moving fast to nowhere. But when you are clear about your vision, you're clear about where you're going, you know, it makes it really easier for you. It brings focus. Clarity brings focus. It brings direction. It reduces distractions because there are so many distractions. You know, but when you are clear and focused about where you're going to, then, you know, you decide, oh, this is a distraction. I don't need it. One distraction, mindless scrolling on social media. From Instagram, you have entered Twitter. From Twitter, you have moved to Facebook. And you're scrolling. 3 hours have passed. You're still scrolling. Where are you going to? You need to remind yourself where you are going to, what your vision is, what your goals are, so that you can snap out of it and focus on the things that will really move the needle for you and get you to where you're going to. Is that clear? Do you understand that? Clarity is so important. And of course, I mentioned social media because a lot of information comes from there. We're in a world of information overload. It's coming at you from everywhere. How do you decide on what to pick and what to leave out? Clarity. Like I said, clarity brings focus. So when you're clear on you know, where you're going to and what your goals are, it's easier for you to focus on them. And then the next one. Next slide, yeah? Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Courage. Nobody did anything substantial without courage. And I can tell you that. And I'm sure the speakers will let you know. You think they just woke up and they're like this because, oh, that is, God just gave them an abundance of gifts. They had to deploy courage. Oh. There are times when they were afraid. And they moved forward in spite of it. All of them will tell you that. Every single person will tell you that. You need an immense amount of courage. And then there are some people who don't see your vision the way you see it. And they will say, oh, we don't think you should do this. We don't think you should do that. But that courage to follow the cause that you have set for yourself is what will put you over. I always think about, I was telling Bingpe this morning that there are people that, those people, they should not go to hell. I always laugh about it with my sisters. One of my sisters is here. They cannot go to hell because they did so much in our world. You know that? So imagine we are all here enjoying the AC. If you step out now, it's really hot outside. Imagine the guy who sat down, decided, and thought that, oh, there has to be a way to, get cool air in a room so that we can cool down in spite of the hot environment. And he sat down and went to work, and then today we are enjoying the AC. It took a lot of courage for him to do that. Or, I don't know if you've read the story of the Wright brothers. They were the ones who created the aeroplane. And people told them, nobody will ever fly. It can't happen. But they had a lot of courage, and they moved forward until today we are flying airplanes. But it was down to the Wright brothers. It was due to them and the courage they had to pursue their convictions. So courage is so important. Change often involves uncertainty and risk. Courage enables you to face your fears. There will be fears. Oh. Don't think it will just be like that. There will be fears that you will have to face and overcome. There will be setbacks. And in spite of that, you can pursue your dreams despite the challenges. Are you hearing that? Are you listening? Does that make sense? Next slide, please, so that we can quickly run through this. Creativity, innovation, and creative problem solving. Yeah. The world belongs to the most creative and the most innovative. And what is really innovation? You may not really need to start from scratch. I beg your pardon. You can find a better way. It's basically finding a better way to do something that already exists. That's innovation. So you put your thinking cap on. The tech platforms we have today, it was innovation. They started thinking, rather than doing some things manually, can we find a way, a better way, a faster way to get these things done? And they began to innovate, and they came up with some of these technologies that we use. And so for you to stay relevant, you have to be creative. And it doesn't matter the sector you're in. Any sector needs creativity and needs creative and innovative people. And you have to, be that to stay relevant in industries disrupted by technology and new trends. Yeah. Next slide, please. Collaboration is the next slide. The ability to work effectively with others across diverse backgrounds. It fosters innovation because, look, we live in a very dynamic world. You will need to work with people. You can only go so far by yourself. But by the time you learn how to harness the gifts, the abilities, the skills of others, and come together, you will go farther and you will do bigger things. So you have to start learning it. Those days of only me by myself, those days are long gone. How can you collaborate with others to achieve goals, bigger goals? And sometimes you even require, because of the dynamic nature of our world, you collaborate with multicultural teams beyond Nigeria. You have to start learning how to do that. It's important. Next slide, please. Critical thinking. Your ability to analyze, your ability to evaluate, and make informed decisions. What did you see there? Is a vital. Did you see vital? Human skill. Again, with the fast pace of things going on in our world, you have to have critical thinking. Your ability to sit down and say, oh, this thing, how do we proceed with it so that it will get us to our desired destination. Your ability to think. A lot of us, especially young people, we don't think. The more time you spend thinking, the less issues you will have actually. Because you'll be able to think through those issues and come up with effective solutions for them. So we need to start thinking and making informed decisions. So don't just make a decision like that. What's your decision based on? Do you know that, personally, I create thinking time in my plan. I'll block it in my calendar. 1 hour. I'm thinking. So I think through some of my most pressing challenges. And I start thinking, there's even a technique called mind mapping. We don't have the time for me to do that because we have a panel session right now. But, there are a lot of techniques that can help you to think critically. Cyber literacy. Oh, I can't say this enough. We live in a digital world. We thought just the internet and social media was it until AI entered the group chats. And now, I was telling Bimpe this morning, there are industries that AI will wipe out. In the next 2 years, those industries will not exist. Those jobs will not exist. Question, how are you preparing for that world? Is your job future-proof, or your skill, or your, whatever it is? Is it future-proof? How are you adapting technology to it? Because that's the future. That's the way the world is going. So you can't say, oh, it's not, I'm not very good in that. You better become very good in it. And it's learnable. That's the thing. You can learn it. Okay. So the next one, please. I have so much to say, but we don't have that time. Continuous learning. Lifelong education ensures adaptability in a world where skills and knowledge quickly become outdated. What are you doing to ensure continuous learning? So thank God you're here because it's part of continuous learning. But do you know that you can create a plan for yourself, a personal development plan for continuous learning? Do you know that? Based on the areas you want to develop. Maybe you said this year, I want to really develop. Dr. Tafa really helped us with breaking down seasons. What do you need to learn? And these days, it's not even, you don't even have to pay. YouTube is an entire university. You can learn anything. It's my favorite app. Because I go there, anything at all I want to learn. It's on YouTube. Then I can go ahead and take courses. Look, you need to also create a budget for personal development. And pay for some of these courses. And for the person asking for mentorship, do you know that mentorship is access? And sometimes you pay for access. Yes. There are times I register for a program because I want access to the facilitators. I want to know them. I want them to know me. I want us to operate within the same space. And I pay for it. So I'm going to learn from what they are teaching, but I'm also going to get access to them. And look, you have to start thinking about it, and start making those plans, right? So now we get to our panel session, and I have some amazing panelists, and we'll be talking about some of this and how they put it to work in their lives. So please pay attention as we anchor this session. So join me as I welcome my panelists for this session. And my first panelist that I'll be inviting is Adebimpe Mohammed. Who is she? Please give her a big round of applause. So I'll read a citation before she comes up. Who is she? What has she done? And why should you listen to her? Just a second, please. So are you ready for this session? Are you really ready? Are you sitting properly? Because you really hear a lot of nuggets. Okay. All right. So let me introduce my panelists. Please join me as we make welcome Adebimpe Mohammed. Please give her a big round of applause. Also join me to welcome Roslyn Anya. Please give her a big round of applause. And then, we say ladies first, so the ladies have come first. Now it's time for the gentleman. Please join me to make welcome Mr. Tosin Adewale. Please give me a big round of applause. All right, and I'm your moderator. Welcome to our panel session, Adebimpe, Roslyn, and Mr. Tosin. Welcome. So, all right, so the 7 C's of success, the framework for success that any young person can put to work in their lives and create success. You all have created successes in your life, and that's why you're on this panel, and there's so much that they can learn from you. But let's start with the first C, clarity. And I would like to start with Adebimpe. How important has clarity been for you in achieving your life's goals? And can you share with us, a story of where clarity was really important in deciding what step to take, either personally or professionally? And, can you share with us on that?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be on set with you today. And I hope you've been having a great time as well. And it's good to finally see you from this perspective. So thank you, Ifoma. So for me, clarity, I'll share my opinion on clarity with a story. So there was this day, I was at an event, and there were several people in the auditorium, like thousands of people. And they had these games, there were several games that they had to play. So usually, I would not like to go out for such things. And then there was one game that I was really great at. And once they made a call that who can play this game, before the person landed, I was already on my feet. So I went right up and I nailed it. So what happened? I was clear about how the principles of this game worked. Now, because of that clarity that I had, the boldness was there. There was no procrastination. And I think one of the main reasons people procrastinate is because there's just this fuzzy view. They are not clear. They don't know what to do next. They don't know the next step of action to take. But when you are equipped, when you know what you need to do, it puts springs on your step. Have you ever seen a mother that, she's somewhere and then she hears fire, fire, and she has a child in that house? She knows where that child is. She knows all I need to do right now is to save my child. She's clear about what she has to do. So before thinking twice, without thinking twice, she rushes right in, grabs the child, comes out before, she does not even need to consider whether or not she went through the door or through the window. So for me, this is how powerful I see clarity. With clarity, you can achieve, I think that's like, it takes 80%, takes out the stress, the burden of 80% of your goals. Once you're clear on what to do, you're energized, you just go with full speed.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bigbe. you know, you mentioned procrastination, and I would just like to piggyback on that with Rosaline. Rosaline, you are a master in overcoming procrastination. You have dealt this procrastination that everybody is struggling with. You have dealt it serious blows, and you have been able to overcome it in both your personal life and, you know, in your business. So share with us, how did you do it? Who wants to know, please? We all want to know. How did you do it?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I'd like to say a big thank you also to the Visionaire, the legendary PZD. Thank you so much, sir. I'm grateful to be on this platform with this esteemed panelist. It's amazing. So I can see many of you raised your hands up. It's like it's a general business. It's a general merchandise. Okay, so talking about procrastination, one of the reasons why we procrastinate, just like my esteemed panelist said, is because the vision is blurry. You know what you want to do, but you don't know what you want to do. So now, let me come back to clarity. Clarity, I'll say breaking down your goals and your vision. You know what you want to do. You want to buy a house. You want to buy a car. You know these things. But yet you're postponing on doing them. Why? It's because you've not broken them down. And I'm going to explain how I got to that point. A few years ago, don't worry, I'm still very, very young. I just served in 2020. I finished serving in 2020. So many years before that, my dad would bring newspaper to the house. And I don't like reading newspaper, but I like the middle of the newspaper where you have cartoons. I'm telling you, I still watch cartoons till today. I can still sing the songs. So I would open the newspaper and then I'll read the cartoons. One of these days, I saw a core member that did something and the person was recognized on the newspaper. And I said, when I become a core member, I'll do this. Getting into 2019, I finished from Ebonyi State University, and then I was transferred to Ogun State. So I went to Ogun State to serve. I remembered what I said. I'm sure it was the Holy Spirit that reminded me to. I remember that I said I was going to do something. And then I wrote proposals to organizations, no be here, I'm telling you. I wrote a lot of proposals. I wrote a lot because I wanted to do a lot. There was a community that the last time they had water was when like the British people came. So the tank is still there. The whole community doesn't have water and the generator is spoiled. There's a community where the same it's not far, like the villages. They are very closely knitted. The other one, the school was so dilapidated. I was wondering, I need to do something here. It's so bad. How do these children study, especially when it rains? And then the third one was a healthcare center, a maternity. Mothers come with their children, I think almost twice in a week. And the place, their waiting room and the hospital, the roofing, the ceiling, it was already bad. So there was algae, and you're coming with babies. First aid box was almost finished. The matron doesn't have toilets inside her room. The tank, there was just a lot to do. And I was wondering, what do I do? What do I do? During that search, I already had the hunger. I wanted to do something. While I was working, because I served in a hotel, Eden Hotel and Resort. It's located in Ota. While I was serving, I met somebody, and he told me something. He said, you want to do all these things? I said, yes. He said, break it down. I didn't understand. In my mind, I've broken it down. I know what I want to do, don't I? I know I want to work here. I want to work here. So what do you mean by break it down? He told me, let's start with the maternity care center. I said, yes, sir. He said, what do they need? I said, the place needs to be repainted. They need to clear their grasses. He said, they need paint, isn't it? I said, yes, sir. He said, write it down. Everything you need to do, first of all, in that maternity center, write it down. I would not lie to you, that's the hardest part of it. Because in my mind, I just knew I needed money but I didn't know exactly in details that I needed to break it down. I need paint. How many buckets of paint do you need? I need someone to clear the grass. Who do you need? What is the amount? It will take you time, I'm telling you the truth. I had to sit down and start writing it down. What do I need? And that was how the money came. I borrowed money, first of all, to start doing that as a core member. The person that told me to break it down told me something. He said, if you raise 60% of the money, or 80%, I'll give you the remaining 20%. I called him the following day. He didn't pick my call, but I was grateful. Because I had learned something that in my mind, I already thought I knew how to do it. He taught me how to break the vision. He taught me how to break it down, and I did break it down. And today, I've been able to put that also into my personal business. It might not be easy. You know you want to sell food. You know you want to be able to teach people. You want people to be able to eat. But you've not broken it down. What are your goals? What's your vision? You want to do food. Okay. What's the name of your business? What's the next thing you want to do? You want to sell food. How do you want to do it? Because everybody is selling food. How do you want to do it? Where's the location going to be? Is it going to be online? Who are your target customers? These things will take you time, and that's the hardest part of the job. That's the hardest part of the job.
But
Clarity
once
matters.
you get it, that means
It's off the shelf.
Yes.
Once you get it, once you're able to sit down, you need to be able to sit, take your time, sit down, break these things. You want to sew clothes, you want to learn how, you don't know how to sew, you want to learn how to sew. Who is the best person around your area? If that's what you can afford, that knows how to do it, go to the person, talk with the person, see what's the next thing to do. Don't have ambiguous dreams in your mind that you're not able to fulfill. Because if you keep thinking, I want to build a house, I want to buy a car, okay, I want to build a house, but you've not sat down to break it down, all that you'll ever be is there is. You will not be able to come to a realization of those things and be able to fulfill them. So just take your time, sit down, analyze, and then it will come to fruition. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Rosalind. That's really the first step. Please give her a big round of applause. Yes. Break it down. Know exactly what you want to do. Write it down. And then you begin to see really clearly. You might even see that some of the things you thought you needed, you really don't need them. In some areas you can improvise. But you won't know until you do that. But let's talk about courage for a second. You need courage to achieve your goals. Mr. Tosin, right? You need courage. Yes. So tell us now, you have a big dream for your life. You have a big plan, but you're afraid of a lot of things, uncertainties, all of that. You're facing this fear. How do you overcome them? Because sometimes this fear can stop you in your tracks. But how do you overcome fear, and develop the courage to go after your dreams and your goals?
Thank you so very much, esteemed ma'am. To start with, I'd like to extend my gratitude to highly esteemed Pastor Zuni Abu for the invitation and for the esteemed guests today. Thank you so very much. My panelists, I'm sincerely grateful. Yes, to the question of fear, I am just going to speak from my own perspective of being a UNILAG Don, a lecturer at the University of Lagos. And what would I say? Quite very simple. Fear. Please say with me, say fear. Now, you see, fear has 3 different meanings. And the first one is face everything and rise. Or you forsake everything and run. Now, one thing about these 2 meanings is that there is another angle to it. And what is that? It is false evidence appearing real. Your fear is what drives you. And how do I mean? I came from when I say came, in other words, I left that background already. From a very tragic background. I have never seen any uncle of mine bag a bachelor's degree. In fact, the farthest I've seen is maybe SSE. They just tell me this one is educated. Where did he go? Nothing. But I had the courage to be distinguished. As early as 15 years old, I told myself, if there is a grade called first class, I am courageous enough to conceive it and I must get it. That's what I told myself. And at 16, it was a reality. At 21, it had completed already. And just a few months ago, I completed a PhD with 5.00 CGPA.
Did you hear that? Please, you need to give him a big round of applause.
So I have never made a 2-1 in my career. Master's distinction. PhD 5.00. What am I saying? I just clocked 30 a few months ago. I told myself, we are 5 in my family. My dad is from a family of 22 children. All boys, 1 girl. My mom, 22 children, all girls, 1 boy. Tragic collection. Only 2 made it. I told myself from the beginning, you will never feature in the future. The future you don't picture will not mature. And you must be courageous enough to picture the future, lest it rupture. That was the concept. So speaking of courage and fear, they work hand in hand. Lionel Messi once said, my biggest fear is waking every day to play football. What an irony. Lionel Messi said his biggest fear is football. Is he whining us? That guy is the most decorated footballer ever. He's the goated goat. And he's telling us his biggest fear. Oh, watch this. Michael Jackson once said his biggest fear is dancing. Was he joking? Ladies and gentlemen, if it does not scare you, it will not make you. Your fear is the foundation for your gear. No fear, no gear. Ladies and gentlemen, your courage will be found in your ability to define your creativity in the midst of that intimidating adversity. Fear is the salt that you need to what? To make your food sophisticated. It is the biggest price you need. And if that thing is not scary enough, I'm sorry, it's not your goal. It's not your dream. My biggest fear was stepping into an exam hall and writing exam against 187 people. But guess what? That's why I excelled the most. You can't beat me in an exam hall. Not because I was the best student, but because I had grace. Say with me, say grace. Your fear is clothed in the garment of grace. What is grace? Grace is God in the race. Your purchase of grace is what saves you from disgrace. So it's not the case that your fine face or your expensive shoelace is what makes you come first in life's race. Rather, grace is what saves you from the pool of disgrace.
Wow.
I hope I've answered the question.
Please give him a big round of applause. But did you get something out of that? Yes. So many nuggets, And that's very inspiring, what he has achieved at 30. He's not even 30, and he has achieved so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Tosin. So let me come back to you, Bimpe. You work in the creative sector, But aside working in the creative sector, creativity and innovation is one of the C's that every young person needs to succeed. Now, what do you do to ensure that you remain creative? We always hear, think outside the box, think outside the box. These days, there's no box again. The box has, someone has carried the box, So what do you do? What habits, what practices do you engage in to ensure that you're always coming up with creative ideas, you remain creative, you remain innovative, even in a world where things are constantly changing? How do you maintain your creativity and innovative spirit?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think my journey of creativity started from birth, but then I realized it at a certain level of my life. So first off, I'm very privileged to be mentored by the convener of this event. That's the legendary Pizza Day. And I met him while I was still in school. So I just want to share that brief. So I was attending a particular congregation, and then I've always loved big things. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry.
You don't have to be
I
sorry
love
about
big
it.
things. I've always had the mindset of why can't things be better? If I'm trekking and people are, I went to secondary school with, I would usually go with public transport. My other brother is here. We would trek. I'm like, why are people going around in AC cars? I couldn't understand. And I would keep asking questions. Why? So then when I was in this particular congregation, I said, I don't really like this place. So I got talking with one of my friends who was not a member of that congregation. He said, see, I'm going to take you to another place, the same congregation but a different location. He said, if you meet this man, you would love him. And I had to, it was a 1-hour journey from my house. And this time I was on IT, I wasn't working. So that means I needed to pay transport. So the first Sunday I went there, I refused. Nobody followed up on me. I said, no, I am not leaving this place. And you see, that was the first. When I was done with school, I was privileged to continue that access. And he was my first boss. And I've worked with him for many years. And I've had that, mentorship access. So I said that to say, when he started to mentor me, one thing I learned about creativity was Kaiser principle. So he would say, it's the principle for continuous improvement. Some of my colleagues then are here. So no matter what you do, in our eyes, you can never please legendary PZA, not in a bad way. So there are times I think it was that some people are trying to explain it for me in the congregation. It was that expectation that drove me to creativity. So my first job then was media and branding. And because of how huge legendary PZD is. So when I was interviewing for the role, he asked me, have you ever handled this and this? I have never. I said yes. So when I said yes, I had to go back to the drawing board. And there was this design. I'm a designer. So there was this design I made for a particular project. And then I brought it. It was so beautiful, colorful. I wish I could show you. So beautiful in my eyes. And then, with that confidence, I took it to my boss. And then imagine what the feedback was. Who can guess what the feedback was? Say again. You said?
It's not good enough.
Not good enough. You said bad. Another person said rubbish. It can be better. You're trying. Imagine this like I was new. Do you know what the response was? Silence. So that silence was an assignment. I understood what that silence meant. Then I had to, that was what birthed my curiosity for research. So then I started to research because this was a new field for me. I'm glad Dr. Tafa spoke about this thing, about not just reading self-help books, but you need to study skills. Motivation can never give you skills. You need to burn candles. You need to burn your data. If you've worked closely with me, you know that I don't take SQs. Because the legendary presenter does not take SQs. What do I want to do with your SQs? What do you need my SQs for? Right? So, with that silence, I had to go and research who are the best, what's the best branding? Who are what are the brands that are doing great? And I did this study between 2 days, because then my job, I was afraid. I said, I don't want them to fire me. This is my first project. See what is happening. I called some of my team. I said, see, they're about to fire me. Let's crack this design thing. So when after the research, we're talking of the process of creativity. Yes. So after the research, this beautiful design, I went back to it. It was the ugliest design I've seen. I said, what? Bimpe, you mean you were the one that designed this ugly design before? So then I brought out the first product and it was approved. Right? I thought you were going to clap. At least that was progress. It was approved. And so that has been my guide. I prepare I actually don't love to compete. I love to be the best. So I don't look for who can I be better than. My question is, why can't I be the best? And why can't we be the best together? So the goal is not, I want to be better than all of this. No, my goal is, what is the best possible level that I can attain, that is obtainable, right? So, because this is where I want to operate. And that has guided my curiosity. And when you have this kind of mindset, you can't sleep on yourself. There was a time that, my design got better, and we moved on to I moved on to a larger role, that was very strategic. So I saw that the skill I had, and with the pace of my learning and all of those, it was still not delivering the results. You know what I did? I looked for someone that was very good, and inside my salary, I was paying the person, design for me. I'll present it to the office. Nobody knew. Once I collect my salary, I'll pay the guy. But today, I've excelled in.
Please give her a round of applause. Some of the things I'm able to pull out is, number one, research. She spent a lot of time researching. She also learned to demand more of herself, right? Fan the embers of curiosity. Because when you're curious, you will go after knowledge to learn more so that you can do more. And then she learned how to collaborate with the person she was paying to give her designs. Thank you so much, Big Pay. So I want to piggyback on that collaboration again. For you, you work in the food industry, and it takes a lot to make things happen. And you need to collaborate, you need to partner with people. Please tell us, how do you make it work? How do you bring in those collaboration skills to work with different kinds of people, even across multicultural teams, right? So how does that work for you?
With regards to collaboration, I used to be a one-man mopole. Nobody. I heard so many things about collaborating with people that I just wanted to be on my own. I start the business on my own. I make the profit on my own. I just do contract work. Come and do this, and then you go. Bye-bye. I know how many times I had issues with my co-founder at first. Like, I just wanted to be a co-founder, but no share. Just stay on your own. Because I've heard too many things about startup and all of that. But I thank God I found a safe space.
So how did you start learning to collaborate with people? Because I can see that there are many one-man soldiers here. So how did you learn to do that?
Okay, I would say it was man-made, because I couldn't have done it from the top of my head. And I'll tell you the difference between the ones I did from the top of my head and the one that was divine. Because I'll tell you, the greatest collaboration I've had as a human is the collabo with the Holy Spirit. I will not lie to you. I'll just tell you that. That's the biggest I've ever had. And I'm grateful because he lives in me. Now, when I got, the person that became my co-founder, when I met him, he just asked me, what do you want to do? I said, I want to do food. Anybody you see that asks you what you want to do, that thing that is burning, never hesitate to say it. Let it be a burning fire on your lips. You meet anybody, you're talking about it. That's all you're talking about. When you meet me, all I talk about is food. I'm telling you, I talk about food a lot. How passionate I am to feed people. I really talk about it a lot. So I just told him I wanted to do food. He said, okay. And then before you know it, the next thing I saw is he started helping me break it down. You can do it this way, you can do it this way, you can do it this way, you can do it this way. And that's how I got my co-founder. Now, the people, along the line, I needed help. So I went to meet people to say, okay, you're my friend. I know I can assist. This is a very scalable business. Can you come work with me? Can you come work with me? It was chaotic. They came, but they left the same way they came. But those people, I learned something. When you're looking out for people, for collaborations, look for people who are invested in your vision. When you talk to them, and in the next 5 minutes during the conversation, they're able to pinpoint from what you have said and then answer you. Not those ones that by the time you're talking, all they're after is how much will you pay me and what's the profit. No. Look for those that are invested in your vision. And I can tell you that they are out there because I'm one of them. I looked for places to work for free. I'm not joking. I looked for places to work for free. When I had people who would tell me about what they wanted to do, I was ready to assist. Okay. I was ready to assist to say, okay, what can I do? How can I help you? Look for people who are invested in your vision.
All right.
That's the best collaboration you ever get.
All
And then,
right.
sorry, one more thing I'd like to chip in is, regarding what I said about clarity, I forgot to, sorry, I was
Just
going to
in a
mention this.
second,
Yes.
because-
Sorry, a second. Eden Hotel and Resort gave me the money for the project I was working on. So where I served ended up being the place that gave me the money to carry out the project I did as a core member. Thank you.
Yeah, that's because they really saw the value in you. Just on a final note, Mr. Tosin, 2 seconds. An advice, 2 seconds. An advice to someone here who wants to future-proof his dreams with these 7 C's. So now you're going to do a combined. What would you say to someone? What's is the most important advice you can give to someone who wants to leave this place ready for his future? 2 seconds.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. You already spent out of my 2 seconds. So I'll pick it from there. Please say with me, say aspire. To acquire the desire that you admire. Even when they conspire, do not retire. Refire, because there is a Messiah that will make them aspire. Thank you. The best way to aspire with others, right? That is one fundamental thing that you need to know. And what's my plea with you today? As you step out, please let it be the biggest thing that you hold on to. My predecessors, the speakers who spoke before me, condemned first class in its entirety. And I sat there watching them. This is what you must know. To me, first class means a lot because I made that grade. But this is what you must know. You are most probably in school or you just left. One thing you should hold on to. Don't ever let your education be the source of your living. Get education and decorate the vision. Because guess what?
I told you from the beginning, that vision is a mental picture describing your preferable future. School will never guarantee you success. Rather, your inner voice, please find yourself and use your education to decorate the future. It will happen. Speak your peak and you activate your peak.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What an enlightening session. Thank you so much to my panelists, Bimpe, Rosalie, and of course, Mr. Toyin. Thank you so much. I hope you've learned something from this panel. Was it insightful? Was it impactful? Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
All right, so we'll quickly go to our next session. We'll have our facilitator online. And they're ready for us. Please, can you signal me? Technical team. Can you signal me? Dr. Kayode Ayankoya. Is he online? Is he ready for us? He's going to be speaking to us on Unlock Your Potential, 5 future-proof directions for young leaders. Very interesting topic. Unlock your potential, 5 when he's up. Can I get the signal that Dr. Kayode Ayankoya is here? Kayode Ayankoya, excited to have you join us. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you give him volume, please? He's speaking, but we can't hear. We're excited to have you. But we
Thank you so much. This meeting. Not just for this wonderful opportunity to be able to talk to wonderful people that are sitting in their room. Pastor Zuni, for giving me this. You mean to so many of us, so many. Into, and that's why participate. And I'm very grateful for the panelists and all the speakers. Thank you so much for all that you have shared with the participants, both online and on-site. As I said, I have learned so much. I've learned a lot. Thank you so much. And I'm going to try to share and explore business in this ever-evolving some stories, hopefully, and then I will also not just there are so many companies that are having a challenging time filling positions. I can tell you for free right now that I know personally some high-tech companies that are having to close shop in Nigeria because they just couldn't fill the spaces, they couldn't fill the opportunities. And for some of them, you know, when you give somebody a job in Nigeria, and you know, when they say let's try them out and try to build them. And so this guy is 3 months, 6 months in. The Canadian embassy is already waving at them and say, "Come, what? Why? Number one, because this guy now has a logo of that high-tech company, and then they are in that space." And so this closing their shop in Nigeria because they said, well, we can't find the right skill. Now, should people not, you know, if they have opportunity to but I've been sitting here for 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, and I'm looking for a role. I can't find one, and all these people just keep saying, you know, there are opportunities everywhere. I am sure that you have learned a lot during the course, you know, of this meeting today. And if you will put all the things that the speakers have been sharing with you, you will put them into work. There's no way. There's something waiting for you, and not just something to just, you know, just survive. Something where you can thrive. And I think that I have a little bit of the credentials to be able to talk to you about that today. So, so many of the presenters that you have listened to today, you may think that they all drop from the sky. You know, you listen to Dr. Tafa, Dr. Joyce. If you listen to me as I go along, you might think, wow. But I wanted to just share a little bit on where my journey started from. So as you can see, I started at the Polytechnic. So after jumping me a couple of times, and I thought to myself, God, before I become the bros, one of the bros in the area, I don't know if you understand what I mean. You know, when you are going out in the morning, there are some people that are always around. They sit in front of the air. I say, bros, so you greet them, bros. in the area, they have become bros. Everybody knows them because the guy is sitting outside in the morning, and when you are coming back in the evening, you will still meet him. Everybody has gone. He's just sitting there. So as I look at it, like if I don't do something quickly, I'm going to become one of the bros in the area. So I decided, you know what? I'm just going to go to a poly, and I don't care what I do there. I just want to leave. I want to go in, and then I looked at UME at that time. The one for poly. I can't remember what it used to be. And I looked at the brochure and thought, well, I think these statistics, there isn't a lot of people that is doing it. So I'm going to go for it because I know it is guaranteed. And when I enter, then I'll change to computer science, right? Only for me to discover I got a root shock when I eventually got to Poly Ibadan. Like you have to stay with it. There's no changing here. But I wanted you to understand the fact that, hey, you can start from anywhere. You can start from anywhere. This is where I start. So this is where it all started. But if you ask me, how is it going right now? I'll tell you this is how it's going right now. I've got a couple of logos behind my name right now where I have worked. I have touched Facebook, worked at top 4 consulting companies, studied at top universities around the world, and still currently work for one of the largest technology companies in the world. So I wanted you to understand that it doesn't matter where you are coming, where you come from, where you start from. You can have a goal and arrive at the place where you really want to be. You can take advantage of opportunities on your way and be the very best that you can be. I know that Dr. Otafa also mentioned that tech is not the only way to be successful, but if you develop the right skills and position yourself completely correctly, I can tell you that the opportunities in that industry is so enormous today. Just look around you. Look around you. I'm sitting thousands and thousands of miles away from you, but we can engage, live. This technology that is enabling all these things. You have a phone in your hand. You get into a car, you drive a car. All these things. They are not going to go away. They are only going to become better. So how do you now participate? This is a big cake in front of us. How do you participate today, tomorrow, and in the future? And that's what I will be talking about over the next couple of minutes. So let me look at my time so that I can be sure to round up at the right time. All right. So let's get started. If you look on the screen and some of the pictures that you see there, I know that there are some of those things that maybe you have never even touched. There are people that have never touched a typewriter in their whole adult life. That we used to have those phones in our house where it's ground, and if you're like some of us, we know how to. My parents will lock that phone. They'll put a lock on it, but we know how to tap it. But that is all those technologies. Those are the technologies of the past, but they are not there today. You actually will, if you maybe where you will find these things today is in the museums, right? And so if somebody has said that they wanted to be a typist, you understand? They used to be or they want to be a typist. I don't know if anybody still wants to be a typist today, but in the past, you have someone that is taking dictation and taking notes, and then will go and type that thing out and then bring it to the boss, and then he proves again, and then no. Today, you're thinking and you are writing. sometimes you look for pen because you haven't used a pen in a long time because you have iPads, you are writing on your phone, you are typing on your computers, you are writing a book you don't write it on paper, you are typing out everything. All right? So the world is changing so fast. The world is changing so fast. You can't afford to stay in the same place. You have to think on, okay, where am I right now, and where do I want to be? What are the opportunities that I have? What are the opportunities that are in front of me? What should I be taking advantage of? Right? So you have to think about that. You have to think about where am I today, and what are the opportunities that are there for me in the future. And those are some of the things that I will be talking about today. I really wish that I could take questions as I'm going along, but I'll try my best. If there's any way the technical team can help for me to take questions at some point, it'll be great. Again, as I mentioned, so if you look at the picture that you have on the screen here, it's a diskette. So if you are in the computer industry today, you may not have seen these things before. And as I mentioned, these are the technologies that actually, drove the world. This is what a lot of things are built on. But today, it's a totally different ball game, and you have to find and tell yourself, how do I navigate the changes that is in the industry today? That's where you start. If you're going to future-proof your career or your business or your life for the next 10 years, I actually say that, you don't necessarily plan for the next 10 years because things are going to change, right? And so if you plan it at all, then your plan should be, how will I be able to adapt as things change, all right? Because things are going to continue to change as you go along. So what kind of skill do I need to develop today such that in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, I will still be relevant, right? Just like I mentioned, someone that is a typewriter and says, I just want to remain a typewriter. One of the speakers earlier this morning talked about Kodak, for example. That Kodak, when it was time for them to change, they thought, no, how would you put a camera in a phone? They refused to change. And they became a victim of the rapidly changing environment that we have. And the same thing applies to individuals. Where am I today? And where can I be? Where do I want to be in the future? And also, I also love to tell people that, listen, like that gentleman on the panel that just finished talked about, he said, you can't beat me in the classroom, right? That means he understood that there are competitors, and all those people that you sit in the classroom, you have to look at yourself as a business. Like, we are competing, essentially. You're going to go out of that place, you're going to compete for the same job, you're going to compete for the same opportunity. So how do I position myself to make sure that when I get out there, I need to compete effectively? I'm not just going to go there. If you apply for a job and there are 300 people or 500 people that apply for the same job, or you're going for a business. You're doing a business like the one of the ladies in the panel that just finished talked about. She runs a food startup. Now, there are things that she knows that puts her ahead of the others because everybody is trying to sell food. In fact, I say that she must be a genius because in that industry, it's tough. People are trying to sell. There is Mama Put on this side. There is, on the other end, you have all the big food chains that you have to compete with. And then you are now in the middle. How do you compete effectively? You have to prepare for today, understand the past, be prepared for today, and then look forward into the future as you organize yourself. So you have, and to do that, continuous learning is one of the foundations. And I'm going to come back to that in a moment. And so let's look at some of the where we have found ourselves today and some of the things that we are dealing with, and the reason why you have to continuously and constantly evolve. Let's talk about AI, for example. Now, the mobile phone in your hands today, everybody has a mobile phone, but there's a time that not everybody, had a mobile phone. And it took about 16 years to have 100 million mobile phone users. 16 years. From the first time those big, I don't know, only a few will remember, those big Turaya phones, when they came out, up till they got to about 100 million, it took 16 long years. All right? Now, then we move to the internet itself that is actually enabling this communication that I am having with you right now. The internet took 7 years to have 100 million people use the internet. You know that very few people will know that dial-up connection, where you connect the computer to the phone and then you click and then it calls and then gets you on the phone. Today, there is internet everywhere, but it took 7 years before internet had 100 million users. And they claim Facebook, that most people have on their phones today, it took 4.5 years for Facebook to get to 100 million users. Now, ChatGPT took 3 months to get to 100 million users. 3 months. In 90 days, they had more than 100 million users. Now, that tells me something. That tells me something, that the world is changing so fast, and you have to move at the same pace. You might say, well, I'm 25, or I'm 30, or I'm 21, and I learned, X, Y, Z skill, and I'm going to just stay with that. You cannot. You cannot. Why? Because things are changing so fast. So fast. And, when you think about it, even today, the academic qualifications that people have, so you have gone to school, maybe you just finished your first degree or second degree, or whatever the case may be, or maybe you are even studying in the university right now, right? Maybe you are in the university right now, you tell yourself, like, if you were like me, for the statistics, I sat there, one day I was just sitting like that in the classroom, and I just put up my hand. I asked the lecturer, I said, where are we going to use this thing? If I knew all that I know today, I wouldn't have asked that. I thought that was a stupid question, but it's still okay to ask, because it was teaching us numerical analysis, and I'm like, where are we going to use? Can't we just keep this thing and just move along? But you see, few years after that, I thought, okay, now that I'm done with poly, I need to go to the university and try and get a master's or try and get this and that. And said, you can't do a master directly, I have to do a PGD. So I went to UI. But while I was doing that, I said to myself, no, this is not where I want to go. I need something else. I need something else. I don't think this is what I want to do with my life. I don't think so. So what did I do? one of my friends, I'm sure he probably have spoken or will be speaking. So I got introduced to him, and I saw that this guy had these big books on MCSD, Microsoft Certified Solution Developers. He had these big books, 3, 4 of them. I'm talking about Dickie Nabayomi at the Lowerton. So he has probably spoken or will be speaking later. So he had this book. I was introduced to him. So I said, can you borrow me one of these books? Can you borrow me one of these books? They said, yeah. He was now certified, and he said, I will borrow you one at a time. So if you return it, if you return one, then I'll borrow you another. I said, that's a deal. That was a good deal. So I'll call it. While I was studying for PGD in statistics, I will go to the reading room in Awol, University of Ibadan. I will sit there and I read those 3 big books, pali to pali, cover to cover. I read everything. And then I started practicing. I was still continuing my academic pursuit at UI. I didn't drop out. I continued. And then I finished reading those 3 books. I went for the exam. I passed the exam. I haven't finished my PGD at UI, and then it was time for me to get the job. And like Dr. Tafa was saying, you can't just say there is no job. No. Go knock the door. So what did I do? I went to a software development company in Ibadan then, and I said, I can program. I can write program. I remember the guy looking at me like this, like, who is this rude guy? You can what? So they gave me one computer there and said, sit down there and show us what you can do. Mind you, there was no job. They didn't post any position. They didn't say they are looking for anything. But just because I have been studying and I thought, now I'm ready. So I went there. And then I sat there for a couple of minutes. And the next thing, I said I was done. So he looked at it and looked at me like this and said, okay, can you start on Monday? Can you start on Monday? I said, yes. And that was it. For me, that was it. Of course, that's not the end of the journey. And I'll talk a little bit about my journey as I go along. So, what is the most important skill that you have? You have to ask yourself. In preparing for a future-proof career, future-proving yourself, you have to ask yourself that question. What is the one skill that I have? I would have loved to go around the room right now to say, what's the most important skill that you have? Whether you have completed a degree or you have not completed a degree, even if you have done primary 6 or you have done SSC, you've gone, to university or not. In today's environment, one of the most important skills that we have is the ability to read and to write. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the most important thing you went to do in the university. Whether you studied computer science, Greek technology, or even if you study Yoruba engineering, it's not a disadvantage. And that was not a mistake. Even if you studied Yoruba engineering, it's not a mistake. You have now learned how to read, and you have now learned how to write. Now the journey begins. For me, that was it. I just told you. I could not afford the books. So I saw a friend that has it. I say, if you can pass the exams, me too, I can pass the exam. By the way, then he was one of the first of our friends to get a very good job. You can't stop us. You can't stop me. Because I'm looking at him. He was now working at a bank. I said, if you can get a job at a bank with this thing, even me, I will get a job. I borrowed the book from him. From there, came to Lagos, went to Tiba, built one Paco computer like that. And then one other story. I met with PZA. And PZA said, what can you do? So I explained to him, he said, wow. You know, I feel Bimpe's, I share a sentiment. He said, wow, that's amazing. Okay. And then in retrospect, I can see that he started to look at me. What can this young man do? What kind of discipline does it have? Started to look. You see, started to look, started to check. And then he said to me, don't worry, we're going to do big things. We're going to do big things. So he took me by the hand one day into an organization, and they said, we want to build X, Y, this, and that. He looked at me. I said, yes, we can do it. Yes, we can do it. But in my mind, I know I will go and find out how to do it when we leave this place. Did we do it? Of course. Why? I know how to read and write. So, I know that you're probably expecting some esoteric skill on how do I future-proof my career. Number one is how to read and write. How to research. Big P also mentioned researching. How to research. How to identify opportunities. You have to invest in yourself. If you're going to make anything, it doesn't matter where you start from. What matters the most is where do you want to go. You discover this is where I want to go, and then you start investing in yourself. Identify opportunities without any mind block, as I mentioned earlier, without any mind block. If I studied entomology, well, I didn't, but if you studied entomology, for example, entomology is the study of insects. And you just discover that, well, it looks like nobody really care about, nobody's willing to pay me for insects, or studying insects, or talking about insects, or dissecting insects, or managing insects. Nobody's willing to pay me. So should I stay logged into that and not do something about it? Absolutely not. I can go do something else with myself. Now that, okay, I studied entomology, but entomology is not really, and maybe you're even passionate about it while you're in school, but you just discover that now entomology is not, ChatGPT has now replaced entomology. So what are you going to do? Well, in the process of studying entomology, you learned how to read and write. And so if I can identify opportunities in the marketplace, and I'm willing to evolve and change, you see, you're willing to evolve, you're willing to change and tell yourself, okay, I love entomology, but entomology is not bringing me what I require right now. So I'm going to go learn a new skill. I'm going to learn a new skill. I'm going to invest in myself, and I'm going to educate myself. If you can do that, then you are on your journey. You're on your journey. Anyone that is not able to do that, I mean, I have worked in consulting for a couple of years, and I still do. And today, it is almost like there's a new thing we need to deal with all the time. For example, lately I was trying to put together training materials, and I realized that, wait a minute, the training materials internal training materials for my organization, and I realized that, wait, what I was putting together 6 months ago is not relevant anymore for the kind of tools and services that we need to offer. So I need something totally new. What does that mean? It means the industry has changed. And so when I meet a new customer, we say we can do it, yes, and yes, and yes, and yes, of course. If it cannot be done, we tell them it cannot be done. But if we know it can be done, we have an idea of what it is, then we go back. All I need is a weekend. All I need is a weekend to sit down, study the matter. The next time I come into the room, I'm the expert on that matter. Why? I know how to read and write. I go back, I study. There's so much information everywhere. And it's, a lot of people have talked about it. So be willing to evolve and be willing to educate yourself. Take advantage of that skill of reading and writing, as trivial as that may seem. As trivial as that may seem. So with that being said, I want to, if you give a carpenter an hammer, everything would look like a nail. And so permit me to just talk about some areas where in my space that I know for sure that there are opportunities. The opportunities are there. They were there yesterday. The opportunities are still there today. And the opportunities will be there tomorrow. And it doesn't matter, and some of the things that I'm going to share with you now, it doesn't matter where you have been. It doesn't matter what you studied, what is your background. It doesn't matter. You can still thrive in these industries. And I can tell you confidently that these industries will still be there in some shape or form in the next 5 to 10 years. It will still be there. It will still be there. So let me go over a couple of them. Number one is the software engineering role. Now you can say, no, that is for people that studied computer science. It's not true. Completely not. In 2020, we started running everybody was at home, right? So I was bored. I used to travel a lot. So I started running some online trainings. And a young lady reached out to me from Kenya and said, look, she said she used to be an event planner and that she wanted to be a data scientist. Now she's asking me, is it possible? I said, yes. If you are willing to pay the price. She said she used to plan events for organizations, but she heard this thing about data science. Is it possible? I said, of course. If you are willing to pay the price, if you can read and if you can write. Not only did she complete the program, the mentorship program that I had for her. Spoiler alert, I had the same opportunities for many people, and most people in Nigeria did not complete it. I had most people from East and Southern Africa, they completed those programs. But most people that joined from Nigeria, they just didn't complete it. So that's something to just pause and think about. They didn't complete it. They had the opportunity. I heard somebody during, asking Dr. Joyce, how do I find the mentor? How do I know who is the mentor? Look, there is no mentor that wants anybody to waste their time, because that's all they got. That's all they got. So you have to understand that people want to mentor, but then they also know that they have to manage their time effectively. And so there is an element of crowd control that they have to do. If I respond to every LinkedIn message that I get, if I respond to everyone that say, hey, can you mentor me? I will not be doing anything for myself. Yet, I want to. I'm looking for opportunities too. So, software engineering role is one of the opportunities that are there. I just told you, I know of at least 2 organizations, 2 big tech organizations that you and I use what they make every day. You use them. I mean, I'm talking about social media companies and big tech organizations. You use what they make today. They want to open offices in Nigeria, but they can't find people. Oh, they can find people that can build a website. No, it is too crowded at the bottom. And this is not, if you build a website, I mean, we need people that do UI, UX. So that's another level, right? And I group all of them together under software engineering. So you're doing UI, UX, you're doing DevOps, you're doing software engineering, back-end development. I mean, you can find a space for you, for yourself in one of those roles and then grow. But don't stop there. Most people say, oh, there is software development, there is a website designing is the in thing right now. And everybody flocks to website designing and they're just satisfied with just putting, HTML code together. No, you have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps higher. At that level, they will be pursuing you. They'll be pursuing you. When I worked for one social media company, you know that one, the one with an F. When I got to the head office, I found that I can hardly see anybody that look like me. What is this? But they are selling to us, to all of us, but they are not hiring from, where I came from. Why? And then I discovered they made attempts. They couldn't find the right people. But they will go to Eastern Europe and Asia and literally pay for people to come work for them. Should I say that again? They will organize everything. Visa, you just bring yourself. You just bring yourself and your family. We will take care of everything. And that's one of the reasons why I started doing those mentorship programs at that time. The opportunities are there, and it's not going to go away. I call software engineers plumbers. You will always need them. You will always need them. You always need software engineers. And then today, the data space is so wide. The data, we create so much data today, and organizations are using the data that you and I create and that is now available as gold. They treat data as gold today, right? And what does that mean? That means there are so many opportunities in that space. So many opportunities. It has always been there, at least in the past 10 years. And in the next 10, 15,
All right. How was that session? Did you learn something from that session? Right? You learned something? How to be very valuable. Yeah. So we lost a bit of connection with him, and we'll just move straight ahead with our next session. And it's a very interesting one because our facilitator is a world-class personality. He's someone that you should be listening to, and he's accomplished so much. And he'll be speaking to us on the topic, start early, stay through, and finish strong. So today is the 11th of January. We are still a bit early, at least 7. Please clap if you want to clap. All right, so we're starting a bit early, just 11 days gone. We have many more days in the year. So he's going to be telling us how to start early, how to stay through, and how to finish strong. And I'll just go ahead and tell you a bit about him. His name is Ozoemena Mbanefo, and he's the founder of Nigeria's foremost art school of brands and marketing communications, Oxygen Academy. Who has heard about it? Or the O2 Academy. Very popular. If you haven't heard about it, I should be wondering about you. Within the first 4 years, he offered free brand communication training to over 200 Nigerian youths in his garage. You can start anywhere. Ever since then, he has never looked back in being a ray of hope for the young generation, creating a platform has broken many barriers in his professional trajectory. He's a motivator, he's a teacher, he's a mentor to hundreds of Nigerian youths. He believes in creating ample opportunity to every willing heart, not out of charity, but because it Please, can we just rise up as we give the creative whiskey a big round of applause to welcome him for his session. Welcome.
I like to say this a lot of times because to just make us relax. Person that knows my story to when we started. As a matter of fact, we've known as your own story. I'm usually very excited when I have young people come together for a place to grab information that will cause a transformation in their lives. And as far as you're sitting down here, you are a product of transformation. And that means you deserve a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you for showing up, because men are made in meetings. And the truth about it is that for you to meet your destiny, you should be in a meeting. And I'm happy to meet you. Yeah. So I want to start with, can I see the next slide? Start early. Maybe I should stand here. Start early and what? Stay true and what? Finish strong. See, I want to start by asking for a favor. Please, if you know you are allergic to becoming larger than life, if you are allergic to that, like you don't want to be, I want to give you the next 5 seconds to leave this room. Why? Because if you're still sitting here, you're going to be a total different perception you're going to be living here with. My job in the next 1 hour is to put something in you that will constantly nudge you and push you for you to push boundaries for 2025. Look, let me tell you, the people who are pushing boundaries, who are setting world records, they no carry 20 heads. Is somebody getting my point? If they can do it, you can do it. And I'm going to share with you some practical steps that work for things to work for you. Let me see the next slide. I'm here to talk to you about relevance, and I'm just going to leave. That's my job. Relevance. I tell people, it's either you are relevant or you are irrelevant. You know, there was a day I walked into a particular office. I never forget that situation. I was going to see an MD of one of the biggest advertising agencies. And I got to the reception. And I told the receptionist that, please, my name is so-and-so, Ozon Mbanefo, that I would like to see the MD of blah, blah, blah agency. I don't want to say the name. And the receptionist said, sir, are you on appointment? I said, no. And she said, please, I will need to call the MD. I said, go ahead. She called the MD. Lo and behold, they told me, MD is busy and will not be able to see you today. I was a bit down. I left the reception, went to my car, and something said to me, go back. You requested to see the MD on a name that is not relevant. Go back, request to see the same MD with a name that represents relevance. I went back to the same receptionist, not up to 20 minutes, the same outfit, everything. Went back and I said, hello. She said, hi. I said, please, I would like to see the MD. And she said, are you not the same person that just left now some 5 minutes ago? I said, yes. But tell him that Provost Auto Academy Lagos would like to see him. Kabaya. You know, when I say these things, it looks like I'm proud, but I'm sorry. It's my bragging right. It's my sweat equity. You see, if you understand the power of relevance, you understand that everything rises and falls on the level of your relevance. Guess what happened? She picked up the phone. See what she said, and that was the interesting part. She said, hello, sir. That same man that left some few minutes ago, you told you are busy, came back again and insisted that he wants to see you. He said he is the provost of O2 Academy. The next thing I heard is, yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, sir. And she said, follow me. This was how I was now following her. And when I got to the MD's office, his office is as big as almost the whole of this hall. His table at the extreme. He got up as I walked into the door. He got up from his seat, walked towards me, shook my hands, and hugged me and said, thank you for what you are doing for the industry. And you know why he said that? Because 7 out of every 10 young person in advertising is a product of O2 Academy. If you're not clapping, you're beefing me. You did beef me. Some of you. And you will not graduate. I'm joking. You know, I learned the power of relevance as far back as, and I tell people, you don't need to be so comfortable and so successful for you to be relevant. I remember when I walked into my church then, you know, a young boy, very hungry, looking for ways to succeed and things. But I understood something about relevance. And I got into my church, Dominion City, and they were having a camp meeting the following Sunday. You know what I did? I had only a camera. And I carried that camera, printed a t-shirt, media crew at the back, black t-shirt. I and my cousin. We joined the media crew without anybody questioning us. Do you know that when you show up with relevance, people don't question you? Are you aware? Because the world is looking for those that are ready to help. As long as you are not being helped, you are respected and regarded. And there are places you could actually enter. I was taking picture of my pastor with passion. And when the service finished, I gave the camera to my cousin. I said, once you see me shake hand with Pastor David, please take that picture. And, you know, after the preaching and pastor came down, he was talking to people who have all their problems and gathering around him, telling him all their problems. Me, I just stood one corner. I told myself, I'm a man of relevance. I have solved problem. Pastor will look at me. Pastor will say hi to me. Do you know within some 3 to 5 seconds of saying that thing, looking at him, the man turned and said, hello, my friend. I think I know you from somewhere. I said, before, uncle, in my mind, when I did snap you anyhow. Be relevant. Oh. If you want to be noticed, be relevant. I walked up to him, I shook his hands. While I was shaking his hand, my cousin was snapping. And he noticed I was smiling somewhere else. He said, oh, you came with your camera. I said, are you not the cameraman? I said, yes, it's me, sir. He shook me, I hugged him. That picture, I posted it all over social media. And the following Sunday, I packaged about 250 copies of the pictures I took at the camp meeting and put it in a big album. After church service. And I don't know why after church service, people will just gather around pastors and be talking all their problems. See, don't come telling people about your problem. Come to solve their problem. Why people gathered around him to be, I just carried the album, stood again at a vantage position. He looked at me and said, is that not that professional photographer? I said, yes, pastor. He said, come. I came, I knelt down, I gave him that. And he said, you see this one? He will go global. Boy, I'm global today. Relevance. Anytime you want to be recognized appreciated, remunerated. Do not think of what you will receive. Think of what you will give. The world is not looking for consumers. The world is looking for producers. I got into Morgan Estate then. You see, and I tell people, anywhere you show up and show up with something. I started Utu Academy in my 2-bedroom apartment without shishi. And you don't need to have everything. All you need is service in your heart. You know, I teach service to the extent that when I gather young people, I show them the power of service. When I moved into Morgan Estate, I gathered about 15 young people. I was teaching them the essence of service, and they were thinking it's just talk. I said, watch, I want to show you guys example. We went around and numbered our estate, Morgan Estate in Ojodudem. The day we were numbering that estate, there was a particular house we got to. While we were numbering the gate, the woman was entering with her jeep. She parked. And she said, wow, I love what you guys are doing. And I already have their leader. His name is Babangida. He walked up to the woman and said, yes, we are the members of Youth in Focus, Morgan Estate. We are not wandering generalities. We are meaningful specifics. The woman said, wow, I like you guys. And she opened her pigeonhole, brought out 20,000. As at then, 20,000 is like 300,000. And said, please use this to buy soft drink. And when she entered, I gathered them. I said, what do you see now? Relevance. When you are relevant, your pocket becomes relevant. And guess what? After that numbering, the estate chairman on the 4th day knocked on my door. And when I came downstairs, he said, you are the young man that gathered you to number this estate. I said, yes, sir. He said, we want to now have you as a member of the landlord association, the only tenant that has meeting with landlord. Relevance. Show up with service. Don't show up with problem. Anywhere you find yourself, look for a solution to something. I can assure you, your own problem will be solved. That's why the Bible says, water other people's lives and your own lives will be watered. The problem we have is that everybody is carrying their problem in their head. And at some point, people start getting entitled. Feeling if you don't help me, God will show you because you have it. Say you. God is looking at you. God is watching you. Nothing will happen to the person that didn't help you. Help him, then help will come to you. And I'm going to show you how to be relevant because it's not, I know a lot of other teachers today had talked about relevance, but I'm here to show you steps. It's actually just 4 things. 4 things. 4 things. The advertising industry today respects me not because my name is Ozone Mbanefo, but because I have solved unemployment problem in the advertising industry. And I'm going to show you at every level because sometimes there's this perception that, where do I start? When I tell people that I don't used to speak good English, they think I'm lying. Let me tell you, I was born and brought up in Oka, Anambra State, and I schooled in a secondary school where they were using Igbo language to teach us Introtech and biology. And so, having schooled also in IMT Enugu, everybody just speaks Igbo. When I got to Lagos, I got a little bit intimidated because everybody was just, let me use the word, everybody seemed smarter than I am. Because I was, grappling with my tenses. And when you hear people talk and you feel you can't talk like them, You know something? I don't know. Somebody here might have this thing, but can I tell you something? You have the capacity to build capacity for yourself. You can change it. When I realized that anybody can learn anything, I knew it's over for my village people. No, I changed them for them now. I had to train myself. And you know what I started doing? I go to Computer Village, Otigba, buy CDs, motivational CDs. Jim Rohn, all these guys. I will listen to it over and over, then gather those young people, Youth in Focus. I'll gather them, and I'll be telling them everything that I've heard in that CD, just to increase my vocabularies. I will tell them, it is the you in you that makes you who you are. They will shout, hey! I buy them Fanta, Coke, Gala. I'll just sit them down and say, so today, I'm going to show you that no scandalizer of man humanity can man the manhood of a man. They say, hey! And after some time, I started gaining confidence. And before you know it, I get to the office, because then I got a job as an illustrator. Man, my story plenty. I've seen it all. When I came to Lagos as a youth corper, the agency I was working with turned me to errand boy because of tribalism. In those days, there's no tribalism now. They were calling me Omoibo. You should be in Alaba. That's why I told myself, no young person that crosses paths with oxygen would have to go through what I go through. Yeah. Because I was always going to the toilet to cry. When I come to their computer, because those days there was no advertising school. I'm the advertising school now. There's nowhere to learn CorelDRAW, Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, strategy, content creation. Nobody will teach you anything. There was no YouTube. There was no Google then. And so the people who has got the knowledge, they hoard it. And when I come close, they say, Omoibo, come on, go downstairs, go and buy me granite, buy me biscuit. I run errands. I go to wash their cars. But guess what? I wash it with joy. You know why? Because I know that someday I'm going to learn how to do this thing they do. I learned how to use CorelDRAW and Photoshop from all-night browsing where Yahoo boys go to browse. I go there and I pretend that, please, I want to do guy. That's what they call it then. And they start teaching you how to use some softwares. I was learning it for me to use it at the office, not to use it on the illegal way. And from there, when I learned how to use it, I get to the office. The very first brief I worked on, which was the Evertable Water, I finished the work. Everybody shocked. And I did it in secret when they have closed. I memorized my boss's password, opened it. He had gone home. I did the job, printed it out, gave it to our MD. The man saw it and took it to Coke. They placed my boss's own side by side with mine. When my own got approved, it was walkover. The following Monday, they got me my own computer. My respect changed. Nobody sends me on errands. And that was when I found out that the power of knowledge is truly null edge. Knowing that gives you an edge. That's why they call it knowledge. Know. Edge. When you know it, it gives you an edge. Are you ready to know how to be relevant? Can I have the next slide? You see, this video I'm going to share with you, when I started O2 Academy, and after some time, I knew we needed a new kind of knowledge to push the school to the next level. You know what we did? We created and solved a problem. Because relevance is about solving problem. We solved the hit and run problem in Nigeria. That video went viral. In fact, when we showed this video, we got the attention of federal government and a lot of multinational. Our academy became #1 on Google search. Watch it.
The hit and run menace accounts for 38% of motorist accidents in Nigeria, and the numbers are rising at an alarming rate. A high percentage of these victims are kids, and a major reason for this are reckless motorists who have no regard for zebra crossings. O2 Academy Lagos, in a bid to retain its position as the #1 creative hub for solutions, decided to solve this real-life problem with creativity. We located a school on the busy streets and painted a 3D zebra crossing in front of its main entrance, the first of its kind in Nigeria. The optical illusion of the 3D design from the driver's perspective is an obstacle, while from the pedestrian perspective is flat. Within the first 24 hours of execution, we observed that motorists were slowed down and stopped their cars, allowing school kids as well as adult pedestrians to cross the road with ease of mind. Under 24 hours, the video of 3D zebra crossing we released went viral, gaining exposure both locally and internationally. The video garnered over 10 million interactions across all social media platforms, including free earned media from Nigerian influencers and multiple national and international media houses like CNN Africa, Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, ran documentaries on it. We also featured on national dailies and Brand Communicator, the #1 brand communication magazine in Nigeria. We ranked #1 on Google search for best advertising school in Nigeria, and this resulted in an increase in inquiries to register with us. To crown it all, the official Instagram handle of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Nigeria's road agency, responded to the video by hailing the idea as a welcome idea. And so, we were able to retain our position as the #1 creative hub for solutions by using creativity to solve the hit and run problem, controlling the drivers since we can't control the kids.
That's right. We did this, and they were calling us in Port Harcourt, in Abuja, and we duplicated in so many places. Unfortunately, just as we were doing this, COVID hit, and everybody ran inside, you know, and to a large extent, we are in talks with some companies again to start having it on roads. Very soon, you're going to start seeing some of these things in Lagos State. And it's a simple thing. We decided that it is not just about the training now. Can we do something that will solve more problem out there in the society? So it's about being relevant in different ways. And this is the solution. Read. Read. Relationship, educate, act, and discipline. I always say it anywhere. Your relationship with people will determine your situationship. How far you can go is always through people. As a matter of fact, where you are now is as a result of the quality of people around you. And you can't go further than the quality of your relationships and the people around you. And the way I like to put it is, relationship is not just about the people above you. It's also about people below you and people besides you. Because if you don't have good relationship with people around you, like people at your level, by the time you guys are getting to the top, you will have more problems, because the people that will be helping you, supporting you, working together with you and recommending you are people that are around you at the time you are actually coming up. I want to share with you someone's story. Next slide. Next slide. You know, there's this guy, I'm going to show you his video. This young man was working as a security personnel with an advertising agency in Ikeja, GRA. He was working under Halogen Securities. And somebody he met while working as a gate man. And that's why I tell people, see, everywhere you walk, be nice. You don't know who is watching. You don't know who will get interested in you. Your helper might just be the next person besides you. And all you need is just one good recommendation. Everything can change. The guy, his name is Saturday. Somebody just recommended him, and he was sponsored to study at the academy. This guy, on graduation, he finished, and the same agency where he was working as a security guy employed him as an art director. His salary moved from 20,000 to 150K. Today, he is a big boy. When I said, I don't even want to mention how much he's earning now. And it is simply a function of relationship. He told me that the first day he resumed as an art director, his supervisor for gates was the one that opened gate for him. Watch his video. It's not a story. Play it.
My name is Udo Saturday Emmanuel. I was a security personnel for Halogen Security Company, posted at Inside Communications. There, I met another who saw my illustrations, and he introduced me to Oxygen Academy. I was tutored in Photoshop, and opportunity came for us to showcase our works at the Lagos Advertising and Ideas Festival. My art was spotted by the creative director of Inside Communications, and all these events took me to the limelight.
I think Saturday's story is a very remarkable one, and one that should inspire anybody who's striving to achieve anything in life. I mean, it started like a joke, to be honest. I mean, anytime I would see him when he was still with Halogen, you know, I'd be walking out of the office, and then he would hand me his sketch pad and tell me, look what I sketched. You know, and of course, we went to the O2 Academy and we decided that, look, let's give him a shot. We brought him into Insight. It's good to have a degree, but it's better to have a skill. We see many guys with degrees who can't even pass our entry test. And I'm seeing guys with degrees who have studied mass comm or studied art or studied, some guys who have even worked in agencies and they can't pass the test. You understand? I mean, just to humor Saturday, I asked that he take the test. He took the test and he did decently well.
1 week later, I got a call from the HR department in Inside Communications, and I was interviewed and was told to resume as an art director in one of the biggest advertising agencies in Nigeria. Now I'm a staff of Inside Communications. My whole life has changed, as in from the gates to the mark system. I just don't know how to say it. I really do appreciate it, and I thought that really changed my life. That's Tuesday evening. I want to thank O2 Academy for what they've done, for making an impact in my life. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed.
Yeah. So, wow. Who's this person? I should just be going on now. Okay, as well. So, I will say this to you. You see, this 2025, build quality relationships. At any level you are, be the best of who you can be. And the next is, of course, educate your mind and spirit. Information is what causes transformation. You can never operate beyond what you know. The level of your knowledge determines the level of your breakthrough. I have seen young people who were totally confused with their lives, with nothing to show for it, and all they did was to upgrade their know-how. The game changed. Look at that Saturday guy. He would have remained maybe highest supervisor by now in that same gate. But because he built good relationship now took him to build his mind. If you have good relationship and you don't equip yourself with the right information, there can never be a transformation. And like I told you, anybody can become anything. I've had my own gate man that was working with us at O2 Academy become an art director. We trained him. And guess what? The boy had very wonderful relationship with students. A student dashed him a laptop. The gate man, he can run errand for Africa. If you send him on errand, he's so happy and excited. And he wants to help. Which is that place of service I told you about being relevant. The guy today works with an advertising agency. Anywhere you find yourself is an opportunity. There's an opportunity to get to the next level. The game is read. Relevance is about relationship. Educate your mind. What's the third one? Act on it. And the last is discipline. I want to show you another video. Next. You see, this young man, ghostwriter is what I call him. I met him where I went to speak in Owerri, just like this. And when I finish, usually, I love young people a lot. They gathered, sir, please, can I message you? What's your social media handle? I said, do you people want my number? Yes. I gave out my number. See, I know they fear to give my number. But you know something I will tell you. Many are called, but few are chosen. Out of over 300 of them that I passed my number to, one guy kept on calling, messaging. At some point, this boy was sending me pictures of his designs. He said he works in a business center as a graphics designer, that he believes he can be helping me to be doing my designs. I'm laughing. He says, sir, but please, I want to study in O2 Academy. I said, but you don't have the money. He says, sir, God will use you. I know. And this guy messaged me for nearly 3 months. And I was ignoring him. Please, don't try it. You okay? Please. And he will send this, send that. I will just blank him. At some point, Holy Spirit said to me, can't you see that this one is different? Help him. So I gave an instruction that they should add him to the scholarship list. And of course, he was given a scholarship at the academy. And when I asked him, I said, Ghost, please, I hope you have a place in Lagos. He said, yes, of course. My cousin is in Lagos. School resumed. This guy showed up after lectures. He was the only one in the compound. I said, you've not gone home? He says, sir, I have a different arrangement. I said, what's the arrangement? He said, I've discussed with the security guy. My bag is this. I say, Ozone, you enter trouble one day helping people. I said, but you should have told me. This is a structured, because now the school is not only me. I have board of directors, I have faculty. I said, you can't do this now. He says, sir, don't worry, I will not put you in trouble. God is watching you. He will not allow anything to. The boy can talk. I said, okay, it's okay, no problem. Just shall make it secret so that nobody will know you live here. He said, sir, before 5 o'clock, I've taken my bath. I will just be in the class. Nobody will know anything. Story long and short, this guy finished his training, graduated, first agency, I won't mention the amount. I can't save. 250K. And I'm talking about 4 years ago. Today, he owns his own agency. He has a team. Play his video.
I was born a creative, finding inspiration in open spaces and, of course, nature. I loved to dance as a child. It was my form of expression.
And he's
Growing
an
up,
albino.
I discovered there was more to creativity and other forms of expressions. That was what brought me to O2 Academy. The training was a fun and intense experience. I was able to find inspiration in this space. Soon after my training, I got called up by an agency and was offered a job. All the things I was able to learn at the academy really helped groom me in my visual communication. It has helped me to visualize and give brand an expressive voice in their print and design communication. My name is Stephen Masi Chuku Mbadora, Ghost for short.
That's my boy.
I'm an art director with The Hook, and I'm
You know,
creative.
and he refused to accept mediocrity based on where he's coming from. I tell people, do not let your background keep your back on the ground. Oh. Where you are coming from does not hold water. It's where you're going to. It's not about your color. It's not about your height. It's not even about your intonation. Do you know what it's about? It's about the mind. How do you program yourself for the next level will determine everything. And like I always say it, you are not man-made, you are God-made. And therefore, no man born of woman can put you down because they didn't make you. God made you. You have everything it takes. And this 2025 is a fresh opportunity to act. And that's where we're going to the next one. Next, act. Act on it now. I always put it this way. There is no time to say there is no time. Guys, do you know when I wanted to start the advertising school, if I had started looking at, okay, I need chairs, I need venue, I need this, I need that, the excuses we give for the things we need to achieve is the number one killer of destiny. You don't need anything to start. Can I be honest with you? The only thing you need is just start. Why? Oh. I'm telling you from experience. It is when you start, you will now start. Hi, this is deeper than what you think. My God. Just start. And you know the problem with starting is that if you don't start, you will never start. But the moment you make the first move, hey, do it afraid. Will there be a problem? Sure. Will things not work? Sure. But the fact that things are not working is not a reason why things will not work. And let me tell you something. If it doesn't work, something has worked. Because there's always a lesson to learn in every failure. There are several times that we failed in O2 Academy. So many things. But you know what I tell myself? I need to prove to myself that I'm a meaningful specific and not a wandering generality. And if it is easy, everybody will do it. Therefore, you don't expect it to be easy, bro. Sis, do it because it's difficult. And you see, a lot of times we think that because we do not have what it takes, we don't belong to the category of the people that should do it. Who told you? Where is it written in the Bible? Genesis chapter what? Revelation chapter what is it? That you don't have what it takes to get it done. And the only thing that comes to steal that vision is false evidence appearing real. is called fear. And they see that guy that is called fear is not real. Don't bother yourself about what will go wrong. Bother yourself about what will even go right. And I always suggest to people, doubt your doubt. Hi. Oh, I don't know how to explain this. You know, anytime you start feeling, you start having that doubt, whether this thing, should I even, start doubting that doubt that you are doubting. Kill that thing that is trying to tell you not to make that move. Start. And one of the ways is program yourself. The things you even listen to. Who you surround yourself with. I tell people, what you think and talk about will determine what you bring about. Select the kind of friends you associate with, because your association will determine your association. The people you associate will determine your level of the people you will begin to associate. Your inner circle. And sometimes it might not even be people physical. You need some programming association, which is what you read. We are in the day of information explosion. You see, when I see people wasting and lavishing their life on social media, you see, social media is an attraction and a distraction. Let me tell you, spend your day making sure you learn something new. Program your mind for success. Go online and Google things you will consume that will energize you to move and take action. Every time you are feeling low, the truth is that garbage in is garbage out. The reason why you're feeling low is simply because the things you are putting here is not generating the energy that will move you to the next level, because it's all about energy. I call it vibe upon vibe. If your vibe is low, you're not vibing. And you need steady vibe to stay on high. I call it steroid. 24/7, you must be charged up. You know why? The biggest mistake you will ever make is to stay around people with negative energy. They will suck your life out of you. Anywhere they tolerate you, leave that place. Better go to where you'll be celebrated, not where you'll be tolerated. I have a friend of mine, he got a job in a multinational, I will not mention the name, and on resumption, he discovered his line head is bipolar. This woman will wash him, tell him about his family, his life, finish the guy. He can't even utter a word. My man turned to motivational speaker on Facebook. You know, somebody that just got a job of about 1.something million with a car. Suddenly, he will go on social media and be typing, the downfall of a man is not the end of his life. They can try to put you down, but don't stay down. You know, sometimes the advice we give people on our status is the advice we are giving to ourselves. When I watch your status, I know your problem. I don't go to status to go and talk all those rubbish. I go to status. Do you know what I do with my status? Let me give you people some small wisdom. Don't go there and be doing all those. Somebody, you quarrel with somebody now. Your boyfriend or your girlfriend annoy you. You go there and say, so sometimes it is not, you be showing the whole world your problem. You don't need that. Go on status and show your product. Show your results. Show the business you are doing. Show the things you are producing, because somebody is watching. From there, you can attract an investor. You can attract a person that will support you or join you or collaborate with you. You see, this 2025, say, I'm going to act now. I'm going to act now. And guess what? From that cleaning, when our original cleaner wanted to go back to school, I asked him, bro, would you like to join us? And he said, sir, that's actually my idea.
The more I do that, the more I limit myself from actually achieving what I want to do. So going home now, I'm going to start that big dream in my head. I'm going to start.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please give her a big round of applause. Very important too. You have to start to start. Yes. You know, I come across people and they say, I want to do this. And they have a plan. And they are planning and planning and planning and planning, waiting for it to be perfect. And they enter what we call analysis paralysis. They have analyzed and the analysis has made them paralyzed. And they cannot move, you know. And they are waiting for the perfect moment to move. It will never come. It will never come. You know, those around me, they know. Sometimes, because I coach female entrepreneurs, and those who want to start business, and those who are already in business, and then the ones who want to start, they say, oh, I'm waiting for the perfect business name. I say, sister, start it. Start with the one that comes to your head now. Start it. We can change it after, but start. Because I have seen people that are waiting for the perfect business name. 5 years have come and passed. They have not gotten the perfect business name, and they have not started that business. 5 years, I have seen people. So look, the first name that comes to your mind, start with it. We can always change it, but start. Okay, so who else? Oh, hey, now I have more hands. Okay, let me start with him, then I'll come to you. Please.
That relationship sometimes is even more than money.
True.
And that made me to also recall a situation whereby somebody needed money. It's just like Yoruba man. They said, you're looking for Shokoto. You're going to Shokoto, or how do they?
You are going to Sokoto. What you're looking for in Sokoto is in your Shokoto.
So with good relationship, it can also open ways for everyone. And the way he even handled the presentation, real story. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. Very brief, concise, with practical story. Yeah. Something that it has happened, manifested. And we can see it, you can watch it. Somebody can even verify. Go and verify. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. Please pass to him. You know, we say the secrets of people, great people, are in their stories.
Thank you very much for this amazing presentation, sir. I'm really blessed to be here. For what I got from today's training is that knowledge gives you an edge. And don't always be so quick to tell the world your problems. Rather, be a solution provider. Be that person that is always ready to solve problems. Put yourself in the picture. What problem can I solve for this person? Not what problem am I facing? Because when you're able to solve problem, eventually your own problem will be solved.
Very true.
You know,
very
so try.
My name is Don Huff. I'm the CEO of Enterprise Transformers, a management consulting company based here in the United States. I'm also the founder of Grow Mobile, an innovative agribusiness mobile app that is in the process of being developed, especially for Africa. We have a marketplace and we have a number of different features within the mobile app platform, and we're looking forward to. I appreciate the opportunity to share some thoughts with you. I've been around the sun a few times more than some of you, so I hope you find some of the content valuable. What I wanted to do is to invite you first to close your eyes and now exhale slowly through your mouth. Feel the air filling your lungs, drawing in the vibrant energy of Africa. Just think about that, or fears that may hold you back. Release them into the universe. Picture yourself in the world. Feel that power within you. When you're ready, open your eyes and bring your awareness back to the space that we're in. And let's carry this energy into our discussion. So the question becomes, who are some of the change makers that are out and about in the world? So we first see Nzambi Mati. He's a Kenyan-trained mechanical engineer, an environmentalist, a hardware designer, and an inventor and serial entrepreneur. And what she's done, you see in her hand, she's holding a brick. And this brick is made from recycled plastic waste. She's been recognized by the United Nations Environment Program, and she's had the honor of being the Young Champion of the Earth. This is a major change, and she's done this globally. Greta Thunberg, you may have read about her. She's kind of a controversial young lady from Sweden. She's an environmental activist. She's known for challenging world leaders all over the world to take immediate action to mitigate the effects of human-caused climate change. She's led millions of students into protests, peaceful protests, and she's been arrested a few times as a result of her protest. That's her passion. The honors that she has include being Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People, and she has been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Then we also see Malala Yousafzai from Pakistan. She's an education activist known for advocacy rights for girls' education. In 2008, she was speaking out against the Taliban's restrictions on female education, and she was actually shot in the head by the Taliban. But she survived the attack, and she created the Malala Fund to promote girls' education globally. She became the youngest ever Nobel Peace Prize laureate for her efforts in education. Amazing. Then we have Sona Tuparte, one of my favorite instrumentalists and singers from Africa. She's a Gambian multi-instrumentalist, a singer and composer. She's performed globally. Her contribution to the world has been her music and the sharing of African traditions. So she's been out there and she's trying to inspire future generations to do the same. She's actually created a school in Gambia for future generations. But you may be thinking, well, I'm right here right now, literally where you are sitting. And the question becomes, is that really all there is? And no, the answer is no, absolutely not. There's so much more to offer, and you've been hearing about this all day long. So let's talk about Executive Director of Youth Cycle Initiative Africa. She's mobilized 10,000 youth across Africa to tackle plastic pollution and advance environmental sustainability. And you can see on the picture, she's the first young African woman to be named Young Superhero for Earth. She's earned international recognition, including the Diana Award and National Geographic Young Explorer. Then there's Splendor Kalu. Splendor founded Communities Will Connect. It's an initiative bringing the digital literacy gap in rural Nigerian communities. He provides young boys and girls with opportunities to learn coding and computer skills, empowering them to become innovators in their community. Amazing. Then we also have David Oniru. At 20 years of age, David initiated TechNow Global, designed to eradicate digital illiteracy in underserved Nigerian communities. His system provides young people with resources, skills, and support to harness opportunities for a better future. Then there's Amara Uneli. She's a passionate Nigerian American change maker, dedicated to climate action through youth mobilization. She organizes climate education courses, boot camps, local projects, anything that she can put together that will impact climate change, while also providing relief assistance to flood victims in underserved communities. But the world needs you as a change maker. The world needs you everywhere. And so as we talk a little bit more today, we'll talk about the need for global change makers. One of the things that we need to talk about first, though, is purpose. And I know it's been mentioned several times today. One of the things I want to do with you is to take you through a quick little process that will help you potentially identify your purpose. It's a very easy process, very quick. We'll go through it. I'll take you through it. The key to purpose is that it's all about leveraging your gifts and talents. It's kind of answering the question, why am I here? What is my purpose in life? And maybe you struggle to identify your why, your purpose. Maybe you struggle with that. Maybe you're overwhelmed. Maybe you lack clarity. Maybe you have a fear of failure or that you'll get it wrong. And that's not the worst thing that could possibly happen, okay? Maybe you have some rigid expectations. You just think in a certain way, and it's very difficult for you to think any way differently. Maybe you want instant gratification. And that's kind of not what purpose is really all about. So let's put all these concerns, all these challenges, all these thoughts and ideas, let's put them away for now. And let me take you through a 5-step process to identify your purpose. So the first part of it is, who are you? And the answer to that is simple. It's you. It's your name. That's the first part of the defining your purpose process. The second part is, what do you love to do? So everyone has gifts and talents. And I want you to be sure to understand the difference between gifts and talents. Gifts are those things that you can't explain to anybody else. You're just able to do it. My wife, for example, is an amazing negotiator. She can negotiate anything. But she can't teach it to me because she can't really communicate how she does it and what it is. It's a gift that she has. And you have a gift too. You also have talents. But when we talk about talents, we look at those in terms of being skills. Skills are things that you can learn. So what you don't know how to do today, you can definitely start today to learn what you're lacking, what the gaps are that you have, what you're curious about. All of that, all of those things fall into developing your talent. So maybe the thing you love to do, maybe you love to write or cook. Maybe you like to design. Maybe you like to crunch numbers. Maybe you like to teach. There's so many different things that people love to do. So think about it and ask yourself just this one question. What is the one thing you feel supremely qualified? And in your mind, tell yourself, what do you love to do? When we move on to the next one, what do you do it for? Who is it that the things that you love to do, who do you do those things for? Who is it that you do those things for? Say it in your mind. Who do you do it for? And the fourth thing, what do those people want or need? You're able to do the things that you know how to do. You leverage your gifts and your talents. But what do people want or need that you could provide? What are those things? Think about them and say them in your mind. Take a moment. And then let's move on to the last one. How do they change or transform as a result of what you give them? How do people change as a result of what you've given them? So when we go through this whole process, now you have a tool in your hand for when you meet people. So when you meet people for the first time, often they'll ask you, so what do you do? You may have run into that today. What do you do? So it's a great way to be able to use the last piece of the purpose that we just spoke about. So here's an example. I give kids awesome dreams. And if your life purpose is I write books for children so they can fall asleep at night so that they can have awesome dreams. You're guaranteed to get more questions about your life purpose when you mention your life purpose to others as you meet them. And now you're able to share your life purpose with others. Now that you have some ideas about how you can define the purpose for your life. So the next thing we want to talk about is mindset reengineering. As I mentioned at the beginning, I'm the founder of a mobile app called Grow Mobile. It's in the ideation mode right now. We're looking for funding, but we have it fully defined. As a part of Grow Mobile, we have three key principles that we kind of live and die. So the first part is having a Pan-African community. So the app is designed not just for one country or for two, but for every single country in Africa. The idea of having a Pan-African community is a capability that will make it possible for farmers, agripreneurs, agronomists, etc. They could be in Morocco, they can connect with people in Egypt, in Ghana, in Rwanda, in Zambia, create their own community and share information, the good and the bad and the ugly. We also have another part of our foundation, which is sharing. So we want to make information broadly available and information that's useful regardless of the country that you might be in. But we want to make that information available. And then the last part is what we call brain reengineering. And reimagine. These are Grow Mobilers. We'll talk about them here one by one. So first is altering perceptions. And keep in mind that this brain reengineering is aligned with agriculture, but it actually can fit just about any sector that's out there. So the first thing is to alter perception of agriculture into a positive thought. So the idea that it is difficult and hard work. However, there's a lot of money to be made. I think we're all aware of that in some way. The other part is ideation and entrepreneurship. We want to promote ideation, new ideas, fresh ideas, ideas that can benefit many, many different people. And entrepreneurship, we also want to promote the concept of entrepreneurship. So as people begin their journey into farming, we want to make sure that they do it in an entrepreneurial way and treat it as a business and not just as a hobby. Also, integration. So technology is everywhere you look. And for agriculture, we look for technology to be very much integrated across the board. We also know that in daily life, in terms of brain reengineering, we know that there's ways that you can use technology, investigating new things, researching things on your own. So the technology is out there, and the time is now to use it. And then sustainability. When we get to sustainability, we want to make sure that that will ensure long-term viability and environmental sustainability of agro enterprises. But you can think about sustainability as coming up with things with full inclusion. We want no one left behind. Those who are handicapped in some form, women, and others that are often marginalized. We want them all as a part of our platform and grow kinds of things. So there's other aspects to think about also in terms of mindset reengineering, and we're talking about mindset reengineering right now. So first, there's for ourselves to become more aware of ourselves, where we are in the world, in our community, in our village, in our location, wherever we are. We want to constantly, personally grow. It's not selfish to do that. It's what you need to do. Then we look at building resilience. Look at this flower. It's growing from rocks. I can't imagine that anybody's providing it water, anything else besides sun to build resilience, sticking to it, no matter what. As a change maker, that's what it's going to look for. Anything that could stretch your mind, whether it's something you read, people you meet, people you talk to, seminars, what you want to do. Entrepreneurs think about a lot of different things, looking at challenges in different ways, solving problems. That's the entrepreneurial way of thinking. And then learning. Failure is not a bad thing, so long as we reframe it, allows us to learn something new. Failure is not a bad thing. It's been mentioned before today. It's so important. It's so important for you to be able to critically think and independently think. Community-centric innovation. When you're making changes, don't even think for a minute you're going to do it alone. Can do it alone. Don't think that you can. But you want to make sure that you have a leveraging technology and digital tools. They're so extremely useful in terms of helping sometimes to brainstorm challenging ideas and potentially solutions to some very difficult, challenging problems. Well, guess what? There's plenty for both. There's more than enough. There is no scarcity of anything. We need the mindset, able to mentor someone else. Many people ask me, well, will you mentor me? If they're looking for someone to approach you and say, will you be my mentor? You may not have all the answers that they need. So you may be able to mentor in certain areas. They may need multiple mentors. And that's a good mind even farther. So the next thing we want to look at is goal crafting for impact. So you've heard multiple times today how critical and important it is to have goals, create goals, to track through them. I want to take you through a little bit of the thought process in terms of goal crafting for impact. And crafting goals is to sit back, reflect, and assess the goals that we believe we want to accomplish. When we sit back, reflect, and assess those, achievable, relevant, called hard goals, HARD. And those stand for heartfelt, animated, required, difficult. Let's say we want to start, we'll use agriculture, that's what I'm sort of talking about today. We'll use agriculture as a base. So let's say you want to start a youth farming training program. So we want to start with hard goals. So a heartfelt goal could be, I want to create a farming program that changes the lives of 1,000 young Africans by helping them build sustainable agribusiness. The animated part would be visualize graduates of the program launching thriving farms and contributing to food security in their communities. Just imagine their success and how they would inspire others. And then required. This program is essential for addressing unemployment and ensuring the future of difficult. We talk about reaching 1,000 participants who will require significant funding, partnerships, and overcome resistance. Excuse me, one moment. All right. So we developed the SMART goals. We want to break the goals into micro goals so that they are easier to accomplish and track. And you need to prioritize the goals. So there's just some final thoughts. We've covered several different things. We talked about look at personal growth. It never stops. We want to make sure that that happens. We're going to have empathy and social entrepreneurship. So empathy for others, the ability to see things from their perspective, and also global competence development. So we want to understand how things work around the world. So just to close, we've looked at purpose, we've looked at mindset reengineering, we looked at goal crafting for impact. So I'd like to ask you to close your eyes, take a deep breath in and out. Every breath you take is a commitment to change, growth, to transformation. You're not alone. Allow yourself to feel grounded in the moment, here and now. As you inhale, imagine breathing in strength, clarity, and purpose. And as you exhale, let go of any tension, doubt, or fear that may hold you back. This is your time, your space. It's time for you to connect with your inner power, force for good. Know that your journey, no matter how uncertain at times, is guided by your purpose, your values, all that you have to offer. Allow this vision to inspire you, filling you with energy, determination, and clarity. You have the strength to bring this vision to life, one step at a time. And so I say, beloved, I see you. I see your potential. I see your power. I see your capacity to transform not just Africa, but our entire world. So when you walk out today, you're not going to be the same person that walked in. You're a global change maker, a beacon of hope. Africa is rising, and you are its heartbeat. When you're ready, open your eyes again. Come back to the space. I want to take the opportunity again to tell you how honored and grateful I am to be able to be here today. Thank you for opening your hearts and minds today. I love you for all your courage and dream. Together we can make a difference. So I say, may the power of our words and intentions manifest in reality. Ashe, Amen, Amin, Yama, Sunzon, Dura. Thank you.
Has he opened? Thank you so much, Mr. Donho. Thank you. Can you still hear us? Thank you. That was a very insightful session, preparing to become a global change maker. And he shared such powerful insights with us that anyone who is looking to do big things on the global space should take note of. Thank you again. So we've come to our last session for the day. Wow, what a day. What a day. Very enriching day. And we're going to be our facilitator is going to be speaking to us on crafting your 2025 roadmap. A very, very interactive session. And our facilitator is Mr. Abayomi Adelowotan. And I'm trying to, just a second. Can I just call you? Okay, please, with a standing ovation. This is going to be a very interactive session, like the crown of everything we've learned today. Join me and welcome Mr. Abayomi Adelowotan. He's going to be teaching us on how to craft a very interactive session. So I hope you have your pens and your papers on how to craft our 2025 vision. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I had to come up at this stage. Please sit down. This is the most dynamic session. If you notice anybody that stood up that wants to leave, I make eye contact. This is the most dynamic session. This is the crowning of the session. And I would appreciate anyone that is outside, can we all come inside, including those in the registration stands. This is the most dynamic sessions. I know Abayomi. When Dr. Kaude was talking, that he met a friend who gave him a book. This is the gentleman. Okay? And I know him. I carefully select our facilitators. I don't just bring anybody in here. I carefully select them. And I know what each one is capable of transferring into you. I want you to pay attention to him. You watch how I pay attention too. I'm learning and I'm growing. I am the convener of this program and I pay attention. That should tell you something. Okay? So don't waste your time. Can they all come in? This is why we came here, isn't it? This is why we came here. So I want you to participate. So behold, I hand you over to Abayomi. Maybe he will tell you some things about himself, background you understand. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much. Good. Yeah. I'll just stand there if I need to stand up on it. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for coming. And I've been having a great time since morning. I log in since the very session. And I've been listening to everyone, learning some stuff myself. And today I'll be talking to us about how to craft our plans for 2025. I'm not going to use slides, although I have one that I will just use to iterate through some of the things I'm going to be telling you, but when I'm ready, I will let them know so that I can. But I really want you to pay attention. You know, we're here last year, and this is another whole year. You know, growing old is a privilege. So we are grateful to God for the opportunity to be here again. I want to thank the organizer for putting so much money, effort, planning, thinking into this event just so that many of us, could benefit from it and really, really be transformed. Thank you, Peace a Day. Yeah. I'll be telling some stories and I will take us through some practical steps. The things I'm going to be sharing about planning, about crafting goals, they are in 4 categories and they are the same thing I shared last year. The first thing is do the dreaming. Do the dreaming. The second is dream the doing. Okay. Can you put on the slide now so that I can use that to just so that you can just take it down, then I will explain it. No, not that. Okay. Now, for everyone that stayed to the end, they are going to give you this. No, it's not this I want now. That not this, not this. Just the screenshot. Yeah. You give everyone that stayed to the end. Please carefully. All the people that stayed to the end should get a copy of that manual. Not those that have left. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I just need that one-pager screenshot. Okay. So I talk about do the dreaming. Then I said the second one is dream the doing. The third one is plan the doing and do the plan. It's that simple, but it's powerful. And it's backed by science. So we can all do it. One beautiful thing in life is the most dangerous thing in life is not ignorance. The most dangerous thing is actually that illusion of knowledge. If you are ignorant about something, you can learn. Once knowledge comes to you, you are able to learn and you can change. But when you have an illusion of knowledge, that is the most dangerous thing. When you think you know something, but you actually don't know. Why that is dangerous is that if what you think you know is not what you are doing, then you don't know it. You don't know it. So, having a proper knowledge is very important. And acting on that knowledge is the most important thing. So before I go into a lot of stories, I will just try to, so that I can hit my topic on the head. So when you talk about doing the dreaming, it's like, this is 2025 now. I will try as much as possible to do some practical things that we can take. Even if you don't remember some of the things I'm saying, you will remember some illustration. So the most important thing is that what is 2025 going to be for you? What is it going to be for you? Now, how do you do that dream? If you are a Christian, we go to church and we give testimonies, right? So I'm going to be writing at the end of 2024, I said I was going to build an estate in Las Vegas. And now it's done. I did it. Praise the Lord. That is how I write my dreams. So you can relate with that. What at the end of 2025, what will be your testimonies? So you write it. Imagine yourself standing in that, wherever you are going to be sharing it, and tell that story with that same emotion, with that same gratitude, with that same gratefulness. So you design your 2025 that way. There are different areas that you can set those dreams, but dream. Don't dream. See, dreaming is easy, right? You can just dream. Against such, there is no law. You can dream. Just dream. Just dream. Remove limitation. Don't say, let the dream inspire you. You know, if you dream too small, even you yourself, you will not be inspired. So dream and write it down the way I said it. It could be, I said, this year, you know, end of 2024, I was like, 2025, I'm going to graduate. And I said I was going to graduate with a first class. And now, I actually graduated with a first class in digital biology or Yoruba technology, like Dr. Kayode said. Yoruba engineering. Write it down that way. Now, the moment you write it down, there's a commitment. Writing down is not just simple. It is a principle. It is scientific. It is spiritual. And it is backed by knowledge. Write it down. Don't write it down, I am going to. That's not how to do it. Write it down as though it is done. Your brain doesn't really know the difference. So, write it down. You know, how many of you have experienced, maybe your landlord told you they are going to send you out, and you started feeling troubled? But have they sent you out yet? No. But you will feel the pain if you started thinking about it that way. Do you understand? So, now, once you write down those dreams, in the manual they are going to give to you, there are about 8 different categories where you can set those goals. You could set goals about your earnings. How much do you want to receive? Don't limit it. You see, sometimes when people say, I tell people you can set salary goals, and people begin to think, since it is pegged, it is predetermined. How do I set salary goals? I've been setting salary goals since I started working. And I've always hit and surpassed them. It's either I leave the company if they cannot increase it, or I find something else. I've always hit it. So, it's possible. But if you don't write it down, it will not happen. And you write it down the way I say you should write it down. Picture yourself. Put emotion into it. Picture yourself. That's why I said the way you will give a testimony of what God has done for you. If you plan to get married, say, at the end of 2024, I was thinking I will not be able to get married. Nobody has even said hello there. But here am I. I got married November 25th, 2025. Write it down that way. And see yourself in that wedding gown. The beautiful one that you've always been talking about. That's how to do the dreaming. You see? You can dream of anything. You can dream of everything. And there is no limitation. And your dream is valid. Maybe you are sitting down there now. And you are like, I'm going to be the next personal assistant to the president. It's not, nothing is out of reach for you. The moment you accept that, that's the foundation. There's nothing else you are going to do without that foundation. So that's what we call do the dreaming. That's the basis. Then the next thing, now, this process is called the innovation block. You know, when you do the dreaming, then you now need to come back to reality and dream the doing. So I want to be an Olympic champion. I will write it down that way, that I actually won an Olympic medal in 2025. Right? After I have done that, then I will now think about dream the doing. I will now think about, so what am I going to be doing to make that happen? Maybe I will need to be waking up 4 a.m. to do exercise or for training. So the things you are going to do that will give you that result, that's what we call dream the doing. So you will, the first one, when we say do the dreaming, we mean you clarify your core values. Your core values are very important. What is driving you? What do you believe in? You know, you want to have a lot of money, but do you want to do it through Yahoo Yahoo? Or do you want to steal from somebody to have that? So how are you going to do it? So your value is very important. You need to be, if you are going to be committed to integrity, you have to do it. You need to know, if it's coming this way, I will say no. That becomes your compass. The second thing is that determine the catalyst stream. Do you know why we don't achieve our goal many times? We want to jump into the end. Maybe, for example, maybe your dream is that I want to be known all over the world. But you see, that might not be too clear for you to eat. So you need a catalyst dream. What is a catalyst dream? Is that I'm going to write a bestseller, right? So the moment if I'm able to do that bestseller, what will happen? People will know me all over the world. So what is that catalyst? What is that thing that when you do, will take you to your dream? Catalyst is a chemistry terms. So that's what you do about doing the dreaming. You know. Can you think of yourself signing a check of $10 billion, $100 billion? Take the practical check and write it out. Practice it. Some people, if you ask them to write $1 million, their hands will be shaking. Let your hand shake, but do it. Do you understand? Take the real check, write it down. Write it for what you want. Feel it. Enjoy it. You are dreaming, and your dream is valid. Against such, there is no law. So you take those checkbooks. Maybe you just got married. Do you know you can actually write $1 million for your wife? And practice it. Sign it. And put a date. Enjoy it. You are just dreaming, right? But you are doing something to your mind. As he thinketh in his heart, so is he. Yes, what you are writing is going to happen in time and space. But it will happen faster than you imagine. But if you don't put that stake down, you will not even know what you want to. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So it's important. Practice it. You know, PZD gave me one book one time. And in that book, a young man met a man that was a rich man. And the man said, okay, I'm going to teach you how to be rich. But it will cost you $500,000. So he said, write a check of $500,000, post-date it, and give it to me. But the man could not. His heart was shaking. His old head was. He said, do you really believe that I have a secret that can make you rich? He said, no, you don't. If you don't, you are going to be rich anyway. So, if you are rich, how is giving $500,000 be difficult for you? So, sluggishly, the man had to write it, and the man collected it. But you know what? When the time came, he was able to give it. What is limiting us more often than none is your mind. Is your mind. If you don't have a $10 billion dream. $10 billion opportunity will be passing you and you will not see it. And you will not see it. If your dream is 10,000 naira dream, even if they bring a contract of $10 billion, you will, can I go and clean there so that I can earn my 10,000? No scarcity in the world. If there is scarcity, maybe it's where you are. There's no scarcity at all in the world. You need to believe that. You need to believe that. And how you show yourself that you believe it is, you know one beautiful thing, sir? God has given all of us ability to believe. It is in our nature. It is in our nature. So you can believe anything. Where you are today is as a result of what you believe about yourself. So you can elevate that. Do you see yourself owning companies? Do you? Do you see yourself having an NGO sending things to Somalia? Or you just see yourself as somebody collecting? I'm looking for scholarship. Have you ever thought you could have a scholarship fund for people? Have you ever thought of that? It doesn't cost anything to dream. Nothing at all. All you just need to do is what? Dream it. Dream it. There's no car that is too beautiful for you. You know, sometimes you say somebody bought a car and they said, people will now say, which year? They will say, Toyota Corolla 2009. How come when you said somebody bought a car, you didn't say, oh, is it the latest 2025 Toyota Corolla? Why were you thinking that it was a used one? It's your mind. It's your mind. And how you see one thing is how you see everything. So, that's where it starts from. That's where it starts from. You have that potential to dream. Do you know that the truth is that where you are today, it was your dream of yesterday. So you've always been dreaming and you've always been achieving your dream anyway. So why not take it bigger? Think beyond yourself. Think beyond what I will eat, what I will drink, what I will give to my father, give to my mother. No. Think about helping the whole world. Think about helping the whole world. Think beyond yourself. That's the first thing. I'm laying emphasis on that because that's the foundation. If you are able to get that foundation very well, every other thing will follow. Do you understand? Every other thing will follow. So you do that dreaming. Then you dream the doing. Dream the doing means establish the milestone. Milestones are very important. They say, how do you hit an elephant? Piece by piece. So set those milestones. The thing is that what I put here is what all the speakers have been saying all this while. So you set that milestone. Now, there are two types of milestones. There will be one that they are just, we call them just do it. Right? Meaning, how do you know that you just do it? You know what to do and you can do it. So what do you just do? Schedule and act. One, for me, the 10th wonder of the world is that thing that we call calendar. It is the tool that you can use to keep procrastination. Anything that is important to me, I schedule it. Anything that and that I have not scheduled, I can procrastinate on. But if it's in my calendar, I will do it. So you plan your life. Say, on this day at this time, I love those Microsoft Outlook. When it is time like this, it will remind you. Then what do? Just take that action at that point. But there will be some actions that you don't know how to achieve. That's what we call the problematic goals. You know you have to do it. For example, if you say, maybe you need to go to, why am I saying Somalia? You are not going to Somalia, right? Maybe you need to go to Zanzibar, but you don't know how to get there. but you know you have to do. So what do? You start asking questions about, okay, how do I get the visa? See, many of the things you are required to do, you don't know how to do them now. And that is fine. That is fine. You will find out how to. That's why I'm supposed to say, do you know how to do this? Say, I'll find out. Others say, I don't know. When you say I don't know, you close your mind. But say, I'll find out. Because you always find out. When Elon Musk said he was going to buy Twitter, do you think he was keeping the money in his pocket? But you see, he has become a man that could buy Twitter. He has become $1 trillion man. So he wasn't thinking of whatever how much it's going to cost. He knows he was going to buy it. The money he used to buy it, probably not his own money. But for people that put their trust in him, know that no, if this guy is taking this decision, we put our stake there. Why are you not doing that? It's about self-image. Who do you think you are? Do you think your goal is to wake up, come here, eat, have children, maybe build a house, buy a car, and die? Is that what you think about yourself? Is that what is all about you? Is that what you just think about yourself? Now, one beautiful thing about this is that, do you know it takes just 1 second to change that, right? Take 1 second to change that. Some people have never thought of becoming the governor of their state. It has never crossed them. They think it's for some people. It's for some people there. If you don't say you are going to do it, you will never find out how to do it. You know, there's a video I love to play. Is like anyone can draw. You know, a guy came and said, how many people can draw here? And 1 or 2 people raised their hands. So he gave everybody a piece of plain sheet and started asking them to follow. In about 2, 5, 10 minutes, all of them were able to draw. And I said, okay. When you came here, you thought you didn't know how to draw. Because you have never learned how to draw. So it's normal. If you have not learned how to do something, it's normal for you to say, I don't know how to do it. Right? But you can always learn to do it. Do you understand? So, having that dream is very important. There are 3 knowledge that you need to achieve anything in life. The first is the revelational knowledge. Some people call it whatever it is God to us. God exists. And there are some things that you cannot do without that knowledge. So that's the foundation. The second is the theoretical knowledge. You need theoretical knowledge to be able to create strategy. Right? How you are going to achieve things. The third is experiential knowledge. And you gain that from mentors. See, you can shorten 30 years of hard, rigorous work by having a mentor to handhold you. So you have to deliberately seek for who has done it. You know, one thing is that sometimes you give somebody a checklist. But you see, if you don't have this knowledge, you will waste that checklist. If a billionaire, okay, imagine that maybe you were born somewhere and he was born into a Dangote family. And somehow, maybe when they were born in the hospital, there was a change. They were exchanged, right? So the one that was a Dangote gene was taken to one poor family somewhere. And the one that was not Dangote gene was taken to Dangote's house. He grew up there. And who do you think will be more successful? So meaning it's not in your gene. It is in what you see and what you learn every day. But you know, many of us, our first introduction to money, we learn it from our poor parents. Where they have told us that money is, you know, there's an adage in Yoruba that money is like mustache. It's difficult to pull out. Now, if that's your experience of money, what do you think your life is messed up? Because that's what you believe money is all about. It's like a poor man. All they think about food is, you eat food to fill your belly. But at a certain level, you don't just talk about feeding, you are talking about balanced diet, right? But at the highest level, you don't even talk about balanced diet, you talk about the aesthetics. How the food, how they arranged it, you know. So imagine somebody that grew up seeing how food were arranged, You can't compare that one that is experienced with that food is just something you eat so that when you are hungry. And that is very important, but you can always change it. How we learn about something is very important. Many of us, our brain learn poverty from our environment. And it doesn't need your permission. You woke up every day, you saw on Third Road, so you don't even know what good looks like. So when you dream of big things, your big thing is buying akara and bread. So that's a problem in itself, When we were growing up, we say, what would you like to be when you grow up? We say, we want to be doctor, lawyer, mechanic, agbevo. That was what we said in school. That's what we can all see. Nobody said, I want to be an aeronautical engineer. No, it was not in our world. We don't know what is an aeronautical engineer. So you cannot aspire to be. And that's a way of drafting your... So from starting, you already set a limit. But that's why I say you can change it. What is that thing that you think you cannot be? Then set the goal. Write it out that you are that. That's how you start from. If you are able to do that successfully, you will just see that you will just be creating your own luck. So then they will not say that guy is lucky. You will just be lucky. Everywhere you go to, your name will just turn to lucky. Because that shift in the mind is very important. Do we get that? So can you write down something? Just one thing now. Let it be something that you think it was very far away from you, but just write it down. I'll give us 1 or 2 minutes. It doesn't matter what it is. Even if it's something you want to write down and your hand is shaking, let your hand shake, but write it anyway. You might even be practicing writing $10 million. Count the zeros. Nothing is off your limit. Nothing is off your reach. Nothing is off your reach. Nothing at all. How many of you would like to pay for this event next year? Something has shifted. And you will see you will be able to. Meaning you will have much more than you require. You are now thinking about helping others. It starts from that. Start from there. So nothing is off. Nothing. There's nothing you want to think about that you can think about that you cannot achieve. That's very fundamental. So you think about the dreaming, you do it. Then you plan the doing. You plan the doing. What are you going to be doing? What actions are you going to be taking? And after you have done all those planning, then you do the plan. Now, don't think too much about whether your plan will work or not work. My first journey into entrepreneurship was when I was in primary school. My mom has a shop, and I heard in the news that there's one. Then the governor of Oyo State then was Olurin. So they have this Olurin market every Saturday. They have this open market. So I'll be on my mother's neck that let's go. Let's take everything we have in shop and take it there and go and sell. When my prayer was too much, they had to listen to me. So we'll go there. And imagine what we'll be waiting to sell in the shop. We will finish everything in one day. Then later I learned how to do, all this packer that you used to make with iron packer. Many of you will not see that now. If you use one tin of turkey, king's oil, I can make 2 out of that. So I'll make it, I'll hang it in my mother's shop, and people will be buying. Maybe 1 kobo, maybe 2 kobo. I can't remember how much then. Guess what happened one day? Somebody has been looking at me, I've been seeing them. Then the woman just asked his children to bring about 100 cartons, a gallon for me. Boy, I went into business. Free. I sewed. When I finished my primary school, I went to work somewhere, Ashmina. We will pack drips and we will clean the floor. In the night, anytime I'm in the night, I'll take my mother's camera. I'll go and snap people. I'll snap picture. I'll go and take it to the lab, develop it. I'll bring it, they will pay me. The money I was making in the night was more than what they were paying me in the month. But I used to say something. I said that this will be the least place I will ever work in my life. What am I saying? There will always be. The very first training I did when I came to Lagos, I did it in church, in the children's church. And they paid me. Meaning, you are ready now. You can take actions now. So when don't put excuse on your, I need to do this poster, I need to brand it, I need to, I was having a discussion with somebody last week and I said, when people are hungry, they don't need branding to buy food. They are hungry. Do you understand? So they are just hungry. So any food you bring, like when people are thirsty and they are selling pure water, they will just buy. You don't say, where is it from? But there are people that are hungry about so many things. Can you find that thing that people are hungry about? And take action immediately. Money loves speed. Money loves speed. Money loves speed. Every idea and thought you have, they all have expiration dates. So something that is hot now, if you don't act on it immediately, by the time you act on it, maybe you have lost some momentum. People were talking about momentum in the morning. So act. Don't be too perfect, trying to make sure that whatever you are doing is perfect. Just take the action, right? Act. Then, if you take an action and you didn't get the result, you are getting feedback. And feedback is the food for champion. That's the only. Do you know the best products in the world? Do you know how they sell it? They will create a beautiful advert and advertise it to you. And then you will now click buy. And they will now tell you you are now on the wait list. They will let you know. What are they doing? Before they go out to create the product, they are testing the market to see whether they will buy it or not. So if nobody is clicking, nobody is buying, they will not create that product because they know people are not interested. So they will begin to tweak the advert, So your very first thing that you are going to do is not going to be perfect, but it's the most important thing. Once you start, you have started. Let people criticize you, but it's good that you have something that people can criticize. Do you understand? So take that action. Take that action. And don't wait for a perfect thing. Don't build, look at the concept of what they call the most viable product. Something you can do that somebody can use. It's not that you build a car that without tires. Nobody can use that. Build one small one with 4 tires that can move, that can do that function. Sell it. Then improve it. There is nobody that is useless. All your life, you've been learning something. There is something you can teach somebody. Do you know the easiest way to make a lot of money this way is called teach and grow rich? And anybody can do that. But the thing is that some of you don't even believe you can teach yourself. So it is about you. That identity is the important thing. I can have 2 people have this thing, selling something. Somebody is going to tell you, this is 10,000 naira, you will pay. Another person will say, this is 1,000 naira and you will not pay. You know why? Because the man that is calling it 10,000, he has a conviction that he can sell something worth 10,000 to you and you will buy it. Those that don't have 10,000, you will not say, imagine, you are the packaging. What you believe about yourself, you transmit it to people, whether you like it or not. So if you don't believe in yourself, you will sell doubt. You will sell insecurity. There's something that you have that aura. You know that, yes, this man is a man of authority. Do you understand? It's what they believe about themselves. So what do you really believe about yourself? So write it down. It could be in the area of relationship. How many people? I know a guy that said, as a matter of strategy, before he became big, anytime he needs to travel anywhere, he will always go on first class or business class. He doesn't have that money. He was not a big man then. But it was a particular a deliberate strategy for him. And once he sits beside you, he will try to talk to you. The worst is that you will say no or you will ignore him. But guess what? He said most of the businesses he's doing today, he met them during that thing. Because he has several contracts and some of them. And you know, relationship can give you so many things. So people have talked about relationship. So be deliberate about the type of relationship you are going to be having. It could be one of your goals. How much are you going to earn this year? You know, we talked about budget, but you need to plan how much you are going to earn too. And like I said, you can one beautiful thing about numbers is that you can transmit your dream. You can translate your dream to numbers. And once it is number, who are thou, whole number, before you? They will be made plain. Write down that number, right? Write it down. You can be anything you want to be. If there is any message I want to pass today, dream do come true. So dream. Don't limit yourself with your dream. You know, recently I was speaking with my son, and he said, Daddy, I went somewhere today that I've never seen anything as beautiful like that before in my life. He said the anointing was that they didn't even allow us to take pictures. You know what I said to him? I said, go to Google Earth, put the address, zoom to that place, take the picture, put it on your wall that one day I'm going to own this place. That is it. Put it in your heart. He said, okay, I will do that. I said, go ahead and do it. Don't get angry. Get rich. You know, you find yourself in a place they are stealing your money. How can they steal your money? It's not your money. The one they stole is not yours. The last speaker spoke about having abundance mindset. Don't think things are scarce. Sincerely, have you not seen new cars on Lagos Road? Even in this climb. And not all of them are thieves. And many of them, you are taller than them. So that's the foundation. So because why am I emphasizing this? Why am I putting so much time on this? Because if you don't see yourself as that, even if that opportunity is coming to you, you will not be able to take advantage of it. Have you seen the picture of that guy that had several ladders, about 100 ladders, and he's trying to climb a fence? Do you know what he did? He put the ladder like this, horizontal, and he now climbed on all of them. Yes, his hand could still not reach them. Meanwhile, he only required just one ladder put correctly. That's why you see, effort is the common denominator. Knowledge is the differentiator. So, you need knowledge to apply the right effort. Because everybody will work. The rich will work. You see 1,000 naira in that office. But it's a lie. Because there is a guy that's earning 10 million and others are earning 20. So that's why you say in Tasiki, we say that mean, you don't use mean to, because mean is sensitive to outliers. Do you understand what I'm saying? If, for example, maybe somebody is 150 years old and other people are 10 years old, if you do the average will now be like 75. Now say, the average age in this room is 75. You know that would be wrong. Because there's an outlier that is taking it and taking it out of proportion. But are you aware that those people in the same room, in the same office, they all spend 24 hours a day? Right? The one that is making the list is usually the hardest worker. He would the one that will do the hard work. Those that are earning the most, they don't do as much. But what's the difference? Different knowledge, different level of knowledge. So in 2025, try as much as possible to make sure that your reward will not be tied to timing. Because you only have 24 hours in a day. So no matter what you do, if it has been pegged down to, okay, we pay you $10 per hour, $1 million per hour, it is still limited. What do? Develop a different skill set. So that at least, even if it is tied to hour, you earn more. Because efforts, they all have their limit. There is a limit to which one man can go. So you need to learn collaboration. Collaboration. It's called leverage. It's part of this. It's called the law of leverage. You need to learn it. So set, how many new people are you going to meet? Where are you? You know, traveling is education. Sometimes you need to travel to a place and see what good looks like. Right? You know, when you don't have to think about that. When you can be in an environment for few years and you will not hear pom 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 pom. You know. So it's important. You need to go to where you want to be. Do you understand? Go to where you want to be. Sometimes you need to save money and go and stay in that beautiful hotel. You need to do it. You know what? Once you do it once, you will do it continually. You need to do it continually. It's very, very, very important. You need to anchor that success. You need to anchor that period. That's why the last one about complete project result and celebrating results is very important. Any success effort you make, learn to celebrate it. What are you saying? You are telling your mind that this is how we do it. So you'll be looking forward to the next celebration. So it's very simple, but the foundation is, what do you think about yourself? What do you think about yourself? So do that thinking about you. See yourself in the light. You know. What is it that you think you are? So have you written down anything at all? Very important. So you can write it down. How much do you want to earn? What do you want to do? Even in terms of you connecting with God, you can set the goal. You can set the goal. So set it in the manual that I said they should share with you. You will see all those different categories there. There is a daily plan, there is a year plan, there is a 15-year plan. You can use it for yourself. Plan is nothing. Planning is everything. You see, that plan is just a piece of paper. But the planning, the effort, the thoughts, and energy you put into planning is the most important thing. So in strategy, we say plan is nothing. Planning is everything. So plan it. And the easiest way to eliminate procrastination is schedule and act. Schedule and act. Schedule and act. You are going to be saying, maybe you set a goal that you are going to smile to 10 people every day. Which is a possible. Do you know that's one of the goals that salesmen they do? They set that you are going to smile. You are going to meet 10 new person every day before 12 noon every day. And you are going to try to smile at them and try to sell something at them. Put a schedule. When it is that time, go out. Smile. Even if they are not looking at your face. Go to the next person. Anything that you think it is difficult for you, set it as goal. And let it be something. For example, I went to one seminar one time and the guy said he went to a company and all he helped them to do was that he told all their salesmen, before noon every day, give me 100 rejections and I will give you a gift. They were like, what is this man saying? So he said, before noon, before 12 noon every day, just let 100 people say no to you and come back to the office. So instead of them to be afraid that somebody is going to say no to them, they were actually looking for people that would say, in about 2 weeks, not one of them could get 100 no. They started getting yes, yes, yes. Because you get out very early in the morning, you say, show it to. So what happened was that they were now showing their product to several people. Because they were not afraid of rejection again. So before 12 noon, you have shown it to 100. Then 2 people with nobody was able to now get 100 rejection in a day again. And their sales record went up. Scheduling and act. If there's anything I want you to take away from today, that's one. Anything you want to do, put a time that you are going to be taking that action. It could just be, I will research about this. I will call somebody on this. I will do this. Put it on your calendar. Then have time for fun. It's unfortunate that they have cleared all our beaches in Lagos, But have time for fun. Be deliberate about how you are going to play. Do you understand? Be deliberate. Set a time that you are going to play. It doesn't matter. It could be sport. It could be maybe you go somewhere high. Because, you see, let it be that you leave. Let it be that you leave. Don't always look for when you are going to do, because nobody guarantees you those times. Now that you have, let it be that you lead. If you pass from at 20 or 30, let it be that at least you live for 20 years. Not that you are hoping to start living when you are 50. So plan all those things and let your plan excite you. Let it excite you. How do you know it excites you? When you meet people, you talk about it. You talk about it. Because in talking about it, you are not talking about it just because you are driving down the conviction of it. And conviction is very important. If you believe something, you will get the result. And don't box yourself to only one way of doing things. There are not just one way of doing things. 9 plus 1 is what? 8 plus 2 is what? 7 plus 3 is what? 5 plus 5 is what? 11 minus 1 is what? So you see, create choices, create options. I need to go to Thailand and finish from that university. You don't have to go to Thailand alone. If Thailand is not possible, you can go to Maryland. Create options. Create options. What is important is the output. There will be several ways of achieving it. But don't box yourself. You see, is that, what we say is that one is a problem, actually. 2 is a dilemma. Anytime you find yourself in A or B, it's a dilemma. Option starts from 3. But when you have to say, is either I do A or B, it's usually very stressful at the. So create the third options. And then you can make better decisions at that time. So how do we do our planning? What's the first thing? Do the dreaming. What's the second thing? The third thing? And the last thing? That's what you are going to do. That's what you are going to do. And I said, the best way to do the dreaming is that write it in testimony form. It's already done. It's already done. Create your year with different testimonies. Anything you think you want to do, you can start with, praise the Lord. The way you will give the testimony. Write it that way. Write it that way. Create your years in that way. Say, do you know, I said it in 2024 that I was going to meet Dangote. Guess what? On October 1st, 2025, I just went to somewhere and Dangote said, can you give me your card? That's how you set goals, oh. Not that I will try to. Because in Nigeria, when you say, I will be there by God's grace, do you know what it means? It's not happening. That's what. So when someone say, I will try to be there, that person is not coming. Don't try, just be there. Write it that way. I just look into my inbox and I just got that MIT scholarship. All funds paid. That's how to set it. That's how to set it. I said I was going to have a startup, but I didn't know, July 24, 2025, I just got a call from PayPal and they offered to give us $10 million to buy our company over. I said I was going to have an hardware company in Nigeria where we'll be building semiconductors and be competing with NVIDIA. Guess what? In 2025, we bought a property and we started building the campus. Praise God. Do you know what? Everything I'm saying, I believe it. So I'm not just giving you illustration. I believe what I'm saying. I believe what I'm saying. And that's vision. When Jesus Christ told them, when they said they caught somebody in the dream, in the act, he said, we caught him in the act. What should we do? The Lord said we should stone. What do you think Jesus did to them? He caught them in the act too. But where? In their mind. He said, let him that has no sin. What happened? They started dropping the stone. That thing he said, did it happen there? But he caught them in the act. And they thought about it. And it provoked an action of dropping the stone. So, what you think and you believe is tangible. That you cannot see doesn't mean it's not real. This is microphone. That's your dream. That you are not seeing it physically doesn't mean it's not. But if you believe it, you have it. See about yourself. What you see about. I'm not saying. Elephants. Very important. So, see, become whatever we can be. You have it in you. And you know what? God is so kind. Belief is fundamental human right. God gave it to all of us. That's why he say, if thou can believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. He will never ask you to do what you cannot. Right? So you have that. Seek the right knowledge. Seek the right knowledge. Then find mentor. Mentoring is very important too. I'm not saying people that will say I'm a mentor or I'm a coach. Nobody can take you to where they have never been. Right? So if they have done it, and how do you know they have done it? You will see the impact. They might just say one word to you. If you take that one word they will say to you, you might not understand it, but you see, they are not talking from your level. They are talking from the level of somebody that has done it. You know, sometimes they can just give you steps or checklist. I heard when when they were talking about books in the morning. Do you know a mentor can listen to you and recommend books for you? That will help you to go and be looking. Because you can be reading books that are over you or the books that you don't need. But you can look at your situation and recommend that, okay, go and read this particular book. You see that? The knowledge that what you are looking for is in that book can save you 30 years of hard labor and toiling. So, that's what if you are taking anything out, mentoring is very important. It's the shortest cut to success. It's the shortest cut to success. When you offer, sometimes, you know, it's just about, you want to work with a great man, maybe they are doing something, put yourself in. Put yourself in. People don't get mentorship by saying, I want you to mentor me. It's by learning. And that's why, you see, if you are working in a place, you are in the best mentoring environment. You know, people say, when you work in a place, you need to be your own boss. All those ones are stupid advice. Whether you work, whether you do business, there is wealth creation process. You learn wealth creation process, you will be wealthy. If you don't learn it, you will not be wealthy. So whether you work or not, all those things are inputs. You do business, you work somewhere, it makes no difference. You put it into wealth creation process, you will be wealthy. So it doesn't matter where you are getting your input for. whatever you do to make money, that's business. Whatever your money does to make money, that's investment. They are two-leg things. So you need to have an investment and you need to have business. Whether that business, you are the sole owner, you employ something, it doesn't matter. But you need a way where you are working, you are making income, and also your money is also working and making something for you. That's the process. You start it early, you'll be wealthy. You don't know about it, you will just work hard. But the beauty of working in an place is that you are learning systems, you are learning processes. And they are not asking you to pay tuition. They are even paying you salary. So what do? At the end, your goal should not be, I will now retire and be earning. No. You should say, after learning this, where am I going to use it? So you need to have a plan of what you will do with what you are learning where you are now. Do you understand? You are fortunate to have somebody paying you and you are learning the work. You can make mistake, you correct it. You see it in your salary. So plan it. Plan it. There's nothing that is within you. There's nothing that is off the limit. If you can just believe that about you, it will make a whole lot of difference. So you do the dreaming. Don't forget to do the dreaming. Write it in such a way that if you write it in the testimony form that I said, you look at it every day. You read it, you will smile. But you are enjoying it, right? Then suddenly you will now ask, somebody will now call and say, we want to do something. We want to do something. You will say we can do it. When you get back home, that's when you now say, okay, I said I can do it. So what am I not good to do? Remember one state, the military men, they did a coup. They overthrown the president. And, eventually when they finished, they now said, the president now said, the very first day in office, said, now that we are in power, what are we going to do? People were like, you mean you went through all those things, killed everybody, now you don't have a plan. So that's much I think I can say today. So let's take it up. Thank you.
Wow. The comprehensive roadmap. Did you get it? If after this session, your year remains the same, you'll be the one to blame. Because you've gotten everything you require. The knowledge, the tools, the skills, the know-how, the mindset, the most important one, to proceed. Do you agree that you are ready for 2025? Readier than you were on the 1st of January. You are ready, right? You are ready for big things. Ready to run. Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for this amazing session. So, now we've come to the end of this session. How has it been of the program? Beautiful. So you see all these words you are using. I need you to go on social media and let everybody know what has happened here today and what you've gotten. So please bring out your phones, take a selfie or a groupie with someone sitting beside you and put it on social media and tag us. Tag us at on IG MBYY official at MBYY official or hashtag MBYY official. Do it now. Yes, I can see those pictures. Straight to Instagram. Because one of the things I've been wondering since I came is, why is this entire hall not packed? We should have had seats outside because the value here has been, you can't even quantify it. Let people know that there's a program like this that happens here every year here in Lagos State. For those of you who don't know, I don't live in Lagos. So I came from Rivers State to be here today. And yes. I came from Rivers State to be here today. Yes. And it has been worth it, I'll tell you. And I'm going back, okay, next tomorrow. And it was just for this program. It's not like I had a lot of things to do. This is what brought me here. So you don't have an excuse. You can't say you lived very far away in Lagos here. I came from Port Harcourt to be here. Yes. And it's an investment that I will make over and over and over again. You know, we can tell how far you're going by some of the things you do. Success doesn't just happen. It leaves clues. So from those clues, we can tell who is going far and who is not going far. But we're all going far here. Not after today. You know, we're all going far here today. Okay, so we've come to the end of this program. Like I said, you can follow us on all our social media pages, on Instagram at MBYY Official. Please go right away and follow us. On LinkedIn, Self-Propelled Global. Just look us up on search Self-Propelled Global, and you can follow us. We're also on Facebook, MBYY. MBYY on Facebook. Please make sure you're following us across all the social media channels. And then there's a QR code that you can scan and get this roadmap. So please do that immediately. So we'd like to take some last words from our convener. In fact, I think we should call him the global convener at this point in time. Yes, I think it sounds better. The global convener of MBYY 2025.
Thank you. Wow. So how's it been? Awesome. 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 Thank you. Sit down just for a moment. I want you to prove to yourselves that you came. You had desires, you had things in mind you wanted to achieve, and that's why you came. Make your desire a reality. Make it happen. Make it happen. You've heard things here. There's been lots of mindset re-engineering, reculturing. So much. But one thing I want to, the project manager spoke to me, and I'd like to say a very big thank you to all my team members. Thank you so much. From the project manager, Dabrici, Media Guru, BNN, Compare, web designer and programmer, Marvel. Where's Marvel? And I mean, stand up, let them see you. This is the guy behind everything that you saw. I think I should. Everything, web, program, and all. That's the guy, Marvel. Then we have, thank you, Marvel. Then we have Isaac. Where's Isaac? Where's Isaac? Isaac is doing something outside. Okay, when he comes, I'd like to introduce Isaac. Then our media, social media is Ruth. Where's Ruth? Okay, that's Ruth. Ruth came in from Calabar to be a part of this program. The project manager, Dabrici, she came in from Abuja to be part of this program. Then, and that's Isaac. Isaac is the man behind all the graphic works. And she worked with BNN. And we have Ivan. Ivan is not here. Ivan did the animation. Then we have Starboy. Starboy. That's Starboy. Then we have someone who's been very instrumental to the work too, Innocent. I think Innocent is here. Okay, that's Innocent. And thank you so much for, these are my team members. I hope I've not left anyone out. Hope I didn't leave anyone out. PM. I've called her. That's Ruth, I've called her. I want to say thank you to every one of you. But let me tell you something about this, what you are involved in. It's a global program. It's beyond this place. All right? Now, like I said during my earlier presentation, we all have dreams. We all have aspirations. But somehow, you see many people having a catalog of unanswered questions, unachieved dreams again and again. And we know, you heard Ozone say where the power is inside. Many of them the same thing. We know that a mindset that is fixed, which is follow come, that is given to us a fixed mindset, we never deliver the result that we desire. And what we need is a growth mindset. And that's why we needed to have a re-engineering, because there's been thought lines given to us. You've watched your parents, they talk lack. Adult people, they can't even, before they say something, say, times are so hard, though, I broke. I've watched my dad, and I say it without an apology. The only times he was able to participate in school fees, not every time, the only times, if you meet him, first of all, the way you see his face, it has changed. Then, if he will ever do, when you are telling you see, you do his leg like this and everything, he will not tell you that when he finally goes inside, he will come out and bring some, say, this is last card, last card. Say, last card. You were raised with last cards. Do you know what that is? These are the kind of mindset we have. We've seen people waiting for the government. We've seen people waiting for palliatives. We've seen people waiting for validation. This is what we know. This is what we know. So this has given us a certain kind of mindset. So we want to take action. This mindset is pulling us down until they be a renewed one. Even as Christians, when you become a Christian, the first counsel is to have your minds renewed, because it will hold you back from the life that you have been given. So that's part of why we have this major mind shifts, mind re-engineering seminar like this, to give you a renewed mindset, to reinstall growth mindset into you. So your thinking is different right now, but you have to sustain it. Don't say you heard yesterday and you stop. You have to sustain it. Go back. For me, I'm going back to that YouTube. I want to listen to everyone again and again. That's the way I do. Again and again, take down notes. Take down notes. You're telling yourself, I'm going to come back with testimony next time. I will be featured. I'll be featured in the future. Next time. You understand? So you make up your mind that way. But having said this, there's a next phase. And that's why I'm talking to you. We have an academy. All right? You heard about mentorship. You had all this, whatever. That's part of what the academy is all about. We want to guide you. Take your hands and lead you to becoming that global change maker that you could become, because you really can become a global change maker. So we'll take you to an academy. So I believe every one of you registered, and when you came in, you signed in, right? Okay, great. So the academy has already been, we already have it. It's going to be virtually, so it doesn't require you gathering in a place. But there will be a time where we'll have to meet physically like this. So run an academy for 5 months. Ozone has an academy. The O2 is an advertising academy. And I've been there. Amazing place. I knew where it started from. Okay. So this academy is basically entrepreneurship driven in that direction, because it's all about value. It's all about value. The world is all about value. If you don't have value to offer, nobody, you can't be relevant without value. You can't be relevant without value. But each one of us can create value. Each one. From every opportunity, we can create value. Every opportunity, forget, every moment is your moment. So we want to take you through this Entrepreneurship Academy. Then at the end of this, the academy, we'll have what we call the Global Efforts Festival. We are concerned about our world, and we want to redefine and solve the socio-economic challenges of our world, ranging from unemployment to the different vices we see today, from kidnapping, from human trafficking, from drug, all of these things. When the man puts his efforts into something, and whatever you put your effort into, we like to hear your story of what you did, how you did it. We say in SPG, Self-Propelled Global, every effort, every story is worth sharing, and every effort is worth celebrating. If we will share your story, young people like you will hear your story of your efforts. If we will celebrate your efforts, young people see your effort being celebrated, and you that your effort is being celebrated, there is a release within you that causes a motivation for you to want to do more because of that celebration. So you can become better and keep moving up progressively. So that's why we're having this Global Effort Festival. So we gather whatever we have done. We are not saying that you must have achieved everything in this world. Just an effort. I was here. Now I'm here. In getting here, I had to go through XYZ. I had this challenge. These are the things I did. I am here now. Now from here, I want to go there. And we're saying, wow, the man has moved. There's something he's doing. We can see that it's creating value. We can see it. It's moving gradually and progressively. Then we begin to now evangelically bring others into this new bandwagon of value creators and value deliverers. Rather than men waiting for validation and waiting for palliatives, we are now creating something. And this will affect our GDP and our per capita income as a nation. It will create a better environment for us. It will increase our naira dollar exchange. We suffer a lot. Do you know how much $1 is today? About 1,007 something. That's ridiculous. How can we be here? We have the number. We have the energy. Now, what we now need. When Abayomi was talking, he talked about knowledge. He talked about revelation knowledge. He talked about theoretical knowledge. Theoretical. He talked about, yes, the first he talked about was revelation, then theoretical, then he talked about exponential, right? Now, we have going to move. He talked about revelation knowledge. It's, theoretical knowledge is where you develop strategy from, right? Now, he didn't spend so much time talking about revelation knowledge. That's deep. But while I'm saying this, we have opportunity to hear all of this. What are we going to do with it? Aren't we tired? If we look at here now, all our monies, all of us has contributed money to Asian nations, to China, to India, to all of these nations. We have all contributed. We work so hard in our farms. We give them the money. We do so much. We give them the money. And their value, the value of their currency become more. And we are still struggling to meet up. When are we going to change it? If we don't start now, when? If it's not us, who? So it is now, it is us. We may look small. We don't need a large number to orchestrate a change. With us, if we catch this fire, we catch this vision, we can become the change agents in this nation and move on to become global change makers. And we will. So let's move on with the academy. It's not going to take so much of your time, but one thing, you'll be a better person. I promise you that. Thank you very much. We're so glad to have you. 2025, it's your best year yet. So everywhere you go, you will just do it. Remember, just do it. You can and you will. And it's now and it's you. Thank you very much. God bless you. I love and appreciate you. Thank you to our beloved company. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure I'm meeting for the first time. Yes. Amazing physically. Thank you. She came from Port Harcourt. When I told her about this, she said, I'm in. Then, I now did a little of Oliver Twist. I had a little challenge more. So I was not, whether can you handle? He said, I can, I will. And she came. She didn't ask me for transport. She didn't ask me for accommodation. She didn't ask for anything. She came. Thank you so much. God bless you. We are so happy. Thank you. And now we are partners. We will grow. You are with us. Thank you, and we are with you.
Thank you so much, sir. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, so before we go, we'll take photographs so that we can, yes, outside. We have a beautiful photo stand outside. So we'll take group photos. We'll take individual photos. Please share your photos everywhere. Let everybody know that you attended MBYY 2025.